is a set of tasks that you will complete every morning that you are committed to doing for yourself. Why? Because they set the tone for your day. They set the tone for your day. All heck can break loose. You're putting out fires every day, throughout your day. But the one thing that you can control is the way you start your morning. How many of you agree that you control your morning? Put a one in the chat if you feel that you are responsible for the way you start your morning. How about you, Kathleen? Do you agree?
100%. 100%. Only you can start it.
So let's talk about the morning routine. It sets your tone, but it's really more about intention. It's your focus. It's setting a tone of positivity and energy in your day. And that's what it's going to take for you to be successful as an entrepreneur, is to build on that foundation every day. When I work with my clients in the business world, I work with women entrepreneurs in the IT industry. We devote one session to establishing a morning routine because it builds a successful day. And I want my clients to have more and more successful, peaceful days. So the routine that I put together has taken me from chaos and overwhelm and stress to having a sense of peace in my day. Knowing that I've got it covered, that I'm going to be able to deal with whatever comes my way because I'm going to be responding to life versus reacting. Powerful. So my framework includes 3 parts: body, mind, and soul. So let's begin with the body. So you cannot wake up your brain until you wake up your body. How many would agree with that? Raise your hand. You cannot wake up your brain until you wake up your freaking body. Yes. So it doesn't matter what you do, whether it's you dance, get out and dance the salsa, you walk your dog, you run to the coffee pot. It doesn't matter. Just move. And more importantly, if you can work with weights, I would encourage you, if you're capable and you love weights, work with weights, because weights build muscle mass and they contribute to your longevity. And ladies, we want to have a long life as an entrepreneur, making a difference for a long time. And so whatever it is, just start with something simple. What are you going to do? I want you to write down what you're going to do right now as some form of movement. Number 2, the mind. Okay, very important. You have to feed your mind. It can be any kind of content, but you have to feed your mind. You will grow to the extent that your business grows. You get that? You will grow to the extent that your business grows. So you have to grow in order for your business to grow, and you have to grow every day. So it's very connected to the growth. What can you do? Well, thank God that you are here. Summit. That is one way to feed the content, right? Podcasts. Okay, I have to tell you about podcasts. My husband likes podcasts, and he listens to podcasts in the shower. Excuse me, are we taking long showers or what? Yes. Knock, 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 get out. We're running out of water. Podcasts. Deb has her own podcast. Get on and figure it out and listen to it. I like to read, and I mix self-development with industry trends. My industry is IT. I read newsletters, I go into the websites, and I keep current on what is happening in the IT industry. I invite you to do the same, because let me tell you this, women entrepreneurs are so busy, they cannot stay on top of what's happening in the industry. They cannot, they're too overwhelmed. And let me tell you what, that is a competitive advantage for you. How? That's a topic for a different. But if you want to know, contact me and I can tell you how to use that competitive advantage to grow your business. So you have to feed your mind. It's very important. So now let's talk about the soul. There are different ways that you can do and feed your soul, right? It's prayer, it's meditation. And I invite you to meditate with purpose. Have a question that you want to ask, that you want feedback to, because you will be given the answer. Journaling is my favorite. I journal every day, and I'm going to share with you my framework of how I journal. So I replay my day and I ask myself these questions. What went right today and why? What didn't go so well and why? And what will I do differently? Let me repeat that. What went well in my day and why? What didn't go so well and why? And what will I do differently? You do that every day and you will evolve yourself and you will evolve your business. Deb and I have talked about the importance of analyzing your business and analyzing everything that you do. And these questions will help you evolve because you're going to be analyzing the last 24 hours. So what we've talked about is the mind, the body, and the soul, all feeding into a calm and peaceful and positive foundation for you to build your business on. These also affect a positive mindset when it comes to mental fatigue. The reason I talk about mental fatigue is that 68% of entrepreneurs suffer from mental fatigue versus those who are not entrepreneurs. And mental fatigue is becoming a concern, right? And so having a morning routine helps you bring in that calmness. The other thing I want to talk about is about the human design and what I've learned about my triggers, right? We all have triggers. We all have signposts that tell us whether we're in alignment with our values or whether we're not. So I am a generator. If you know human design, put a one in the chat right now, girlfriend. Human design is a tool that is a user's guide where you learn what makes you tick. You learn what makes you unique. And when I learned my human design, I learned that my two triggers or my two signposts were satisfaction and frustration. So when I am in a task, when I am working with people, when I am working on a project, and I am in alignment, I experience a great sense of satisfaction. When I am out of alignment, I am not in tune with my values, with what I'm working on, I experience frustration and I feel it in my stomach. So that is a signpost for me, is that when I start feeling something in my stomach, it's like, okay, time out. What am I doing with this project that is out of alignment with what I value? And what will I do to change it? I tell you, I still have days of frustration, but you know what? I catch it and I don't stay in frustration for a very long time. It's like this. I don't stay in frustration that long because I sense my triggers. I sense my signposts. So ladies, I invite you. I hope that by now you have something, 3 things that you're at least going to do. And I'd like for you to share them in the chat. What are you going to do to move? What are you going to do to feed your mind? What are you going to do to feed your soul? Because it sets the foundation of your day. It's a pleasure, hermanas, sisters.
Oh, Pat, that's so good. I love that. Oh, and I might be giving. I wrote a question, Deb. Would you? I love that you brought the 3 parts together, 100%, and starting that movement. Because when you said that, what came to my mind was, you got to get rid of yesterday to start today, kind of thing. And so I love the whole routine and moving and marking it with some significance. So that was really good. Deb, what'd you pick up there?
Oh, so much. I mean, I hang with Pat often and I really truly believe what she's talking about. Your morning can set your day. You can even go as far as to say the night before, preparing for your morning. But the beautiful thing about setting your day and setting your intention is, for me, you got the best shot. You know what I mean? Like, instead of just waking up and kind of doing what we do, you're probably in a routine. I would think, Pat, I'm sure you find with your clients, people are in a routine. It's just, what routine are you doing? What are you saying
Absolutely.
to yourself? Is it conscious?
Mhm.
Okay, look at you'd hate to be married to me because your husband would be in one room with the bathroom and I listen to music, or sometimes I think my neighbors are like, enough already. But anytime that you can inject that, and I think when you wake up, you're more susceptible to taking that really good positive information in. And I really, I applaud you for injecting in your presentation about staying on top of our businesses and our sectors and our industry that gives us that
Mhm.
edge. Because probably if we are listening to something in the morning, a podcast or what have you, we may tend to go low when we need to go high. And that's what I heard is like, if you're going low and like, if you look at, I got my famous country music thing that I play that I could almost play in my head, but that's an opportunity to go high. And we know when you set your day, at least with the best intentions, you have a better chance of that coming out. That's what I got. It was a reminder. And the other thing that reminded me that you said is meditate with a question, because I
Mhm.
meditate and I'm like, okay, God, do your thing. And there's something going on right now. There's a couple of us trying to make something happen. And I'm like, I'm going to text them today and say, in the morning, let's start doing this. Let's ask this question and see what happens. So no,
Yes.
I really got a lot out of that. What about you, Miss Carlson? What are you doing in the morning?
I'm that person that starts my day the night before. And so I love that. So I free myself. And you started to say that you write things down, and I don't write them down anymore, but I did for years at night. And I kind of take stock, because I noticed the years were just going by so fast. And I thought, wow, it's already August. How did we get here? So I started writing down what happened in each month. But for the day, I think to myself, okay, what was productive today? Sort of like you said, but I add a little piece in there and I go, where did I disappoint myself? And I know we have
Mhm.
Joanne coming on later, and she's going to talk about sleep. And that's when the monkey mind gets crazy, right? So it's like, where did I disappoint myself? What did I not do? And I do this little forgiveness prayer for myself and for
I love
everything
that.
that happened that day that allows me to go into that slumber. And then I wake up with that totally fresh perspective of, where do I want to go with this? What am I going to do with today? And yeah, I love that. And
I love
and I've kind of gotten where I wake up and I get out of bed and then I get back in bed, and I take with me that
that. Mhm.
reading, that full
Mhm.
intention of, what do I need to take in today? So, because we're all crazy
I
busy,
love it.
and
Yeah. And
there's
I
lots of
love that comment about forgiveness, because if you're a perfectionist, guess what? We're hard on ourselves. I am a recovering perfectionist, and I will tell you that we need to forgive ourselves. One of the things that leads to mental fatigue is perfectionism, right? As perfectionists, we will think things through to the nth degree. Would you agree on that? Put a one in the chat if you're a perfectionist and you want to recover from being one, right? I shifted from being a perfectionist to making progress.
oh,
Mm.
good switch, good
Go
switch.
from progress instead of perfectionism. Move forward on something versus having it for it to be perfect.
One of the other things you said that really struck me, Pat, was you don't have bad days, but you said, I can have something happen, but I feel my body. And I just welcome everybody to think about what she said, because that is so big. We're not immune, no matter how skilled you think you are or whatever you've got going on. But when something happens, you still have that ability to go, okay, I feel the tension. What's my trick? Do I breathe? Do I move? What do I do? Because, you don't want to go through life from that space. And right now we have a whole lot of people going through life from that space. And so
Yeah.
that's just another thing I love about this community. It's things that we sort of know, but we get those reminders and we get that support to say, hey, I'm doing that too. What are you doing? So
Yeah,
that
and I
was,
love it. And one thing that I wanted to say about the mind, we were talking about feeding the mind, is it's very important to review your goals in the morning. Review your goals and pick 3 things that you're going to do that day that move the needle in your business. So not only do you feed your mind, but you read your goals. And the advantage to that is that you are recommitting to your goals every time you read them. And when you read them and they don't make sense, girlfriend, throw it away. Give yourself permission to say this goal's no longer working for me. But 3 things only 3 things only that move the needle in your business.
And I like to say them out loud too. And if it's something I really want to bring vibration to, I sing it. It's like, yeah, yeah, I really want this to happen. So the more emotion we bring, the more intention that comes with it and the energy flows. So Pat, wow, way so good. So just a reminder, I'm going to throw out a question and you want to answer it. So Pat's got prizes for us and somebody's going to win that human design if you get this question right. So you're going to put in your email address. I can see some of you are ready. You've got your email in and you're ready for the question. I'm going to work real hard today.
The crew's on the crew. Okay.
I'm
Are
going to
you
work
listening?
real hard to make them easy today. And Pat started out talking about the whole process of meditation. And for her, it was the 3-parter. And so give me any one of the 3 parts to her framework.
All right. And for those of you that have just joined us, we're going to be doing this all day with all the main keynote speakers. They're giving away thousands of dollars of prizes, but it is not just be here and be cool to win. It is you have to listen to win. And we are going to pick a question we didn't even know until we listened. And then the first person that puts their email address and that prize. Now, here's how it goes. There's one big prize for everyone. And so sometimes if you see someone's answered and you think you know that's the right answer and you go, now I'm not going to put it in, put your email address in, because if someone has one above, as we go through this and give away thousands of dollars all day, you might be the 4th, the 5th, the 6th person to answer, but you might win. And a good friend of ours won a pretty incredible, 2-ticket New York Fashion Week gala tickets by being the 4th person to answer the right question. I was like, can I enter? Anyways, thank you. Let's do a round of love, hearts, jazz hands, whatever it is that you're doing in your world for Pat. That was amazing. You will see her grace these stages. And again, for those of you that are coming or planning on coming to Dallas, this 5-year book launch has started in Vancouver. You will see Pat all over at that party. And there's some special things for you, for those of you that are authors and speakers. All right. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I see that we have in the room Dr. Sonia Yan. And so Dr. Sonia Yan is coming to us all the way from South Africa. I love this global party that we're having. And I love what she does. Now, if you don't know what the theme to this party is today, in case you were on holidays and didn't look at your social media ever, and not see one of our posts, which was almost impossible. This is about abundance 2.0. And there's no way that we can go any further with today without having Dr. Sonia Yan, because guess what she does? She's an abundance transformation specialist. And so I'm going to introduce you to her and ask a question. And I know that she's not going to be spending a lot time with us, but enough time and more time. I think I saw you on the roster for November. So she's going to be sharing more. And please, Pat, put your information in the chat. And please, Sonia, and for anyone that has personal questions, you can do personal messages in the chat as well. But look, we're talking about abundance today. We're talking about the concept of more and transformation and how we achieve that. And there is a whole group of women and those that support women that are with us today, but also streaming and, hanging out with some women in my day. One of the goals, I remember sitting around this really cool goddess circle, and one of the claimed goals is that we would be so abundant, we could walk into a restaurant and not have to look at the right-hand side of the menu to decide what we were going to order. And if anyone up there says you've never done that, well, I don't know. I mean, it's something that we've probably all done once. You want that, but you order this instead because this could be a different price, right? So I think if I was to say that if we could make our way to only looking at the left-hand side of the menu, and I know you see a lot of clients, you have a very strong word of mouth practice. What is something that you can share with us that can help move us and shift us to a place of abundance, or at least transformation towards abundance? And that's a lot of a question, and that's a big intro. And you could just say, hello, Deb, it's nice to see you. I get it. And you look great in pink, by the way. But welcome to the stage, my friend.
I'm waiting to say hello, Deb. How are you?
I know. I'm really excited that you're here.
So thank you for that kind introduction, and hello, everyone. And nice to see you, Pat. I loved your talk. Thank you so much. It's awesome stuff. So I'm sure you're not going to give me a lot of time, so I better get to it very quickly. So
you got a little bit of time. Yeah.
because I could carry on about this a while. But my answer to, what is one solution that you can focus on to increase the flow of abundance into your life or into your business is very simple. Go beyond just using positive affirmations. So from my personal experience of overcoming money blocks and having helped countless clients break through their money ceiling, I've seen that merely repeating affirmations isn't enough. So you can talk to yourself in the mirror, you can put stickies on your computer screens, you can even have affirmations pop up on your phone. All these activities, what they do is they move your mind into a more positive direction. And let's be honest, when you're happier and you have more positive thoughts, you feel better, you feel good, right? So that's a good thing. So carry on with that, no problem. But one of the most misleading pieces of advice I've seen a lot of my clients receive is that repeating affirmations 50 times a day for 30 days, because that's what the research said in 1988, just by the way, is that it's going to shift your money mindset. It's going to help you clean up your money story, and it's going to sort out your feelings that you have about having more money. It does not work that way. Okay, so please don't delude yourself thinking that when you're driving in the car to work and you're saying, I'm abundant, money flows to me, I love being wealthy, and a plethora of other affirmations, those will not dissolve your money blocks. Doesn't work that way. So if you want to be prosperous, sorry, I've been talking all day. If you want to be prosperous and have more money flowing into your life and your business, you need to dig deep. You need to go to the core. You need to go to the root of your mental and emotional money weeds that are anchored in your subconscious and pull them out completely. And this is an easy, fast, and effective way of shooting through that money ceiling that most people keep bumping up against. So I'm sure there are women here today who've walked past the store thinking, I'd love to wear those clothes, but I can't afford them. Well, when you uproot those money weeds, you can walk into that store, buy the clothes that you love, walk out feeling fantastic. And what I call that is a magic money moment. And Deborah, I've got to tell you, I love seeing my clients' faces just light up when they tell me how magical those money moments are and how they feel. And at the end of the day, the best part about these moments is that they become more frequent and more fulfilling as you have more money flowing into your life. So that's my fast and quick solution.
That's your fast and quick. That's your fast and quick solution. But I think what I heard is doing good things brings good things, and doing good things can take you to the next good thing. And that anything that, I think starts becoming a block, or we notice that something's really not working, that there is another way to go. There's always another path. And sometimes pulling the weed out from the road. I loved your example, and being willing to do a little bit of a deeper dive to have a better result. I'll tell you, and it might seem it might seem small to some people, but for me, I came from a place of our childhood was have, not have, a lot more not have than have when it came to financial. And I was like, money doesn't grow on trees. So I just, I used to climb them. So we came from that. And so, I had to do some rewiring, or, like looking at that. I remember, and it wasn't that long ago, I remember going grocery shopping, nonchalantly going grocery shopping. I'm just highlighting one of those moments that you talked about, going grocery shopping. And I went into the store and I picked up everything I needed. And it wasn't until I was grabbing something off the shelf as my last item that I realized I didn't look at the price. And I got to tell you, I was only buying like 10 things, but I don't know if I had felt that kind of pride before. And it was like, there was a really big self-realization that there was, for me, it was a little bit, I need it, like this little voice inside that went, wow, like you never know.
That magical money moment.
And you just called it a magical money moment. It's so funny because you do a lot of what's your magical moment as a woman. The other one was when my daughter was getting married and she wanted a wedding dress, and we could go shopping And I did not have to look at nor have her look at the tag.
Yeah.
Those were the two moments that stick out for me. And obviously those are ones that are more heart-centered, but thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for talking about going deep. And if you could, and all the speakers, please put your information in the chat. I think sometimes we need to hear that, that it's time to go deep if something's not working, you know, there's always work to do.
Yes.
Yes.
Onward,
Thank you
where
for
we go.
joining us from South
Thank you.
Africa. I know it's evening.
Thank you. Soon to be Vancouver.
Yes, yes, lucky me, right? Okay, there you go.
Just
That's a
putting it
money
out
moment.
there.
She's coming to Vancouver. We're gonna talk about money.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Kathleen. It's been awesome seeing you.
Nice to
Awesome,
meet
awesome,
you.
awesome. Thank you so much. All right, Miss Kathleen Carlson, I'll take it back
right.
to you.
I tell you what, I love the whole money moment thing. And I love where this is already gone this morning. You know, sustainable sisterhood, everything we've done so far, there's like a little thread that I'm hearing over and over. We're being invited to go ahead and get involved in our lives. Go ahead and take moment to moment, feel our energy, take responsibility for our energy. And I love what you said, Dr. Sonia. That we got to talk the other day, and there was so much good in that. Look, I mean, you just spew it so easily. And I encourage everybody to really listen to what we just heard, because that's pretty amazing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Deb, you ready to move on? Or are we gonna
Oh, I am ready to move on.
well, you know, here's the good thing is I happen to notice that this next speaker is in the house. So I would love to bring up our next
Okay.
speaker. Pardon?
I'm just gonna change the view here because Dorothea is getting, okay, we're gonna go to gallery because Dorothea's been getting booted out today. Not sure.
Okay. And
All
my
right.
controls aren't working. So there we go. We're having a little fun. So, hey, you know what? The next speaker is in the house, and you already know her. You already love her. It's Deb Drummond. And
Oh.
I know, right? So glad you could make it in today. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. And I know those of you that have been with us through this whole thing, you probably think you've heard everything. I can promise you haven't. And for those of you who are just new to us and just getting to meet all of us, I could spend all day telling you about this woman, but today we're going to focus on Deb's top performance, success, and her media side. Tomorrow you're going to see another side, but let me tell you some things about Deb. And one of the most important things is to know is like, where's home base for Deb? Deb lives in the most beautiful place in Vancouver. It's fabulous. She's the mother of two amazing humans. The first is Chloe, her daughter, who's also made her Yaya, to Breland and Cashton, two little adorable children. And her second, Ocean, is also birthing his very own company right now with the help of his momager. So those are the important things, I think. And other things that we need to know is Deb is an absolute pioneer in the world of entrepreneurship. So if you're looking for an example, somebody to hang out, you couldn't land in a better space. To date, she has built count them, 7 international companies and inspired thousands of people around the entire globe. She's been recognized in Success magazine. Oh my gosh, 48 times, won numerous awards and accolades. And her 30-year deep dive into training for top performance has built a massive reputation for her as a speaker, a mastermind leader, and a coach. And she is also a well-known host, and many of you have been on the Mission Accepted podcast, and you're going to have more opportunity later as we talk about that. And every day she interviews dynamic entrepreneurs, creatives, and media professionals. So lots of information. We heard about podcasts, and she's got tons of them there to listen to for your morning start. And I'm going to stop and say, just like the most thing that we're so grateful for right now, Deb is the founder and the visionary behind this amazing movement of show up, stand up, speak up, a yes, you movement. Woohoo! So take a second and welcome Deb to the stage, or back to the stage, right? So she could
Thank
talk.
you.
Yeah, she could talk to us about a million things, but today she's going to talk to us, and listen up. You know, hopefully you've got those notebooks going, but she's going to talk about how you do your media is way more important than the media you do. big distinction there. We get so busy in the doing, and this is really more important how you do it than what you do. So she's no different. We're going to share an odd thing about Deb, and I love this because I didn't know, and I think we're going to learn two things in one swoop here. She loves Persian cats, and her last two cats were called Casino and Vegas. So little insight there, I'm just saying. And today she's listening to Creedence Clearwater Revival. And she's got prizes and she's going to sprinkle them all day long. But for this session, her first prize to the one person, remember, you want to listen to this question that we haven't figured out what it is yet, but she is going to offer you a private media/marketing consultation. This says it's worth $365. I'm going to tell you right now, it's priceless. If you listen, if you can follow through, this is way beyond $365. And she's also going to throw in a 262 journal, which you're going to just love. And for everybody, and if you haven't been, you need to go. She has a free pass to her next top performance class. Wow, Deb, that's a lot of stuff to give away. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And I know she has so much to say. So we're going to get right into this. What do you mean, Deb, when you say how you do your media is more important than what you do? What is
Thank you so much for that introduction. I think one of the most difficult things is once you start to grab accolades, is sitting there and listening to that with a smile on your face going, okay. But thank you. We all work for our accolades, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do that. When I talk about how versus what, so when we teach the media score class, we go through all the different things that you can do for media. First of all, before you tune me out even 10% because you think that media is outside of yourself, you think it is TV, you had to be a TV news anchor, you've got to be a celebrity, all that kind of stuff, that is old world thinking. Stop it. Love media. Here's why you need to love media, because it is a gift, right? It is a gift. I mean, most people know that more than anything, I'm a servant leader, and I would have not been placed in the world of media to help people share their passion in their projects if it wasn't divine. So stop thinking it doesn't affect you, or you're not blah, 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 fill in the blank enough to be in media or utilizing media. You don't have to have a book. You don't have to be on this. You don't have to have awards. You don't even have had to read a success magazine. Media is a gift of this generation. That's it. We've always had it, but it's been selective. And so the red ribbon's been cut, and you too could have your own reality TV show and be set up in 30 days. No big deal. And in case you don't know, a Facebook Live is a form of TV. So you've all already been on TV, because the first one you went to do, you probably felt sick to your stomach because you thought it was going to be there forever. So you realized, well, this Facebook Live is going to be about 30 seconds. So no one really cares, right? So the point of how you do your media is a lot more important than how much you do and what you do. And let me give an example of a podcast. So when I'm working with a client, it's not just coming up with their media score and their media plan, which is a really great idea. So you stop the popcorn and prayer program. Popcorn and prayer doesn't work unless you're just watching a really good movie. But I'm going to give you an example, Kathleen. So we talked about podcasts. And for any of you that want to be on a podcast, we've got group podcasts and they're super fun. So let's say it's the end of the podcast. And for those of you that have been on it, you've all done this and it's okay. So let's say that Pat was on the podcast and I say to Pat, hey, oh my gosh, it was so great to have you today. Is there one last thing that you'd like to share with our viewers? And she knows that that's her cue to drive people to where she wants them to go. And she says, absolutely. I would like you to go to my website. It's Pat, the Rockstar Communicator. I'm going to change your life.com. And you will find everything there that I do. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Pat. We'll put that in the show notes. Bye-bye, sister. Bye-bye. Okay. Pat starts to call me in a couple of months and goes, I've been on 10, I've been on 15 podcasts and I'm not getting an ROI. I don't know if podcasting is for me. And I'm like, well, do podcasts work for people? She's like, well, Rogan seems to be doing okay with his. And I'm like, well, then they work. So let's take a look at how. And we examine what it is that she's saying. That's the how. And it gets to the end and she gives that end part. And I go, Pat, what was the one thing you did that changed the trajectory of your business? That if you went back in time, you could say, I did this one thing and it changed my business 10%, 20%, 30%. She'd say, you know what? It was when I made a decision to change what I thought and what I did every single morning. When I started studying people like Buffett and Oprah and all the people that I love, and got myself down a top performance, top acting, top ROI. And I said, is it on your website? And she said, yes. And I'm like, okay. So Pat's new ending to her, hey, is there anything else that you need to say? She's like, you know what? Absolutely. This is what I'd love to say. You just heard me share about how doing what I do has changed my life. And Deb, I used to be here, whatever that looks like. And you heard how I got here, where now I have choice in my life and I'm doing pottery on Saturdays and I'm traveling around the world and life's pretty groovy. But it was from a decision that I made. And that decision was about my morning routine. And I want that gift to go to everybody. If there's nothing else that you take from me, please, when you go to my website, not please go to my, when you go to my website at PatI'mARockstarCommunicator.com, I want you to go to the page that says 262 projects. Right. And under 262 projects, there's a tab that says morning routine. And I want you to click it. And I've got a video. And I went in depth on how you can do the morning routine, no matter who you are. Even if you're the person that morning is 11 a.m. and you go back to bed. I have something there for you. That changed my life. I'm pretty sure it's going to change yours too. Okay. Is that a different in how she did it? And we've all done podcasts, and we've all done summits, and we've all done networking events, and we've all done whatever. It's not your 30-second grabber headline as much as it is your close. We call it a close for a reason. How are you closing when you're doing your media, right? I could, Kathleen, if you were talking to me and I was on a summit and you'd say, Deb, is there anything else that you want these ladies to say? And I say, yes, if you feel that you have a story to tell, we want to hear it. Call me. I want you on my stage. Is it better to say that, or is it, hey, go to my website at 262 and there's a video there if you'd like to speak? So how you close is just an example of how you do media different. And the nice thing about when I get to work with people and work with each other, have some accountability partner on this, right? Is that practice what you say, listen to what you say. Pat talked earlier about analyzing, right? Analyzing, Dr. Sonia Yan touched on it too. You got to go deep. Like, what are you saying? Like, what's your results? Like, it's okay. Give yourself credit for being out there. You're doing media, you're like stepping in. Now we just want you to ROI when you're stepping in, because if you do that, you can go on 10 podcasts this month instead of 25. And
Wow.
time. Yeah.
Wow. That went by so fast. And I'm just going to say every piece of that was such a great drop. And it all comes back again to that intention. And I've heard people say over and over, I've been on 50 podcasts. They don't work. I don't get anything. Mm-hmm. Well, when I hear you explain it the way you just did, and that prep to get there, completely different, then that makes you want to go out and do it. And I love that you said too, media is not something that's just for everybody else. You don't need to be of some stature to be there, and it's so available to us. So love that. And when you think about media, 262 had a little bit of a ribbon breaker, if you will, because we got our own media badge. And of course, if you're in the program and you're part of this and you're being seen on TV with us and everywhere else, the media badges are kind of important. Why is that? Why do we want to care about those media badges, Deb? Because I know you've talked about them a lot.
I do. And when we were talking about, media is for everyone, I want to just let people know, do not feel like you've missed the boat. I do a lot of specific training for the direct selling industry, and I was doing a really incredible training yesterday. And they're one of the industries that are not really even in the water to get into the canoe, to get to the boat, right? And they're like, oh, I'm so late. Most of us that are on this screen or streaming probably are in some kind of profit-based nonprofit. You're on a summit. This is media, right? And so this may be a little more comfortable for you, but I was explaining to them what I want to explain to you. People go, oh my gosh, I'm in a book. I mean, I'm 9 times international bestseller. People are like, oh my gosh, right? Isn't everybody doing a book now? A book is a form of media. Let me tell you, less than 3% of people have a book. So if you think everyone's doing a book and you're not going to do one, get on the gravy train. when it comes to also like things like podcasts, podcasts haven't hit for 5 years. They haven't hit for 5 years, right? We've been having conversations about working on what's coming after podcasts. We know to start it in 3.5 years, because in 5 years, podcasts are going to start to really hit. So you're ahead of the curve, no matter what you do, even if you do it badly. Okay, so let me talk about media badges. Media badges are important for one reason, because we are all looking for credentials. Okay, why so Kathleen, let's talk about wine. Talk about wine. When you think about wine and you think about tequila, do you have different images?
Of course, yeah.
Is wine more fine? Does it have an allure of dinner? Do you drink it slowly or do you bang it back like a shot of tequila? It has its own reputation, right? And so why did we choose to have wine instead of 262 tequila, which I'm not like, hey, someone's got a bottle of tequila, I want to put my sticker on it. Let's have a conversation. But I'm all on it. But the point is, we picked a fine wine from the Napa Valley. Why? Because it leaves an impression. A media badge is an impression. And it's like this. No matter where you are, if you go walking down the street and you see some cameras and some actions and a craft truck and some wardrobe trucks, and you know there's a show going on, right? You're kind of like this. You're like, ooh, who's in that show, right? You want to know. It is the curious mind, right, that is attracted to that. So a media badge means two things. So when you look at our media, we have a 262 media badge. Well, that means that you've been vetted. That means that you have some credentials in the media world. This project to date, well, as of May 11th, we haven't even run our numbers since then. We hit 191 million media impressions. So I'd say that we earned our badge. And anyone that's part of that gets to take that badge and use it in their marketing materials. It's no different than when you're looking for someone that has maybe a certain amount of schooling, right? They have letters behind their name, they have numbers behind their name. Your company can have those kind of credentials too. You know, is it NBC? Is it ABC? Is it CBS? Is it your local radio station? Is your, Success Magazine is one of mine. Obviously, whatever radio show, whatever television, when you've been seen on, our book was just seen in the Edge magazine with a really beautiful article. That's a media badge. I can take the Edge's logo and put that on my website if I want to, because we've been seen in or featured on. What that tells people is not only are you kind of cool and you're doing some stuff, but it means you've been vetted, because right? This is a show that we have conversations over applications. Not everybody's just up on the stage and in the book. We're getting to know people, make sure that we're a fit for them and vice versa before you put that brand there. And so they do the same thing. They know that you've had to go through some kind of process to do that. Even international best-selling author with Amazon, you had to work your to get that to happen. You had to have people that were willing to buy your book, which gives your book validity. So media badges are outside external validity that you've been vetted, that you're doing the right thing, that you've hit numbers, that other people other than you think you're groovy. Yeah, that's why media badges are important, and why they're important. When you go to someone's website and you see media badges, it's just an automatic, there's been some kind of vetting.
And it's such a door opener, right? I can't believe how many people, you're out there in social media and it's hit and miss. People don't see you for a while. Then all of a sudden they start seeing all these things really literally around our book and the badges. And now they're checking out your sites and Deb teaches us all how to use that. So definitely in the media class, you'll find many ways and it's not completely natural to all of us just yet, right? You live and breathe this and it just comes so easily. So I love that you're sharing this with us. So when we think about media, do you have a favorite moment that's happened to you in media?
Oh, wow. There's a question.
Right? I know, right?
Well, I'm kind of living one of them. You know what I mean? Like, I have to say some of my favorite memories in media, I got to tell you, well, I mean, when we did International Women's Day last year, right?
Wow.
And we had that whole party, and then May 11th, right? That was the cool. From someone who's interviewed, like been an interviewer for media, I learned something new, and I get to go deep with people in that podcast, the pre and after show, there's a lot to be said for being backstage, right? There's a lot to be said for being backstage, because when someone's on your show and then that conversation continues, or what you talk about, so you get to really see the inside view. I think that's pretty cool. But I have to say, my ultimate media experience to date was when my son's name's Ocean, and when he decided that he wanted to do his business. So this is a kid who, good thing he's not listening to me. He'd probably he'd kill me, but but straight up, so he's shy. You know, my son didn't want more than 8 people in the room ever. He didn't want a bunch of people at his birthday parties. He was quite sensitive to energy. He just was that kid, up in my arms at all times. So it took him a while to accustom himself to this world. That's kind of how I put it. And we all saw the magical moment one day when he decided to go with my cousin and go, I'll go to your house. And we were all standing there at an Easter event. I mean, honestly, he was almost 10 years old. We were like, never thought that would happen. So now you've got this kid that loves streetwear. He loves art, and he wants to be out there, and he wants Drake to wear his stuff, and he wants Seth Rogen to wear his stuff. And I go, well, what's going to happen is you're going to have to talk about yourself. Now, he had come out of his shell to a certain degree, but he's a creative, right? And so some creatives are really expressive. He was just really creative. And so I did what I tell everyone to do, is hire an expert. So I found an expert speech, someone who works with speech, expert with teenage boys on top of that were shy. I'm like, they're out there, people. You just got to go find them. And so do you think he was excited about spending time with her? 0 below. You want to go to the roots, Sonia? It's like way down there was a big fat no. But when the prize was, you get to be seen, and maybe Drake's going to wear your clothes, right? So we did it on Zoom, and I was there with him for his classes. And so she worked with him to get him comfortable. We did role play. Before he was ever on TV, we had these cards, right? And we'd have cards, and this is the question I'm going to ask. And he literally, okay. And so then came the opportunity, not very old in his career, maybe in his 2nd month, to get on TV. Well, he was going to puke. I'm like, okay, I'm going to grab you, and then we're going to go. So I knew he would show up to the station, and I'm like, I'm going to go with you. And I said, and I'll go on stage with you if you need me to be. His hand was dripping with water as we went up, right? You could see that all the blood came out of his face. And we sat there, and they put our chairs together. So my magical moment, or one of the most powerful media moments there for me, was how little I had to say. Just him knowing that I was going to be there, I would pick it up and prompt it, and he would look, and she'd go, okay, it's Mom's turn to answer that question. But just how, it was a magical moment, #proud mama, but also it was a magical moment because this was someone whose passion was, and whether it was my son or not, but their passion was more powerful than the playground that was going on in their head. And I get to see that all the time. I get to see people show up and really shake, and they've never been on stage before, and you can't even tell. So yeah, that was probably my most magical moment. I seem to be talking on a soapbox today, Kathleen. Don't ask me a question. I'm going around circle and circle and circle.
Oh, we love it. We love it. And you get out of that too. Again, the threads keep coming. You get out of your comfort zone when you have that passion, when you connect, when you get into your values, and this is the only way to get there. And when it's your child on the other side, think what you'd go through to do something for your child. Let you be that child. Let you be that child. Launch whatever it is you want. And we're all here to support you. I love that. Deb, is there any last thing that, I mean, I know you could talk about media for days, and we could take notes fast enough, but is there any last one, tip, thought, something that we all need to know that maybe didn't get out?
Yeah, you know what? I want you to think of media not as something that you have to do, but I want you to think of media as your one-to-many. And you're probably doing media now. You're probably either on LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. Media is an email blast. So you're probably putting it out there. And if you are not getting what you want back from that, it's probably not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it. It's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing. So don't stop what you're doing. Here's what a lot of entrepreneurial women do. It stops working, so then we go look for something new. before you go to look for something new, please examine what you're doing and see if you can do it differently and then make that decision. I just talked about hiring an expert. I don't say this because I'm a media expert. I'm saying media is a difficult playground to do by yourself, straight up, right? Straight up. It's not something that if I could send you to Google and say, go Google how to do this, you're going to get 500 different ways to do a podcast. So find someone that you align with that can media coach you and create a media plan. I'm going to say it, most entrepreneurs that I work with, when I first started 30 years ago, I didn't have a business plan either. I was definitely on the passion drive program, right? And I dealt with it as it arrived. And you soon learn soon enough that you should have an idea or formula, at least know how much you want to make. You know what I mean? And so when I work with people, we do a super fast ad hoc business plan. Your marketing plan and your media plan are not the same plan. Your marketing plan takes you to the 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, multiple 6, 7 figure, whatever it is that you want. You lay your marketing, your media announces your marketing, right? So you're talking today on a subject, you're marketing yourself. The media is the platform, the summit, the podcast, the Facebook shout out, what it is you're putting on LinkedIn, your messages, your articles, that markets your media plan. And honestly, if you're with a, someone that really knows what they're doing, you can probably lay that out in a solid 3 hours. Not the details of it, but you can make a pretty good media plan. If someone says to me, I want to make 6 figures, I'm telling you right now, good podcasts, we're doing 7 to 8 podcasts, right? Curated 7 to 8 podcasts a month, right? If you're doing 7 podcasts a week and you're not getting what you need to take a look at that. So we know based on the type of show, the audience of show, and again, I don't say this because I am part of the 262. I pay to play like everyone else. We are going to be at the Emmys. We have another award show to introduce and announce in November. Get yourself here. And if you don't think I'm paying to play, think again, right? Because the more you pay, whether it's coaching, whether it's to be on a show, whatever it is, you get to market it. Paying to play in the world of media is not a bad thing because you're going to pay with it with one thing or another. How many Facebook Lives do you want to do? Like how many emails do you want to do? And 3 people email you back, hey, send me more information. Like how much do you want to do? And when you start to ratio that, you can offset that and augment that. So don't be afraid. The world of podcasts started free, but I'll tell you 97% of not 97, 87 to 93% of podcasts don't make it to their 100th show. Do you know why? Because you didn't pay them and they have no money. No one, they have no money for marketing because they're not even charging a donation. So fair warning, if you want to start a podcast and you're going to come to me, I'm going to tell you to start charging for it. It's $283 every time I do a show because we mass market that show. So start looking at your media like a business and ratio its time and ratio its investment and start analyzing whether it was a good investment or not. But media is the long game. It's not the short game. Media is the long game. Once you build your audience and you do something, you can short game it, but it takes a little while. So I call it earn while you learn. Don't put media aside, earn while you learn, and don't think that you're not making money when it doesn't show up in your bank account when it comes to media, because media is the thing that bang, all of a sudden flips. Like you don't even see it. And I'll tell you when you know media is happening. It's kind of like when someone does the word of mouth marketing, is that all of a sudden someone will call you, or you'll get an email, or you'll get a LinkedIn message, or you'll get this, and you get on the call and you're like, I'm sorry, I got to be transparent. I don't remember how we met. And they were like, me neither. I can't remember where I heard about you. And you're like, damn, that is your seal of approval that your media is working, because you're talking to people that you didn't know and you're getting inbound instead of outbound.
Mic drop right there,
Yeah.
there. I just want to highlight just for a second, you talk about, get the coach, get the person, and it really is whatever you're talking about, right? Because what rang in my head is you were saying that pay me now, pay me later. So those of us that, right? And, oh my gosh, right? And the problem is you pay me now and you pay the wrong thing at the wrong time is what happens when you don't have somebody helping you. You get out and you do all these fancy things that everybody wants you to do $10,000 later, and there's no foundation under it. And
Mm.
that's a really painful lesson to learn. So I love that you shared that. Oh my gosh, there's so much good stuff. We could talk forever, except for we really
Yes.
talk
No,
forever.
let's wrap this up.
So I'm going to ask a question, and I know I have been watching, and some of you are just feverishly writing like you can't get enough on your paper. But remember, here's how we're playing. You're going to get Deb's grand prize or her prize 1-to-1 if you put your name in the email and you answer this, I think, very easy question.
Yeah,
She
we're
talked
doing easy
about-
today. I don't know what you're asking, but let's do easy.
Well, I think it's going to be easy. It was early, though. I will say that. Deb said media is a gift. And you should what media?
Oh, so media is a gift and you should, there's a word, four
You
letters,
should, you should
four letters. I'll help you out.
looks like this a little bit. Yeah. You should love it. She gives a million reasons to love it, right? Oh, did I just
Yeah,
say
you just gave the answer. It's
Oh,
really,
shoot.
really.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I gave that answer out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
All
gave
right.
us every reason to love it. Deb, thank you as always for so pouring into us. I mean,
And
amazing.
there's a top performance class for everybody that you can come, and many of you have been on it and you get to ask questions. Sometimes there's a lot of people, sometimes it's an intimate class, but yeah, you can, share with people. We're always excited to help.
You just don't
All
want to
right.
miss. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
All right. What do you want to talk about, Deb? We got just
Well,
a
you know
couple.
what? I know that I'm going to check and see if our next speaker is here. Kathleen, you won the prize. That is awesome. Sunday, I said you won the prize because you said it. But you know what? Let's talk a little bit about having fun. We talked about the wine earlier being a form of media. And for those of you that don't know, we have this incredible wine club, right? And it's the 262 Wine Club. But we have something that's really fun. And if you want to have your own wine club, Groovy will help you. But there's a stomping party. There's two things that are happening in September 2025. No, one thing happening in September 2024, which is the launch planner that you're all invited to, this Groovy, entrepreneur top performance planner that we have, where 120 of you did quotes and video quotes in that planner. You can hover over and have Carol pop up instead of me talking about what it is that she wants to talk about. And if you want to be in the planner for next year, please let us know. We're happy to have that conversation. That's September 2024. But September 2025, I love Leslie Cap. She talked about it. She said, ever since I saw Lucille Ball stomping grapes, it was literally on her list, on her bucket list. So if you order a case of wine or a bottle a month, which, the holidays aren't that far away, you can gift this. You can talk about how well it works for you to gift it. Leslie's like, yeah, for real. You can come with us. If you buy a case of wine, we will gift back to you a ticket to enter, not to fly into, because some of you are in, but we will give you a ticket to the coolest Napa Valley wine stomping party. It is all of us that are in our club and other clubs from this incredible winery. David Harmon, who was the chauffeur for Robert Mondavi, if you know anything about wine, he's in love with the grapes. He's an incredible man who is just, he flies, for fun, he flies, people in his helicopter like George Clooney and just like, hey, it's fun. But he just loves the grapes and the wine. And he's going to host, and it's food and it's drinking and it's dancing and it's partying. And yes, you can have de-alkalized wine if you don't want to. You can even glamp there if you want. But you are invited. You have a free ticket to that when you order the wine. And Kathleen always has a bottle handy.
I do. I have several bottles handy. I cannot look at this wine without thinking about that wine stomping party. And I think we should all be looking for our bloomers right now, right? I mean, you've all seen Lucille Ball. We're going to be a bunch of them. I love that whole idea. And I do. I get this wine. I get it every month, and I have since we've started it. I gift it. I give it away. I give it as raffle prizes. If you're going somewhere and you have the opportunity to put your product or put something up, I take this, I put it in a nice fancy box with paper and bows around it, and now I have a book to accompany it. And it's always part of the raffle, and it's always so different, right? And the bottle's so different, and the beautiful message about women and us on the back. It is just, I mean, it stands up. Literally, people go, "What is this?" And then they announce it to everybody. So it's just, it's media. It's one more way, right, to get the attention to us. But it's also a really great bottle of wine. I take it for dinners, when somebody invites you to a party and you're thinking, "Oh, I want to host this gift. What is it?" It's always that for me, and it's always appreciated. So who doesn't love wine? But yeah, I'm ready to stomp some grapes. How about you?
All right. Well, let's do that. Let's do that. And what a great lead in to bring to our next speaker, who's not maybe necessarily in wine, but she makes a darn good meal that would go with a really great glass of wine. And I see Katie Chin. Thank you so much. I love the glasses. Let's bring Katie to the stage. And let me tell you a little bit about Katie Chin. She is one of our featured celebrity speakers for this incredible summit. And she is a celebrity chef, a multi-author TV personality, and a philanthropist. So Katie co-hosted the national PBS cooking series, Double Happiness, in conjunction with her late mother and legendary chef, Leanne Chin. Katie's national television appearances include Life with Kelly and Ryan, The Today Show, The Real, Hallmark Channel. Yes, we've all watched a movie on the Hallmark Channel. E! Entertainment, The Daily Buzz, a cooking channel as a guest judge on Foods Network, Iron Chef America, Cutthroat Kitchen, Supermarket Stakeout, and Beat Bobby Flay. I watched that show. I have seen you on that show. In 2023, she was a featured celebrity chef at the annual White House Easter egg roll as part of Michelle Obama's Healthy Kids Initiative. And if you want to know her favorite music outside of her own, because that's the thing you don't know about her, it is Blondie. Woo! And the thing you don't know about her is that she's in a band called Never Too Late. Katie, welcome back to the 262 Stand Up, Speak Up, and Show Up. Thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you so much for having me, Deb. It's wonderful to be here.
Fantastic. Well, you've been probably listening. We're talking all about abundance. We're talking about Yes You. I love the name of your band. I got to ask you. I know it's not probably a question that I was going to ask you, but the name Never Too Late, I think that is so appropriate for a room full of incredible entrepreneurs. How did that come about?
Well, it was during COVID, and my husband always wanted to learn how to play the electric guitar. So we started taking lessons, and then we hooked up with a friend of ours who's a dad in Boy Scouts who always wanted to play the drums. I've always wanted to be in a band. I'm obsessed with karaoke. We also attracted a couple of other friends that, maybe played piano, never played rock piano though. And we just felt like, if not now, then when. We found like-minded people. We met every week on Zoom. And then finally, when the world opened up, we performed live in person at one of my book signing events. And it was so exhilarating and so fun. And really, for my husband and I, it was just something to do during COVID as well, that we could do without thinking about everyday stressors. And we're still at it. We're having a blast. And it's so true. Even, no matter where you are, whatever stage of life you're in, it's truly never too late. I mean, I might not be an astronaut at this point or a prima ballerina, but you know what? We were just like, let's just do it and go for it. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh my goodness. I love that. What a great story. I'm so glad that I asked. That itself is fun. And you know what? Sometimes we do things for fun. Do you know what I mean? Like that stuff that fills our soul, which also helps fuel our passion. So on that passion note, I know that you weren't always a chef. You had a life before a chef. So what inspired you to go in that direction? What inspired you to be a chef?
Well, it's kind of a long story, but I'm going to encapsulate it. My mother was a very famous chef and restaurateur in Minnesota, where I was born and raised. She immigrated from China, making 50 cents an hour as a seamstress. She threw a luncheon to thank her sewing clients. They were so blown away by her authentic Chinese cuisine. They encouraged her to start catering. One thing led to another. This is a crazy fluke. So a local socialite wanted to open a restaurant with my mom. She was friends with the owner of the Minnesota Twins. The owner of the Minnesota Twins was friends with Sean Connery. Sean Connery came to Minneapolis to visit his friend, Robert Redford, who's directing Ordinary People. My mom catered the welcome party. I was there as a little girl serving appetizers to Sean Connery and Robert Redford. Robert Redford, super shy. Sean Connery, he turned around and he said to me, "Oh, delicious wontons." Anyway, it was the craziest thing. Sean Connery, so impressed with my mother's food, invested in her first restaurant. She opened another restaurant and another. I mean, my mother never even went to high school, you guys. By the mid 80s, she'd opened 40 restaurants. General Mills bought her company, made her president of the division. They went on to open over 50 restaurants. She bought it back from General Mills. It still exists, the chain. It's called Leanne Chin. And so she became a rock star. She was a huge pillar of the community. She even threw a fundraising concert with Prince, but she didn't even know who he was. And as she came home, she was like, that Prince, he can really play the guitar. Super inspiring. But I grew up working in this tiny catering basement, and I'm like, I'm getting the hell out of here. I don't want to spend my life frying chicken pieces. So I went to school bus and moved to LA, worked in the entertainment industry for 14 years doing film and TV marketing. One day I decided to throw a dinner party, but I had completely forgotten how to cook. So I kept calling my mom and asking her questions, and she was like, this is ridiculous. She got on a plane with frozen lemon chicken, showed up on my doorstep, cooked the entire meal, let everyone think that I had cooked it, but she was so disappointed that I'd forgotten how to cook. She set out to teach me again through a series of dinner parties. And one of my friends said, you guys make this look so easy. You should do a book together. And I was like, we should do a book together. So I decided to change my life completely. I quit my job as a senior VP at Fox, and I left my then husband all in the same month. Because I was like, I've got an asshole on my left, an asshole on my right. I'm firing them both. And she and I embarked on a culinary journey together. We had a show on PBS together called Double Happiness. We had a catering business also called Double Happiness. We got to go on the Today Show a bunch of times together. We went to China for the Food Network. Unfortunately, she passed away about 15 years ago, but everything I do now is to honor her culinary legacy.
Well, if there wasn't about 8 mic drops in that story, that's incredible. I mean, I've heard the story before, and as I hear you tell the story, I feel like you're in the journey with you. Like, it is such probably one of the most beautiful stories of unfolding, like unforeseen and unfolding. I share with entrepreneurs often that many times you cannot foresee. You have to go with the yes. You got to go with the gut. And then unforeseen things unforetell. That's just such a, I don't know, it's a blossoming story. I was going to say that we're all about this summit right now is about abundance 2.0. And I was going to ask you, what are some of your tops for manifesting abundance? Because when you hear that story, that is a massive story of manifestation. I mean, there had to be some bravery or tears in there somewhere. What are some tips you can share for manifesting abundance?
Well, I was going to say, I was filled with doubt. Like, what have I done? I did it all at once. And I happened to see this quote by Oprah in her magazine that said, leap and the net will appear. And I just took a moment and thought, what is the worst that could happen? I had built this other career. I could always go back to that career. I could consult as well. And I won't say I sat down and wrote a business plan. I didn't really know what I was doing. I just kind of made it up as I was going along. But my mother was my true north. And I just kept thinking about her resilience. And that really inspired me. But for what I'm doing now in terms of trying to grow my career, set your intention, write it down, right? Be clear about what your objectives are. And you also have to get to work. I mean, you can sit and dream all day. And I always say, never dream harder than you work. And Oprah also says, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So you really have to do the work. And also, think about your future self. What would your future self tell your current self? Because if you're thinking with that kind of mindset and reframing your brain about, hey, I'm successful, this is what success looks like. My former self, what advice would I give to my current self? And also, you have to let go of limiting beliefs because that can really paralyze you. And also just set short goals. It's overwhelming to think like, oh my God, I want to write 5 cookbooks. I want to be on TV, that can be overwhelming. Set small goals every day that are achievable, and then you feel like you can achieve anything.
No, that's really good. I love that. That really, never dream harder than you're willing to work. And I think sometimes people are afraid to say that, but it's almost like, I remember when I had my daughter, my one girlfriend called me like a week before, and she's like, okay, I'm going to tell you what no one's telling you. And she told me some things that I was like, well, that's not very nice. Like I thought I was going to go into the delivery room. I had aromatherapy. I had all my stuff, right? And it went mayhem. And I, later on thought, I'm so glad you prepared me for the both. And I think that a lot of times people forget to talk about the both. So thank you for that. You have an abundant life, is what I would say. You know, when people go, oh, we don't, my whole team's not allowed to use the word that starts with B and ends with Y. We replace it with abundant. You also have an abundant life, and you're also a mom. Where do you balance that? You know, Bobby Flay, Top Chef, Iron Chef, 5 cookbooks, I think now, 5 cookbooks. And you know, parting it out with your husband in on the band. How do you balance? What are some of the things that you can share about that?
Yeah, well, I also have a catering business and I have 16-year-old twins. So, what I really learned, the first 4 years of my twins' life, I kind of lost my identity and myself, and I was poor me, poor me. And a friend of mine was going to this disco club. I mean, he's gay and single, and I kept seeing his posts. I'm like, I want that. I want to go there. And it kind of changed my life. It was sort of like Studio 54 of our time. And I found myself again, and I realized that I need to integrate joy into my life every week. And that might be taking a bubble bath. That might be just having a glass of wine with my friends. But I really realized what brings me the most joy is singing. And if it's not in band rehearsal, it's karaoke. So I found these other crazy karaoke people in my life who are all like around my same age. Some have kids, some don't. But now we're meeting every week. And I'm going to say, like, that just personally for me brings me joy, but I can't think about anything else when I'm actually singing. So maybe you can't leave, but you can buy a machine. I mean, you can get a machine for $20 if you also love to sing, but it's really taking that time out for yourself and making it a priority.
What I hear when you say that is many times we're like, I don't have time, and you have to stop that sentence. You don't have to stop that sentence and actually just analyze it for 30 seconds. Do you have time, but you're choosing not to? Or do you really think that this thing over here is a have to? Is it really a have to? Like, is it really a have to? I remember as I started to build, and I had to let go of things like having the perfect house in case someone was coming by, even no one was scheduled to come by. I had to get comfortable with some dishes in the sink. I had to get comfortable with the laundry not being folded sometimes for 2, 3, 4 days. Like when we just finished doing all these summits, people are like, oh my, how'd you do it? I go, I didn't fold laundry. I barely did laundry. Sometimes it stayed in the tub too long and I had to wash it again because I didn't get to it. Like those kind of things that I had to wire myself to go, it's okay to leave it there. Like no one really cares. Like what's more important, your self-care or your this or your that? When you talk, that's kind of at least telling ourselves, asking ourselves, is it true? I don't have time. Is it true? Right?
Exactly. And also, I think asking for what you want from your partner, because the other night we had a little schedule conflict with my daughter's dance. And, I think my old self would have been like, no, 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 I'll cancel my plans. But I'm like, you know what? He can pick her up. No big deal. And he was like, sure, no problem. Because I think he also realizes when I'm happier, everybody's happier.
Double happiness, right?
Right, right.
Double happiness. How can women, so we're talking about abundance, and what are some simple things or simple examples that women can do when they don't have a big budget, around abundance? They're achieving it, having it, feeling it, going for it. What are some of the things that people can do without a big budget?
When I left my big studio career and changed my life completely and spent several $1,000s on my divorce, but the best money I ever spent, obviously my lifestyle changed quite a bit. And I found this book by Sarah Ban Breathnock. Maybe some of you are familiar with it. It's called Simple Abundance. And I just sat down and just the act of going to a pretty place and reading it was an act of simple abundance. It's really finding your authentic self through everyday actions that can really change your life. So it can be as simple as planting veggies in your garden and enjoying those vegetables, finding a sacred place to meditate. For me, it's just, buying a tin of fine tea. Okay, maybe it's $10, not $2, and just brewing. It's almost like luxury in a cup. Again, back to that. I don't have time. I'm too busy. You have time to take a bath versus taking a quick shower, right? Just take that extra 10 minutes to feel luxurious, to feel like you're being pampered. Buy the flowers for yourself. Life is short. Buy the shoes. not all the time, but treat yourself once in a while because you deserve it. How many of us have just sat and ate our kids' leftovers at the sink? Like, oh my God, don't do that. Sit down, pour yourself a glass of water in an actual glass. Don't always drink out of your, water container. Take the time to feel cherished. And also, again, ask for what you want from the people in your life. And it means not just, maybe you're not married, maybe you don't have kids, but friends as well. You have to set expectations, because sometimes we feel like, oh, I feel like I give so much to this friend and they don't give back. Maybe that's not the person that should be in your life right now. But you can also, you teach people how you want to be treated. I think, whether it's in business or in your personal life or your romantic life.
There's so many really great things in there. And what I hear is, when you talk about simple abundance, it's little things. And we know that it's the little things, even in your business, even when you are looking to build something abundant, those small things all add up and change the trajectory. They can even change how you feel about yourself. I love that. I have a wonderful friend, and she's a professional organizer. And we were doing some stuff, and she's like, Deb, I noticed that your china and your crystal only gets pulled out on certain occasions. We've known each other for a very long time. And I go, yeah, because, didn't you all just pull things out? Like, for us, we're Christmas people. So at Christmas was the Royal Albert china and, the crystal. And she's like, well, why don't you pull it out more often? And I'm like, that's a good idea. We literally now daily, that's our daily, my grandmother would kill me if I put it in the dishwasher sometimes, but that's our daily wear. And we started to really switch those things out. And it didn't cost us anything to do that, but it made us feel different when we ate off that. I'm like, oh, this is grandmother's china. We're eating grilled cheese. You know what I mean? Instead of a holiday dinner. But when you talk about that, I think what I hear is like just the little things. And I love it, because I think we all nodded when you talked about, yeah. So if you're eating your kids' leftovers, go get a plate and sit down and eat the leftovers properly.
Right. It still may be leftovers, but just take a moment to eat it properly. Also, I think we've all heard the story of the person that passed away and left the letter about, like, wear that jewelry. Use the fine china.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, because, truly we can't take it with us.
Yeah. Buy the shoes. I love that. There's a store that the first book launch was June 6th in Vancouver. And the authors went to a store called My Sister's Closet, and all the money goes to support women recovering from domestic violence. And so you go there, and designers drop off clothing. Everyone, it's a shoes and purse and what have you. So a whole bunch of us went there, and we had like such a great day. But I am going to Ireland, and I went there the other day to go get some shoes. It's my first go-to. So you don't walk out of there with one thing, because you can't. So I went, and just as I was trying on my last pair of shoes, I saw this gorgeous gown. I was like, oh, okay. And I walked by it, and I'm like, no, yeah. And so I grabbed it, and I was like, I'll try it on. And it was perfect. I mean, it's a gown. Like, it goes from here all the way down. Beautiful. Nicole Miller. It's like, it's gorgeous. And my friend's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. So I try on this gown, and I'm like, it's a perfect fit. I'm buying it. They're like, where are you going to go? I'm like, buy the dress. The party will show up.
I so agree with you 100%. Like the thigh high furry boots I just bought. I don't know why.
Yeah. But it made me feel good. And I was like, okay, the event's going to show up, and I'll take a picture. But
I love that.
Getting back to, and I know we've got to wrap up a little bit here, but you've gone through some pivots. I mean, you've heard in your story that you've gone to some pivots. Do you have any advice to give to women that are needing to pivot or are in the pivot that you can share with us? Because you've clearly pivoted in your career, in your personal life.
Yeah. I mean, back to what I was saying before, leap and the net will appear.
Mm-hmm.
If you're passionate about something, life is really short. Again, if not now, then when? But be, again, really clear about your goals. And also, it's so important to ask for help and find mentors that can give you advice, give you that reassurance. Also, I mean, I was a little rash by leaving my husband and quitting my job all in the same month. I wouldn't necessarily suggest that. But you know what? I also had a plan, because like I said, I wasn't really sure what I was doing, but I lined up a couple of consulting gigs.
Mm-hmm.
just so I had that safety net. And I, for many years, I actually did consult and I pursued my culinary career. For example, I consulted for Sanrio for 4 years, doing See My Ring. I'm a super fan.
Ooh, that is beautiful. I'm
So,
sure, girl.
yeah, and I called my consulting work my waitressing job that gave me the freedom to pursue my passion. And I never complained. I was a great waitress. And by consulting, you can quit your clients. I mean, you can fire your clients. So I think it gives you just mentally more power and more confidence. But honestly, after a few years of consulting, when I finally stopped doing that, then my culinary career really took off. But be smart about it. Don't just willy-nilly just quit everything in your life, because we all have responsibilities, right? So be smart, set your intention, ask for help. And another analogy I like to give, because it's scary to embark on something you've never done before. Think of yourself as a gymnast and all of your friends and family as your imaginary spotters, because they're there supporting you all the time, 100%. So just think about it that way. And that really gave me confidence when I was feeling low. But again, just don't forget to ask for help, find those mentors. And another example I like to give is, when one door closes, climb through a window, find a creative way to get it done, because things don't always go according to plan. Like, for example, my mother was really famous, and we did that book together. And when she passed away, I wanted to do my own cookbook, but I didn't at the time have the same platform. And so I got rejected by a couple of agents. I crawled into my deep dark hole. Poor me, poor me. But then I sought the advice of a friend in publishing, and she was like, you know what? I'm going to connect you with a different kind of publisher that does like volume books, 300 best muffins, 300 best pizza recipes. And they're looking for someone to write 300 best rice cooker recipes. And let me just tell you, testing 300 rice recipes was quite a challenge, but super fun. So I was like, you know what? Great idea. I'm going to just try it. And I had to prove myself and do something a little differently, but that led to exactly what I was hoping for.
Wow. That was when a door closes, because you hear, when a door closes, another one opens. When a door closes, find a window. Like, if you need to crawl through a window.
Right.
It's innovative, right? It's like, you got to get innovative. And yes. And planning, if you have the gift and the availability to plan your exit strategy can be a year, 2 year, 3 years. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with doing more than one thing. We're close to time, and I know that you do a lot of philanthropy work. And I have to say, for those of us that know that the 262 book, we are so grateful. We're going to be hand gifting it at the Celebrity Gifting Lounge at the Emmys in September in California. And we are going to be having a dinner after. Katie Chin is going to be coming. You're all invited on the 13th of September this year to come join us and have dinner. Restaurant place to be announced, but we know it's 7 o'clock on the 13th. We're just organizing that now. But you are also about community and activism and philanthropy. So maybe end off with that part of where you're at in your life right now and what that means to you.
Well, my mother really taught me about giving back to the community. And I think that was part of the reason she was so successful, because it really came from her heart. And she inspired, women of color, marginalized people, really anyone with a dream to pursue their dream. But she gave back because somebody gave her a chance. And she realized that it just sometimes, for certain people, they just need to be given that one chance. So with that said, I'm the culinary ambassador for the National Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Both of my parents passed away due to cancer. So that's been really fulfilling work for me. I'm also on 3 different boards. I'm on the board of Teach AAPI, that seeks to integrate Asian American history into schools nationwide. I'm also the co-chair of Mayor Karen Bass's AAPI LA task force, which has also been really fulfilling. This is all volunteer work. I also am the Los Angeles ambassador for the National Women's Entrepreneurship Day initiative and mission. I'm on also the board of She Angels, which I know you're familiar with, Kat Curry-Williams and Catherine Gray, giving grants to women and girl nonprofits. And I just feel like it's my responsibility to give back. Also, the more you give, the more you get. And also, I've been inspired by other women that have taught me that, if we create an ecosystem of get, give, it rises all of us, inspires all of us, and we can build an incredible planet together as unified women.
Well, congratulations, and honestly, thank you. Thank you just for everything that you do. It's important. Thank you for coming here today. And I agree, and we agree, and those of us collectively agree. I know that people are nodding their head, and many people have, sponsored to come here and share, because for us, a sustainable woman is a powerful woman. So if we can create a platform where women can come talk about what they do, how they do it, why they do it, and more people can hear, they're sustained. And we know that that's one part of us that is just natural, is that ability to share and to gift and to carry. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you so much for building this incredible community. I'm so honored to be a part of it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's do some love and jazz hands and hearts. And we invite you all to come see this incredible woman, Katie, in LA in September. And we might be there again next year. Just saying, we'll let you know.
Yay. Oh, by the way, I wrote a one-woman show called Holy Shiitake, A Walk Stars Born. I'm performing it again in LA on September 20th. So I'll keep you all posted on everything.
Absolutely. Please put things in the chat. Put that in the chat, your information, the show. Holy Shiitake, right? I mean, that is, you got to go see that show. That's going to be in California. And yes, and the 262 group and all of that as well. So congratulations, and where we can get your cooking books.
Awesome. Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Beautiful
Yay.
day.
Awesome. Kathleen, so what do you think, girl? Woo!
Oh my gosh, fill up my cup. You could take me away right now. That was so good. So good. And you know what it brings, I love this abundance theme. And I used to find myself saying something. There's a difference between needing and wanting. And, because I think so many of us grew up in that age. I know I did, do you need that? Do you want it? And, 6 kids, you've talked about, sometimes everything wasn't quite as abundant. And so I think we grow up with that measure. And I love that Katie just broke that crap, I'm going to say, wide open. You're not playing by anybody's rules anymore. You get to decide what to do, and you get to do it. So do you need it? Do you want it? What difference does it make? Embrace those desires. And I don't know, the threads just keep coming. We're out here fighting for and supporting women who want to get to what they want to get to, and just really offer everybody a challenge, because I think the number one thing that's in our way is us, right? And what Katie said is treat yourself. This is what I heard her say. Treat yourself like the princess, like the goddess that you are. Allow for yourself what you want, and so will the whole world. So as much as all of us want to love up on each other, first job's love up on us ourselves, and that'll spread like wildfire. And Katie, you're amazing. Thank you for being here. It was beautiful.
And when you go to your book, you're going to see Katie there. That was the picture that we kept of you singing. It's such a great picture. So if you go into your 262 book, you're going to see Katie there rocking it out, like the smoke ice kind of on the bottom there, in a very cool, nice outfit. I was like, it's got a little Elvis hit to it. It's very cool. All white. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thank you again. Well,
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I see Carol. Hello, Carol. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. We were talking about women braving up, and when I was teaching the media class, and stretching themselves and going out on the first time. And so I thought I was going to call on you, because I know that you have done a lot of word on paper. You put your words on a lot of paper, and you have shared your heart, but you haven't really done a whole lot of summit speaking or that kind of thing. So without putting you on the spot, I'm sure you can feel all our love and cheer you on. I was watching a really cool Facebook Live that you did, and what Katie was talking about really triggered that, about how you have people around you. And I know that that's really important to you, about people not feeling alone, and that being bringing people together. Do you want to share a little bit? Give us a couple of moments, brave up and be on stage with us today, about your feelings about bringing people together, more than one.
Well, thank you, Deb. And yes, I appreciate all the love. because this is the first time I've done this. Yes, I have, in a world, what I think of chaos, either real or contrived, we really need to be collaborating as women, especially in the solopreneur of space. I really feel that. My passion has always been that people feel like they're not alone, and especially women. And we all have small businesses. Most of us have small businesses here. And we don't all, we can't be super women. It's not the 1980s. I lived through that period of time. We tried to be super women. It didn't work very well. And we all have different talents. We can offer those talents to other entrepreneurs. We can, if there's something they're going through in their lives, we can offer some support, either emotional or at least prayers or intentions. We can encourage them to continue to know that they can do it. That's the main thing. That is the confidence. I struggle with that myself as well. Can I do this? I know what my talent is or what my background is and everything, and I can do that. But can I really, does anybody want that, right? Or is anybody going to be helped by that? And I love what you do, Deb, is the servant leader thought process is, how can I help? And I think that is at the root of everything. And that it's basically the theme of this beautiful summit. How can I help? How can I help you? How can we all help each other? Because we all need to remember that we're not alone in any of this. This is a little anxious world at times, or at least that's my opinion and everything. And without getting caught up in all of that, just use some of the wonderful things I think that Pat said at the beginning, that focus and intent and prayer and giving that love to other women, either by helping them with our own talents, supporting their businesses, sharing their businesses, promoting their businesses, buying things from their businesses, whatever, and just giving them our love and support.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for speaking. You did a fantastic job. Can we love on her, please? Can we love on her? Because here's a conversation that I have with Carol. Carol, I see the other Carol here. I see Teresa here. There's a number of women here that have that same philosophy. There's an industry called the direct sales, and we talk about it often. I know it's big to your heart that you actually, until you learn the ability to help oneself, that's when things really start to happen for you. So there is a very servant leadership where everyone matters, and it's bringing people into a team that have never maybe even been brought into a team before, and loving people until they can love themselves in the world of success and business and economics. And the one thing I love about that sector is that I think it's the most equal opportunity employer in the world. Right. And it's a global international platform that, and without going off on that platform, but I know that part of that sector is really important to you. The other thing that you said is about clarity. And for those of you that are part of the 262, and if you want to be part of the 262, we want you to be here. So, quote, speak, do whatever you need to do. But there's something that we do that originally was called the Millionaire Girl Guide Summer Camp. And it was a place where all of us speakers and authors got together, and we did this one really cool meeting. Now we do two because there's so many time zones. And it was an ask party. Now it's turned into the ask party, ASK, just for clarity. And here's what happens. And let me tell you how tough it was. I watched women struggle with it. And when someone new comes to the ask party, they struggle a little bit too, unless they've played this before. And what it is you show up and you say your name and where you're from. Cool. And you're only allowed to ask for one thing. And that one thing we ask you is if. So Carol, if there was one thing that could change your life or your business in the next 30 days, what would it be? Now, here's the interesting thing. Women will either say 2, 3, or 4 things, right? Because they've got so many things going on, or they don't know what to say. And it's really hard to go, oh, like what I need? And literally we just let women sit with it for 2, 3, or 4 minutes. They're like, what do I need? They're going on networking meetings, they're going to events, they're going on summits, they're going on podcasts. But when asked, what is the one thing that we could do for you? Is it 10 clients? Is it that someone, are you looking for a gardener? Are you looking for a VA? Are you looking for, like, what? If could someone come clean your house? I remember in the middle of this whole summit, 22 summits in 15 months, someone's like, how can I help you? I go, can you just bring some oranges and drop them off at the front desk? Like, honest to goodness, there's no food in my fridge. They're like, consider it done. And my girlfriend brought oranges. I'm like, thank you. I didn't need something big, but it's really interesting how sometimes women don't know. I know that's important to you. And there is something that you said, that when you said purchase from each other, can I add something to that?
Mhm.
Purchase from your sister at full price.
Exactly. Right.
Purchase from your sister at full price, because many times we change our prices. Now, if you want to give someone a promotion or whatever, that's fine. If you are sustainable, then you can. But many times we give away, and not to say, we give away. Now look at, you can change prices and put a promotion, and you can do this, and look at, I do a $1,500 class, and if you like, we do those. That's marketing. That's
Mhm.
marketing. But there's nothing wrong with calling someone and going, hey, Carol, you're like, yeah. I'm like, I love the earrings. And you're like, yeah, they're from my line. And I'm like, how much are they? And you're like, well, they're $30 and I can throw in a free. I go, keep the free. Let me just buy the earrings.
Mhm.
And I believe that that is something as well, being together and supporting each other, is purchasing from each other, supporting each other. And we
Absolutely.
see it. I mean, me and Kathleen were counting. I think there's hundreds of thousands of dollars of business that's happened in this last year and a half from this crew.
Mhm.
Thank you so much, Katie. I know she's on her way. And I just wanted to highlight some of the things that you said, because I think it's really important what you're talking about. Really important.
Mhm.
And I just went on a tangent. It's my tangent day. Carol, you have an incredible business. You also have some books that you've done, and please feel free to go into the chat so people can continue conversation. And before I passing it over, before you pass it over for you to introduce our next rock star who I see in the room, Kathleen, do you have anything to feed to that a little bit?
Oh, you couldn't have said it any better. Sustainable business, pay full price, support each other. We all need gifts. We all need whatever everybody's selling. And I'm going to add to that, shop here first, shop your sisters first. And I'm guilty. Amazon's so easy, but there's also things that I can get from somebody else. And that is always so much more special. They just really are. So I love the topic. Carol, you did a great job. You're beautiful. And so glad you jumped on with us today. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Another speaker's just been born.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. She'll be taking center stage before long.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank
there
you
you
so
go.
much.
Mwah.
Thanks,
Thank
honey.
you. See you around town, Carol. Oh my gosh, Deb, that was good. And speaking of whoop whoop, I am so thrilled, and I get the pleasure of introducing our next guest, Miss Joanne Callahan. And I'm going to say, you know what? Like, my mind goes, who needs to introduce her? Everybody knows Joanne, right? Bring Joanne up with us. Hello, Joanne. Look at that beautiful smiling face. This is so good. But I'm imagining, and for sure it's true, right? There are women around the world that are watching. There are women out in Streamland. There are women right here on this page with us that have not met Miss Joanne. And I'm headed to Ireland next week to get to hug this woman. I feel like I know her from my soul, so I'm so excited to go. But let me tell you, let me give her a little proper introduction so you kind of know why we all love her. And she has something today. Speaking of buy from your sisters, Joanne has something that we all need. And some days I need it way more than other days. But okay, so Joanne is an international best-selling author and a global speaker. She's literally all over the world all the time. A certified sleep science coach and health coach. Sign me up. That's so needed. She is the founder of SLEEP. I'm sure those all stand for something fabulous, Success Method. And she's been featured in media all over the world. And if you want to watch or emulate a sister that knows how to use media, there she is right there on the screen for us. She helps professionals, coaches, entrepreneurs, all the 40 pluses go from overwhelmed, we know a little bit about that, stressed and exhausted, to focused, productive, and energized. All through better sleep. You're in bed anyway. She's going to help you get better sleep. So how awesome is that? Today, I love today, she is going to talk to us about the 3 strategies for entrepreneurial success, all wrapped around sleep. Something we don't know. Well, I know because I knew where she was over the weekend. She was out boating, and not with a sun cap. This woman loves to row, and her team won first place. So, yep, she's out there working the body and working the mind. It's awesome. I love it. Music she's listening to, Diva Primo, and I'll have to go hunt that up because I don't really know what that is. So, but she's an 80s gal. She likes to hear all the 80s music. So fabulous. She has the gift. So you're going to want to listen up because there's so much there. She's got a one-on-one strategy, a full 60-minute call. And again, she put a value of $150. I'm telling you, what would you give for a good night's sleep? What would you give for a good night's sleep over and over and over again? That's priceless. So you're going to want to jump in and get that gift. And her one to everybody, she's got an ebook for us that's going to give us 5 simple strategies that you can easily do. And before I go right into her, I'm also going to give a little accolade here because Joanne actually won when we launched our book in Vancouver on the 6th. We had our first round of awards, and they were sponsored by TD Bank. And Joanne was one of our recipients, and so well deserved. Guess what she got? Excellence in collaboration. So this is a woman that just totally exemplifies this whole sisterhood, this whole help each other, this lead by example, bring everybody in. Joanne, we just absolutely love you. Welcome and thanks for being here today.
Hey, Kathleen, was that me you were talking about? That sounds amazing.
Who's that behind you, right?
Amazing.
So, yeah, I want to give you some airspace here. So tell us these secrets. Get us started. What's that number one strategy?
I love this topic about sleep and rest, Kathleen. I think it's so overlooked. It's so misunderstood. I think it's something that every woman needs to put in their toolbox. There's been a lot of conversation today about overwhelm, about chaos. We've heard that been said a couple of times already today. And I mean, put a 1 in the chat, everybody, if you've ever experienced overwhelm or chaos in your life or in your business.
What time is
Everybody has experienced it, right? So this talk is for everybody today. So what I'm going to talk today about is these strategies that we can do to give us more energy. And really it's all about optimizing our energy with better sleep and rest. You know, there's so many entrepreneurs in the world going through this overwhelm, chaos, meeting deadlines, you know, high demands. And where do they end up? They end up in hospital with burnout. And I've seen it more and more times. It's happening more frequently in the world that we're living in. And it's getting busier. We don't like that word busy, but it's getting more chaotic. It's getting faster. The technology that we've to keep up with, there's lots of demands, new things that we've to learn as part of our business as well. So I want to help the ladies here today to optimize their energy. So the 3 ways that we can do that, Kathleen, is I'm going to bring you through your day. And Pat talked about morning routine, and I'm absolutely delighted Pat spoke about morning routine because it's crucial, and Deb touched on it as well. So I'm going to talk about how we are living our day, because we are creatures of rhythm, and we have a daily rhythm. So our morning routine is the first part of our day, and our sleep actually starts from the time we wake up in the morning. So how we start our day, how we're feeling, you know, the intentions that we're creating for the daytime. And it's really, really important that we set up our day, because the energy that we start our day with, that's how we go through our day with that energy. So I know Pat said, you know, it's setting the tone for your day. So it literally is. So that's the tone, the energy. And I like to do a golden hour. So for the first hour of the day, I call it my golden hour, right? It's my hour, nobody else's. Okay. See these things here, right? Mobile phones. I do not go near that for the first hour of the day. Now, I think it was Pat that talked about responding to life and reacting to life, right? Because here's the thing, what I see most people doing in the morning time, 7 out of 10 people, and I've seen the statistic in Ireland, I don't know what it's like in the UK and America and Canada, I'm sure it's more or less the same, but the majority of people, before they even get out of bed, they're on the mobile phone, right? And what are they doing? They're checking their emails, they're doing their messages. And yes, we have lots of messages and emails, and it's great. You know, we've got a lot of work to do and clients that we're helping. But first thing in the morning is our time. And what we're doing when we're responding to people's messages is we're effectively giving our power away. We're giving our power to these other people. Now, yes, we want to do that, but there's a time and a place for that. The first hour of your day is your hour to fill up your cup, to start your day off with a full cup. It is super, super important. Now, what can you do in the first hour of the day? There's loads of things that you can do. So Pat again mentioned about moving your body and waking up your body. So this is the way, this is an exercise is a fantastic thing that we can do first thing in the morning. Some people don't like the word exercise, that's fine, but it's movement of some sort. If you don't want to go outdoors, if it's snowing, if it's raining, if you live in Ireland, it'd be raining more than likely. You can get a rebounder or something like that that you can use in your kitchen. So shaking your body up, getting that blood moving, getting that lymph moving, getting that blood flowing and waking up your body and waking up your brain, getting you ready for the day. Something else that I love to do as part of my morning routine is I love to pick a power word. Okay. So words. Yeah, I love picking a power word. And sometimes it could be, and you know, something that I've been doing recently, I've been getting the book. And I've been flicking through the book and I've been stopping on a page. So let's pick one now, right? So I'll pick this page here. So what have I got? Be unique. And that is from Springsteen. Be unique. So we can pick that as a power word, to, you know, and our intention to live by for the day. So that's something, so get creative about it, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, strict or whatever, but a power word as well has energy. How do you want to be today? Do you want to be courageous? Do you want to be bold? Do you want to be kind to yourself today? Is that something that you need? Do you need to be kind to yourself? You can do a prayer, say a prayer. We've mentioned that as well. And a prayer is not a religious thing necessarily. A prayer is an ask. It's setting an intention. And when you set an intention, then the brain is going out and seeking what it is that you intentionally want to create or be or have for that day. So your morning routine is super important. It's your golden hour. It's creating them intentions and setting yourself up for the day, and being intentional, being aware of what you are doing for that first hour. But make sure that it's all your stuff to fill up your cup, something that you are aligned with, that you value, and it's all for you. The second thing, Kathleen, so we're going through the day. So how do we manage our day? So we're in the afternoon, lunchtime. Something that I've discovered only maybe in the last year or two through all my research is managing ourselves during the daytime in terms of rest. So many entrepreneurial women, professional women, they're going through the day, they've loads to do, they're on Zoom calls back to back, right, with meetings. You know, I've often run calls with people and say, oh, I've got someone in 2 minutes for a call now, and they're on another call back to back. So I'm sure there are some people that are guilty here. I've done it myself, right? But here's the thing, we were never designed to work back to back like that all the time. We have to take breaks. We have to take rest during, and the rest could be 2 minutes. What I often do is go for a quick walk down the road and back again, like a lap up and down the road. And it could be 2 minutes or whatever. It's to take a break from that task, okay, to switch from that break. But here's the thing, here's the sciencey bit. So there was a man called Clayton, and he was the father of modern sleep research. So back in the 1950s, what he discovered REM sleep. REM sleep is the rapid eye movement where we dream at nighttime. So you're all familiar with that. We all dream, even if you say you don't, we do dream. But REM sleep is part of a 90-minute sleep cycle. But what he also discovered was REM sleep is an active part of this sleep cycle. And how we notice that is because the eyes moved. That's where the rapid eye movement came in. So there's a non-active part of sleep and an active part of sleep. But what I discovered is this 90-minute cycle, we also have that during the daytime. So we have active energy and passive energy during the daytime that the body needs. So it's called the BRAC cycle, BRAC. It's a basic rest and activity cycle. Now, in order to optimize your energy, if we align to this BRAC cycle, and we're all individuals, we all have different needs. So it's really important that we tune into our bodies and we know when we're feeling tired, when we know when we feel like we need a rest or we need a walk. And a rest, by the way, can be something that we do actively. Most people consider a rest as having a nap, which is a form of rest, and that's absolutely fine. I'm all on for naps once they're short. But a rest can be going for a walk. A rest could be taking a break from listening to people who complain all the time, right? We have to take a break from those kind of people. We can only give them so much of our time, right? Like the family, right? So I love my family, but oh my God, sometimes they don't get us, you know, as entrepreneurs and what have you, right? The people closest to us. So during the daytime, so managing our rest and activity cycle, and we need to take rest, spiritual rest, mental rest, emotional rest, physical rest. So we need to take rest in all of these areas as well to be aligned and to be really at our best, to show up at our best and optimize our energy. And then the last place that I want to talk about, Kathleen, is at nighttime. So when we're getting ready to go to bed. So we've heard of sleep routines and sleep hygienes. These are all really, really important, right? And one of the pet hates, now I have to mind my time because I could be here for an hour talking about this, right? So it's mobile phones again, right? Mobile phones. So we're all guilty, I think. Most of us are guilty here of bringing our phone to bed with us. Some people say, oh, I needed to use it for an alarm clock. Some people are guilty of scrolling through the phone, like while they're in bed. Now, nobody here, I'm sure, we're all perfect here, right? None of us, right? We know we're perfect. But you know the kind of people I'm talking about. But scrolling through the phone at nighttime, and then we get down that rabbit hole of the internet, you know, Facebook, LinkedIn. I'll just spend 5 minutes on the Facebook, and before we know where we are, it's an hour later. So that's the dopamine kicking in. Dopamine is what has us be addicted to our phones. And dopamine is an excitatory neuron. So it's not calming the brain waves down, which is what we want before we go to bed at nighttime. It's exciting your brain. It's increasing the brainwave activity. Now we have the blue light as well, the mobile phones. I always say, don't sleep with Alan at night. Now, what do I mean by that? Alan is an acronym for artificial lights at night. Artificial lights at night. Don't sleep with Alan, whatever you do, right? Because the blue light stops our melatonin, which is our sleep hormone. And science has shown us this. For every hour that we're on the phone, it stops 30 minutes worth of melatonin. And we need melatonin to get us asleep at night, but also to help us transition us between all the different stages and cycles of sleep. So in order to get that deep sleep, to get into that deep sleep, we need to have ample amounts of melatonin. Now, as we age, our melatonin reduces as we age. So we really need to be mindful and respectful of our melatonin. So putting the phones away at nighttime will help with that. And also the last thing about the mobile phones is, so there's the dopamine, there's the blue light, and the dopamine, the blue light, and that's what has us addicted to, the EMF. EMF is electromagnetic field, right? Science has shown us in studies that EMF can damage our cells. And at nighttime when we're sleeping as well. Now, people sleep with their phones in the bed or on their locker or under their pillow with their head, like with their head, right? Like right beside their head. Science has shown us that it does have effects on the blood. It makes the blood very thick, and it stops the blood from flowing as easy. So like you can look this up, you can look it up. It actually stops the blood flow from flowing as easy with the EMF, and it damages the cell right down to the mitochondria. Now it's not an overnight thing, but it builds up. But if you're sleeping with your phone every single night over 10 years, and it takes 10 years sometimes for diseases to manifest in the body, but time does pass, right? And when we have these bad habits, so I'm a real advocate for leave the phone outside. I have an old alarm clock with a battery in it that I use for my alarm clock. I don't use mobile phones for alarm clock. Switch your Wi-Fi off at nighttime. You don't need your Wi-Fi on at nighttime when you're sleeping. I'm always getting slagged about it, right? But it's true. Again, science tells us this. So turn off your Wi-Fi. Give your body a break. I sleep with a grounding mat at nighttime in my bed. To help with grounding and to neutralize all the ions in my body. I won't get into all that, all the electrons, but it's super important, this EMF. We really need to be mindful of it. And so this will set you up for bed. If the one thing that I say to you for nighttime is the mobile phones, ditch the mobile phones at nighttime. Another thing that we do with mobile phones, if we wake up during the night, we reach for the phone to see what time it is. And then we're scrolling again in the middle of the night, right? Because we can't go back and sleep again. So watching the clock, because then we're doing the mental maths. What time is it? 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh no, I've only got 2 hours left to sleep. Now we're getting agitated and the cortisol is increasing in the body. So there's tons of reasons to keep the mobile phone out of the room. So Kathleen, there are 3 areas of our day that can help us to optimize our energy, get better sleep, get better rest. And this will help us to be more focused, more productive, and feel better, and have us show up at our best for the day, for ourselves and for each other as well. So I hope that helps.
I just wish you had a little more passion for what you're doing, because that was amazing, 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 amazing. I saw people's eyeballs pop, and I know I kind of yelped there for a minute when you were talking about the earbuds and how it's, because, you just don't know. Everybody's selling you all these things. I'm so guilty of so many of the things you said. Oh my gosh, Deb, is she amazing or what? Oh, I love it.
I mean, she's one of my favorite people from one of my places in the world. But you know what I want to kind of stop because and just remind people is that I mean, whenever you meet Joanne, she's up, she's smiling, it's legitimate. This is what she does. But when you listen and you're writing a couple of notes down, I've been on the other side of it where I've been able to have conversations with people that use her as their health coach in that area. And so you got what you got from her today. But I think like every good expert, every good coach, every good mentor, there's details of someone's lives that really get affected by lack of sleep. It may not show up in your business. It may show up in your relationship. It may show up down the road. It may show up preventatively. And I am a preventative person. And so if you're just kind of starting, or you think it's all hormones, or you think it's all of that, it's worth having a couple of hours with this woman to consult and find out what it is. Because I love, out of everything that you said, and I know I've heard you talk before, out of everything you said that really I think should ring true is that it happens in 10 years. Putting your phone under your pillow is not going to maybe mess with you tonight, maybe even after the first month, but we all know that disease from a preventative standpoint is better, but we're so used to, and if you're already there where things are getting disrupted, we know that you have to not only stop it, but reverse it. So there's so much more that I know that you do. And is, someone who loves the brain, there's just so much more about it that shows up in different areas that it's worth exploring. It's definitely worth exploring. So anyways, that was my preventative ear hooked into that. And I was so glad that you said it, because you're talking about things that we all know. We laugh about it, we joke about it, and we're going to go do in 3 days. So I really like to highlight to having a coach like you. It's almost like hiring a personal trainer. Like it's that important, right? So that was my piece on it. I don't know what question that you're going to ask, because there was so much good stuff there, Kathleen.
Oh my gosh, I know. And I just have to say this, because it was one of the first things you said when you talked about we're all busy, and then kind of reframed it in and we call ourselves abundant. And it made me want to call myself out. And I think I'm going to just kind of call us all out. Positive talk is great, but the truth is some of that stuff is just busy, right? And allowing ourselves that good night's sleep, that all the things you talked about, and I'm so guilty here, it really is a form of self-love, right? So, what do they say? Put a bow on a pig, it's still a pig. So if you're confused about abundance and busy, let's don't flower it up. Let's look at the things that we're so busy, or we've allowed ourselves to be busy, the rabbit holes, the whatever. I think you just really subtly weave that in, and my brain picked that up and said, oh yeah, there's a lot of things that I choose to be busy about. And it comes back to, how are you going to take care of yourself? And the whole 90-minute day thing, and I'd read this from you before, that's when people went, boom, are you kidding me? You know why you're supposed to rest or whatever, but that whole you've just gotten permission to get better and better every day. And if you needed that permission, she delivered it beautifully. So what am I going to ask? You
were busy taking
No
notes for
pressure.
yourself.
I have 2 pages. I was like, she is singing to me. I know it right now. Yeah, she talked about morning routine. She talked about night routine. She talked about middle of the days, and she took her routine and she added one thing to it. And she starts with a power what for the day that focuses her and keeps her going. So what is that? And again, put your email address in first and then put the answer. She starts her day with a power what? And for those of you that are coming to Ireland and going to watch on Ireland, she's going to have a full 90-minute presentation. And I better bring a new notebook for that because, yeah, I'm going to be taking it all down. So, Joanne, you're beautiful. You're such a big part of the community right from the get-go. We all love you. You're so supportive. Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Have a great
Awesome.
day, ladies.
Absolutely. And I know that Joanne's going to be going off to sleep soon, which is why we started today's show early in the morning. But a reminder for everyone. So Joanne is hosting an incredible book launch. This book, Joanne's in it. Lots of the speakers that you're hearing from today are in this incredible book. We appreciate your purchase. And I got a text yesterday from an incredible woman who I didn't know that said, hey, one of your speakers gifted me this book. And I'm looking through, and there's a whole bunch of these women that I want to get in touch with. Can I have a call? I'm like, yeah, that's what, don't you love it when it comes back at you? Like, this is what you do. I'm like, all right, who do you want to be connected to? Right? I mean, like, ooh, things are really great. But here's the deal. We also have these incredible 4 to 5 live opportunities for you to meet people live. We kicked off in June in Vancouver and we filled the house. It was incredible. And then Joanne is picking up, for us, it's international, for her, it's local, this incredible event. And it was a live event and is a live event where me and Kathleen and Cheryl Rafter, who's going to be speaking later, is coming as well. And people are coming from all over the world. Liz, one of our sisters, is coming from England. We've opened it up to online. What? So on the 18th of August, you can tap in for the $8 price of $8 and or above. And so I'm doing an ask out to support Joanne, who has done so much for this 262, that get yourself a ticket, purchase a ticket for a sister. You just heard me talk about, well, there's nowhere to go less than $8. So, you know what I mean? So that you can pop on and off and also be in that chat. If you want to build your business internationally, be there, because there's going to be a lot of people that's in that chat that's watching that you can have conversations with while you are watching live speakers. Kind of like we're live online, but it's going to be a whole different because we're going to be live like at a beautiful golf course in Ireland. It's so hard to go. But you too can join us anywhere we go live. It is an open invitation, whether you are part of this project or not. Like, we're going to Dallas, we're going to LA, we're going to probably New York and definitely Mexico before the end of the year. You want to come? Then come. Absolutely, it's the place to be. So I'm asking and doing a shout out for Joanne. Joanne, can you put that link in the chat, please, for people to be able to tap into and support? And if you can't make it that day, donate to having another woman take your spot for you. So there you go. And I see that our next speaker is in the house, and I am very excited. How great. We have someone talking about sleep and how important it is to love your body. And then we have Dr. Shahana Alibi. I have it spelled two different ways. I knew it. Alibi is in the house, and she is going to actually talk about what is your house made of. And I am super fortunate because this lady lives in beautiful, not only Canada, but in my neighborhood. And let me tell you about her. So she has an incredible book called Feel Better, a Mel Robbins endorsed upcoming author of the book Feel Better. So you will be able to get your hands on that book. She is a TEDx speaker that specializes in health optimization. She is a medical doctor of the largest youth-based healthcare center in BC, Canada. And what you didn't know about her, and if you were listening to Katie Chin on my screen, you guys were right beside each other. At 15, she was on national cooking shows highlighting the 4 generations of her family and country cooking. Her music that she's loving right now, and I think more than just right now, is Frank Sinatra, Fly Me to the Moon. Oh my gosh, love that song. One of you is going to win a signed copy of that incredible Feel Better book. And then I'm going to let her talk a little bit about her digital download that she is going to be gifting to everybody. But welcome to the stage of Stand Up, Speak Up, Show Up, Yes You. You're doing such great work in the world, and we can't wait to hear you talk about what is your house made of. But before we do that, can you tell us what is this digital download that everyone's going to get today?
Absolutely. I'm so excited to be here and just be part of this incredible sisterhood. You meant every word when we had those initial chats about how amazing this community has been. This digital download are the 5 things holding you back. It mirrors on the idea of me serving thousands of patients over my 12-year career as a physician. And I get to sit in a room with patients, close the door, and hear their real story. So many of my patients are women just like yourselves. And I think now that I've looked at all of this information, there's 5 themes that keep coming to the surface. So those themes are outlined in that free PDF you'll all receive.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, so much. You can't ever get enough good information. And as we evolve, the information we need evolves. Isn't that a nice word? As we evolve, that's, did you catch that? Okay. For those of you not 24. Okay. Let's talk about this. I've heard you describe, and I love how it is described on what is your house made out of. And you talk about it like, now who remembers the 3 Little Pigs story? Does everyone know what the 3 Little Pigs is? Okay, great. So she talks about this in relationship to the 3 Little Pigs. Please tell us what that means.
So you can tell that I have young kids at home because the 3 Little Pig story is alive and well. But just by asking, what is your house made of? A lot of the times it's going to conjure up the image of bricks, straw, stick, and we all know inherently which is the more solid foundation. And this came to mind, like in the top of when you were introducing me, I'm the medical director of the largest youth health center in BC. So we serve youth between the ages of 12 and 24, and these are some of the highest risk, most vulnerable youth. But I've noticed a theme. Sometimes when bad things happen in their life, and it could be a breakup, it could be failing a test, it could be that they didn't make the soccer team, some of my youth bounce back like a rubber ball. We all know those annoying rubber balls that your little kids get from the dentist's office that are everywhere and you trip on. Yeah, exactly. Some of my youth tend to be like a glass, and you can hear the shattering as they're talking to you about their most recent breakup. And this is not just exclusive to youth. I see the same themes in the adults that I work with. So I got to thinking, what makes some people's house made of bricks? What makes them bounce back like a rubber ball? And what makes some people so fragile that the minute something goes wrong, the tolerance for discomfort is so low?
Wow. So I want to have the brick. Tell us, you know what I mean? I think that it's the unforeseen things that can throw us. And then sometimes, I don't know about you, and I don't know if it's a woman thing or a entrepreneur thing or my personality thing, but when I get thrown off, I'm like, wow, I'm really thrown off. Like it catches me off guard that something caught me off guard because we're so used to handling it and handling it and handling it. And all of a sudden I start to internalize it like, oh, is something wrong? Is something wrong with me? Like, was it, or was that the straw that broke? Like, what is it that I can handle this, this, and this, but I can't handle this? So if you could choose what building block of our house, what would be some of those key ingredients?
So the whole part is that just like any chef, I want to make the ingredients accessible. I can't say, you know, as all counselors are very important, but it would be wrong for me to say, go to a counselor, spend 10 years, and then come out with bricks. That's not the idea. The idea is, what can you do right now? We all have kids or adolescents in our lives as well. What could we teach them right now to make their foundation as solid? And there's three things. The first, we've used the word self-love a lot in this morning, and I love that. I reframe that in the book to self-acknowledgement, acknowledging how far you've come. Too often, especially women, we have a very difficult time acknowledging ourselves for any progress we have made until we have hit the finish line. And inevitably, when you hit the finish line, what happens? It's not enough. You set another goal. So you end up being on this treadmill of dissatisfaction constantly. Why is it that acknowledgement, self-acknowledgement for women in particular, we deem it as a prescription for leniency? We feel that the minute that I acknowledge how far I've come, the work I've done, the progress I've made, that means I'm quote unquote lazy. This is a theme that I see over and over again, when in fact, self-acknowledgement done the right way is your fuel for accomplishment, is actually going to get you to where you need to be. We talk so much about self-awareness in this emotionally literate, or trying to be an emotionally literate society, but think about, we all have watched Friends, the sitcom Friends with Monica's closet. No one wants to look in that closet. You've dumped everything for the last 40, 50, 60 years, and now I'm telling you, oh, just be self-aware. No, you're going to close that door and walk away. You can only be self-aware if you have any iota of self-respect, self-worth, self-love, which I encompass as acknowledging oneself too. So the key word that I teach women and teach my youth is learn to love the progress that you make. It's not about the outcome. It's about any progress, and it's your definition. You define your expectations and you define your progress. And that is one of the things when I look at my youth, they'll say, look at how far I've come. I couldn't ask them to give me any better sentence than that. Look at how far I've come. That is the first brick.
That's, you know, that's not only a brick, that is what we call on the stage a mic drop, because here's, for us, I know end of year, birthdays,
Yep.
Milestones is where we tend to do some self-evaluation. You know, in journals, you know, we do some of that in our planners when we're working with our clients as a coach, a facilitator, a mentor. We're like, we remind them, look how far you've come. And then we probably, you know, we may not do that for herself, which is going to be one of my next questions is, why do we have to be taught that? What is it? Why is it so difficult to acknowledge where we are? Is it ourselves? Is it cultural? Like, what is it about not stopping? Please share.
When you go to your child's sports fest, or when you look at their report card, I'm using children because that's usually a very easy example for us to think of. What do? You got an A, good job. You got the gold medal, good job. You came first in the tug of war waist, good job. We praise the outcome. How often are you hearing parents say, I could see you were really trying hard. Forget that you got a C, forget that you got a B. I've grown up like that. I bet you've grown up like that. So it's in our psyche that until you get the MD, until you become the author, until you get the gold star, then you're done. But that's the paradox. You're never done, because happiness is a treadmill. We were at the pet store with my kids yesterday. They wanted to get a guinea pig. I said, absolutely not. They remind me too much of a mice or a rat. And literally this guinea pig was going around and around and around on a hamster wheel. And I thought to myself, this is exactly a beautiful representation of what happiness has become to mean to us. Dr. Sonia Lubomirsky, one of the pioneers of happiness research, quotes this: happiness is, are you happy in your life? And are you happy with your life? Think of a parent who has a newborn baby. They're happy with their life. They're new parents. They're expecting. They have this whole amazing life to look forward to. Are they happy in their life? Waking up, dirty diapers, no social life? Maybe not. That's what true happiness is. It's not jumping from boulder to boulder to boulder where you feel like accomplishment tends to define you.
Wow. I see heads knocking, and Char's got that gorgeous pink hair rocking. right? She's like, and I see people laughing, and I see people doing this, which means that they're writing things down. And, we've had a lot of actually people talk about what people are doing first thing in the morning. Pat kicked us off with it. And then Joanne also talked about her morning routine. And it sounds like, some kind of self-acknowledgement. I don't know if you have anything that you can share that people can do, or how you tell your teens to implement that. Like, is it a question that we're asking ourselves? Like, how does one go about that? Because it's obviously difficult to acknowledge. We've been cultured the other way. Like, is it the questions we're asking ourselves? Like, where do we go with that?
I like to start with a pictorial representation. So simply draw a horizontal line from when you were a child to where you are now. Put in some landmarks, whether marriage, birth dates, birth of your first child, graduation, just something that you can actually break down that line in. Above the line, put experiences that you deemed as positive, whatever they are for you. Below the line, put things that you deemed as challenging. So for example, I lived my life on a tightrope. You just heard, I went to medical school, but before that, I thought I'm going to be a rebel from the family. I'm going to go to chiropractic school. My husband's a chiropractor. It just wasn't the right profession for me. Hadn't made a quote mistake up until that point in my life. Flew halfway across the country, lived with this person that I wasn't engaged to, spent $60,000 and I said no to medical school. Like, that's a lot in 1 year, right? So this idea is that when I look back in time, those, however painful and challenging, I learned about this much from the quote positive experiences. From all of that heartache, those are where the lessons are. There's no losses, only lessons. And that's what we need to be teaching our kids. I teach my kids that the word fail means finally an important life lesson. Finally, an important life lesson. So let's start reframing that, because when my kids first learned to skate, their skating instructor said, we're not going to skate today. We're going to fall today. Let's start to practice fall.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That could be, I see that as like, well, I always see everything in lecture titles, right? Yeah. Let's practice falling today. That's so great. Okay, look, you are globally recognized for something that I'm pretty sure most people have never heard about it before. And you're known as an expert in joy stretching. People are like, ooh, what's that? It's like a Gumby, makes you joyful. So please explain to us what it is and how important it is in achieving joy stretching.
So I think, like many of you, I felt stuck for the longest time in my life, and maybe not so much stuck, but overwhelmed, right? I think we were just writing in the chat, who here feels overwhelmed? We don't suffer in this world from an epidemic of anxiety or depression. We suffer with overwhelmed, just feeling too much at all or feeling nothing at all. And it wasn't until I found joy stretching that I really started to actually focus on these moments that would have passed me by just like that. So think of that time, for those of you who have kids, when your child comes home from school. We all have done that, where you've sniffed your kid's hair. I know I'm not weird saying this. We all do that when we have our kids, right? You sniff their hair. How many times do you just let that moment pass you by? Or you're having a nice conversation with the barista, or smiling at the person at the cash register. You're just too busy looking at your phones. You're too distracted. Joy stretching is actually freezing that moment in time. Freezing that moment internally in time. And if right now I wanted to take a snapshot on my phone, a screenshot, we all know that click sound that it makes. We all know that. You make that sound in your head. You click that in your head when you want to freeze that moment in time. And then you sink into the 5 senses, the smell of your child's hair, the sensation of you wrapping your arms around them. And suddenly that moment isn't just a millisecond. It's lasting a lifetime, because only by paying attention to something, this is the neuroscience. Most of the times in our working memory, it's only there like a grocery list. You only remember it for a short period of time. To enter something into your short-term memory, not your working memory, you have to consciously pay attention to it. So now you've taken that moment that would have escaped and passed you by, and just like a fishing net, you're grabbing all of these moments into your short-term memory. And what does that do? That balances out the negative bias that we all have, where we're all paying attention to the things that are stressful, distracting, and overwhelmed, and you're reclaiming what was yours in the first place.
So everyone's like, okay, when you're there, is it when you're in that moment? And I love Shara was like, my kid hated it when I did it. So do you hold the head longer? Like, what do you do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it like, do you need to do 10 seconds? Is it like, do you need to say to yourself, take this in? Or is it just embody it and it starts to absorb itself?
Well, first of all, you got to recognize it. Like your
Right.
kid might hate it. If you love it, claim it, right? It doesn't have to be like a longer hug. Just make that sound in your head, that clicking sound. And then it's only through the 5 senses. You mentioned like the Gumby. My kids love doing this, picking gum off of wherever and stretching it really long. It's disgusting, right? But that's where the joy stretching came. And how long can you hold that moment for in your heart? How long can you hold that space for in your head? Right? It's nothing to do with the subject, the child, the cashier, the barista. It's about you, right? And it's future focused. It's not necessarily in the past. It's collecting these moments into your memory bank. The only way that I've been able to survive so far is because of this. This has really, really helped me with my 3 kids too. And I think when you do me search, when you find that it provides you some antidote, you want to share that with the world, however simple it might be.
Okay, you just said another word and I love it. I know we're coming to wrap up and I want to ask you a little bit about the book. Did you say me search or research?
Me search.
Okay, that's a hashtag. That's a hashtag. That's one of the hashtags from today. So me search, I don't want to make an assumption. I'm going to let you, it's your word. So define that for us.
Well, we're all scientists in our own way. Just like the title of the book, we all want to feel better, don't we? Like, isn't that just the name of the game? When I see a patient, nobody comes to tell me, you know, doctor, today I want to be in pain. Like that just doesn't happen, right? So you will either get that answer from trusted healthcare practitioners or professionals, just like we're seeing on this amazing lineup. But you also can get it by doing your own research to say, what works for me? What do I need right now? The key question for self-compassion is not about acknowledging that moment, but what do I need right now? And that's one of the hardest questions that you've alluded to for women to answer for themselves.
Oh, so me search tells me just scan myself, take time to have that conversation with myself, to just ask myself, to embody what's going on for me, what do I need to do for myself right now in this moment? And it's incredible. I say that it's moments, not hours, that change your business, but it's moments, not hours, that change your life. If you actually utilize that moment, and it's amazing how you can stretch something.
Yes. Exactly. There's so many things that we feel completely out of control with. We need to start regaining that sense of certainty. Look at the climate around us. Everything feels very unstable. We need to keep reminding ourselves where the reins are in our own hands.
Awesome. As we wrap up, you have this incredible book, Feel Better. Maybe share with us something about the book. Was there something that you want, like if you went and got that book today and you pulled it out, if you read no chapter but this one, what would it be? Or what was it like for you to just put all of this down on paper? Share something with us, being an incredible author that you are.
Oh, no, I so appreciate that. The book comes out September 26th. It is like anything else. It's a compilation of all the lessons that these incredible adolescent patients have taught me that I know that we as adults need to hear. If there's one thing that I wanted to share with you, it's the concept of the emotional bed. And this dovetails nicely into our section on sleep that we just came from as well. When you're think about a trigger of yours. For me, it's when the kids are screaming and I can't even hear myself think straight. The emotional bed is that idea that you are going to crawl into the covers. Think of that Monday morning when you don't want to get out of bed. Your covers are warm, your pillow is soft, and you just don't want to listen to that alarm clock. We all have an emotion that we crawl under the covers of. We all have that. It could be anger. It could be frustration. It could be resentment. It could be overwhelm. We are magnetized to the comfort of that emotion. So whenever things don't go the way they're planned, whenever you're triggered in whatever way, my emotional bed is overwhelmed. Something goes wrong with the kids, I am right in metaphorically into that bed of overwhelm. So you can only start to improve or change when you can recognize which bed are you laying in every time you get triggered.
Ooh, okay. So you're going to want to read that chapter. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I know that you're going to be in the chat later. I know that you're going to be putting information for people to be able to find your book, have conversations with you, learn more, know more. And also you have an incredible TEDx speaking that people can go find as well. As we wrap up, you have a gift that you're giving to everybody, and that book has not arrived yet, but you are going to be hand signing that book and sending it to someone. And I'm going to ask a question. So I want to thank everyone that's here and all the people streaming. If you're streaming, this is why you need to be here in the room. All right. We know our streaming is large. But I'm going to ask a question. So if you were listening earlier, she was talking about happiness, and she made a quote from somebody. And she also said that she said no to her children for getting a new pet in the home. And that pet was on something. So happiness is and I'm kind of giving you a clue. So you put that answer and the email, you put it into the chat. If you're new and you do not know what we do, we give away tens of thousands of dollars of incredible prizes every summit. And you put the answer to that and your email address, because we're good, but we're not that good. We need to know where to find you. If you are the first person to answer that question correctly, you get that one-to-one gift from all the speakers today. And everybody, of course, gets the other gift, the one to everybody. If you think that someone's given the right answer, keep going, because one big gift to one person each day. And so as people are entering, it might be the fourth person that answers that gets that beautiful gift. So I would like to thank you so much. Can we show Shahana, Dr. Shahana Alabi, that love, the jazz hands, the hearts, the what have you. We know that this won't be the last time that you are on our stages. We so appreciate you. Kathleen, I will pass that on to you and see what you have to say about our presentation we just had.
Wow, wow, wow. So everybody just rub down those goosebumps. Can you believe what we have access to? Can you believe it? You have a new girlfriend today. And there she is. I mean, like, seriously. And everybody that's come up here is part of your community. Who do you know that needs to join us is what I want to say, because if you don't walk away today feeling filled up, I don't know, and it is just like having personal attention and everything. The one thing she said, wow, she said so many things that are so beautiful and I relate to so much. And I know those that are sitting here with kids just love the work she's doing. But the whole thing about acknowledgement, that needs to be it's totally on my radar. There's never that celebration. She so nailed it. We aren't going to celebrate until we're completely there, and we don't celebrate the small steps. And I'm going to declare right now, thank you for nudging me, because I intend that quite often. I have yet to say that I really have mastered it. And what a goal to have, to really stop and acknowledge yourself. The threads are just everywhere. We're getting permission to be amazing, permission to accept from all these people. So, oh my gosh, thank you. I'm overwhelmed really with all the amazing speakers, all the energy they poured into us. Don't let your friends miss this. They say friends don't let friends what? Don't let your friends miss this, because we've got the rest of today. We've got all of tomorrow. We'll be back. And we're not going anywhere. We're everywhere. Where we go, you go. Give your friends this gift, because a friend gave it to me. I'm going to say that. I wouldn't have known had a friend not said, you need to be involved in this. And little did she know, yeah, I need to be absorbed by this, because this is the happiest place on earth. Can I steal that from Disney?
You can do whatever you like.
Thank you.
That was wonderful and incredible. And what I loved as well is that it reminded us that it starts with us, and also what we say, who we communicate with, the permission that we give, how we talk to our children, our grandchildren, our neighbors, the people in our home. When we give ourselves permission to we all do it. We're like, oh my gosh, you're writing a book. I'm so excited for you. They're not saying that the book's done. They're not saying we always give people credit and cheer them on through the process. Yet
Right.
we may not be stopping and giving that to ourselves. So yeah. How was math class today?
One more 50-second thing, there, because she talked about children, she talked about women, she talked about all ages. And I hear all the time, what are we going to do to help our kids? What are we going to do? How are we going to get them out of it? Well, kids are watching us. So help us. They watch. When you treat yourself better, they know they can treat themselves better, right? When your parent, this was such an image growing up. I better never catch you smoking, right? You're going to catch them smoking, and it's going to be the cigarette out of your pack. because what you're saying is going into the ethers. What you're doing is very real. So that's a big takeaway for me today is, every step, everything we're doing, even if we think we're doing it for everybody else, our kids are watching. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. And thank you for reminding. I love that. Today was the official. We did a very beautiful press release announcing Kathleen Carlson as a partner to this project. And it was well received in the financial news. And we were so excited about that, even though that you've been seeing her for a while. The Financial Post got it officially this month. And when you talk about how someone invited you, someone invited you. It's like how when we first started doing the book, right? I mean, I had been doing publications of books and anthologies to rock the world, predominantly for women to use for a business tool. It's kind of the books that we do. But then I had this conversation and I watched this movie and then this turned into that. And, me and Angel started to div it down and bring it open. And then we started inviting speakers and then look what happened. And we're, 5,000 women have, been on the receiving end. And that's not even including our streaming because who can count that? But you talk about like, here's an interesting thing about unforeseen, right? Like, oh, I'm going to go be a chiropractor and spend $60,000, right? And now you're a TEDx speaker and Mel Robbins just endorsed your book, like the unforeseen part of life. And now you're sitting across and we're making these big formal announcements. And someone's like, you should just probably go speak on that stage because you got some good stuff to share. I mean, I think that's the power. I always think of Branson where he's like, just say yes and figure it out after, like just say yes and figure it out after. So yes. Absolutely. If you know someone that needs to be on this stage, and if you have a story and you haven't shared it yet, we want to hear it. We want to hear it. So you can reach out to us and do that. That being said, let's do our last round of jazz hands and hearts. And thank you so much for being with us. And please, conversations in the chat is where it needs to be. And I see one of our dear friends, Miss Cheryl Rafter, who, while Joy and Callahan hasn't gone to sleep yet, is coming with us to Ireland. She lives also, look at this. This is like Vancouver's in the house because she lives down the street and Shahana lives down the street. And if anyone else lives in Vancouver, please let me know. But Cheryl's actually, she's like, I got my ticket. And I'm like, that's cool. She's like, I'm coming back. I'm like, we're coming back on the same flight. But we're going to go have some fun and support 262 in Ireland. And we've been talking a lot about abundance. We've been talking a lot about women wanting something different and wanting something more. And so if I can pick on you, I know I can because we love each other. I wanted to just ask you. So for those of you that don't know Cheryl, and most of you that are around this party know Cheryl, is that you are known as a comeback coach and you work with women in transition. And we were just talking about how we are in process of achieving what it is that we are accomplishing. And we've had lots of conversations where sometimes women don't even realize they're in transition. They're just not feeling great. They don't really know, or they don't stop to recognize. Can you highlight us some of the things that women just barrel through by themselves without getting support on because they don't even know to stop to recognize that these are transitions they're going through? And then maybe tell us some of the stuff that might be more obvious. But welcome to the stage, my sister.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure. I'm like so emotional and excited and just happy to be here. So I think just from my experience, you were talking about yes. A year ago, I said yes and didn't have a clue what I was saying yes to. So now I've written like 3 books in a year because I said yes. And I think when we're in transition, it's exciting. I think when we're in transition, like right now, I feel like I'm over here and I'm over here, but I'm not really there because I'm transitioning. So, trying to stay focused, be around like-minded people, really people that uplift you, and also be in action and be gentle. Because I think, I'm very much guilty of this. I should be here already. How come I'm not here? Why am I not doing this? Where, those kind of things that, we think we should be somewhere where we're not supposed to be. But it's about enjoying the journey along the way as well. It's not just, I got to get to it. It's the person you become, what you do along the way, and the people that you meet. Like, if I wouldn't have said yes to the 262 book, or even coming on and speaking in January, I would not be sitting here with all these amazing women and reconnecting with Deborah and just having fun. So I think it's just, you know, being in action and just doing what you love and be gentle with yourself because it is a journey. And say yes. You know, I didn't even realize when the book launch in June and we were having lunch and we were talking about Ireland and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm going to Ireland. And they're like, what did I just say? Right? I just said I'm going to Ireland. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm going. So, you know, just be a yes to opportunities and trust the process and enjoy the journey.
And said very well from someone who walks people through the process of coming back. I love that. And it's, you know, it's not often that I hear something that I really think, wow, that you got to write that down. For those of us that are in process and making change and pushing ourselves through, I always say when it comes to your birthday, probably no one knows what you really went through that year other than you. Like, you know, people know the outside, but they don't know the inside. And you're like, oh my gosh, you know, I may not be happy about celebrating this birthday, but the process that you went through on the inside is really a personal, quiet conversation with oneself. But when you said be in action and be gentle at the same time, that's cool. Because many times people feel like I need to be in retreat or I need to be in drive. And very few of us know about that you can be in drive and be gentle, or you can be in retreat and moving forward. I really love that because some of the transitions that I know that you talk about that people don't recognize is like empty house, like empty nesting. People are in transition, but they don't feel right. They don't know. Obviously, separation of a job. Even when you leave a job to go to something better, you're surprised that they're going through transition, but you might have spent some time there, been attached. Like there's these transitions that we do that we don't stop and recognize that we need kind of sometimes some help to just figure it through and continue on. It doesn't always have to be like big stuff, right?
Exactly. And you know, I have the people around me to help support me that are maybe at where I want to be or you know, so and you're right, it is like a divorce. It's a loss, right? You're losing something, part of your old self or you know, letting go of that job that you have, that security blanket, that whatever it is there. So it is almost like a loss of something, but and you've got to, you know, trust the process and let it go and just kind of go, okay, you know what, I'm going into a new era, new things, you know, that are happening in my life. And it's exciting and it's scary and it's challenging, but you know what, in the end, it's rewarding.
Yeah. Well, we're lucky and people are lucky to work with you because you get to walk them through that. And honestly, you're walking your talk. And we literally were sitting there having dinner after we went shopping at my sister's got that this whole crew. And she's like, I'm going to Ireland. And I looked at her and I'm like, okay, okay, me too there.
I know, and then my mind's going, what did I just say? Because it just blurted out of my mouth. I never thought about it. I never planned it. I just came out of my mouth. So I'm really excited to meet Johanna and be with Kathleen and just really have a good time.
Awesome. Well, there you go. There's a nice saying yes. Awesome. So, thank you so much, Cheryl. Let's do some love. Thank you for sharing who you are and that process. And Kathleen, I'll pass it over to you. I know that you are going to be introducing our next speaker.
I am, and she is in the house, and I get the pleasure. And it's just been so nice, you know. Really, there's nothing you can fill your life up with better than people in your life and the right people in your life. And they're all right here, folks. They are also right here. And we have our next right people. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. You know, we have Caitlin in the house, Caitlin Silva. And if we can highlight her, we're going to get her up here with me. You know, we're all a bit different. We all do lots of things, but we all have that sisterhood at heart, and she's no exception. And there she is with us. So hi, welcome to the stage. So let me shine a little light on Caitlin. You know, she comes and she's kind of quiet, but she's a powerhouse. She is a 5 times best-selling international author. Whoa, we all know that just doesn't happen. She's a publisher. She's a podcaster, and she is the founder of We Write Books. And then I think to myself, what are you doing with your spare time? Well, she is a very proud mom, and she is homeschooling 4 children. Are you serious right now? I mean, I'm bowing to you. I have no idea how you get all that done. And she is always so grounded and so looking to help the next person. You know, we had some special time together not too long ago, and I thought it was her time. It was her time to really focus on her, and she turned that right around. And she was sharing her specialness with me, and I'm grateful for that. And that's what you get in this community, right? So something you don't know about her. So now I've just said how fabulous and wonderful she is. Here's that thing you don't know about her. She has a pet tarantula. Ooh. I think that's hilarious. Last night I had a pet scorpion in the house. It wasn't the same thing. The music that she's listening to is One of a Kind by Beth Luna. And I'm not sure if I've said that right, but the One of a Kind I've looked for it sounds like an amazing song. And so what does she have for us today? She has for that one-on-one person, again, listen up, we're going to ask that question. You're going to put your name in, you're going to win her prize. And it is a best-selling book strategy session. You'll want that, right? Because we've talked about how fabulous being an author is and how maybe you never thought you could do that. Here's somebody that's going to talk to you about how to get that done. And she's going to spend her time to show you that. So yay. And for the rest of us, she has, oh, I like this, 10 ways your book brings abundance. And that's what our topic is today, how to duplicate your abundance. Couldn't fit in any better. Caitlin, take it away. Tell us how we're going to do all this.
Well, thank you so much, Kathleen. I really appreciate you and Deb and just everyone in the community, everyone that's here watching. And you know, there's always lots of laughs behind the scene. And just so everyone knows, the tarantula is one of my kiddos. It was a birthday present for fun, and we have a lot of pets in our house. But hey, you know, it's a great kind of joke sometimes. So on the topic of abundance, and we've had so many amazing speakers today. It's just been such an inspiring time already. And I just wanted to ask all of the people in the room, you guys can share with me in the chat. I definitely want to have your interaction with me today. Who has a book on your shelf? Right? I mean, pretty much everybody in the room should have a book on their shelf, right? Okay. And who packs up books and keeps them? Like whenever you're moving, or like maybe even in your car, or you have a favorite book that you're taking with you everywhere all the time, right? So we all know the value of a book. A book is not just something that someone hands you a little business card and you're like, oh, that's great. And then a month later, you can't find it, right? A book is something that you hold and you keep notes in and you read again and again. And it's so valuable. And especially when you've met the author or you've talked to the author or you even follow the author and kind of see their journey, it's something that is an investment. You know who that person is and you feel a connection to that person, right? So I want to talk to you today about how to duplicate your abundance, and whether or not you're already an author, whether or not you think you can write a book, whether or not you've planned to write a book is completely irrelevant. Because I want to tell you that you have something that nobody else on this planet has. And that thing is your unique voice and style and experience, who you are, right? Every single one of us has been fearfully and wonderfully made according to the Bible. And you were made with a unique purpose and design on this earth. And no one else can fulfill that like you can. And so many times I see people say things like, well, there's already been so many other books like this, or, well, I don't know. I mean, who am I to really write this, right? And there's just so much comparison and self-doubt and letting those gremlins in and the criticism and all of those things. But I want to shift your perspective for just a moment. And once again, let me know in the chat, right? Who has ever heard something a million times, and then for some reason, the way you heard it from one person or you read it in their book, right? The way that they shared the story, it finally clicked for you, right? And it shifted everything. And you had that aha moment that changed the game for you. It changed the way that you did things. It changed the way you showed up for things. You started taking those next pieces of action that got the results, right? Okay, now here's the kicker. You are supposed to do that for somebody else. And by you holding back and not doing the book that you have within you, you are withholding that shift from the people you are ordained to impact. So it's not just this story. It is that, but it's even beyond the book, right? There are people that you are meant to reach and touch and impact that only you can do. And God wants to use you. He wants to use your life, and he wants to use your story to reach these other people for him and for his glory and for so much more. And I want to tell you that, sometimes it might not look the way that you might think it will. Sometimes it's just reaching that one person, and that person then goes and impacts millions. But if you hadn't have stepped into the yes, that person would have stayed stuck too, right? So you really got to think about it from a different perspective of just staying stuck within yourself and your own self-doubts. So I want to share with you today about a woman that I worked with, and she got to step into that exact thing. When she came to me, she had known that her purpose, that she had this, writing within her, and she had had that for like 20 years, but she let that self-doubt talk to her and talk to her and talk to her. And she let all the other people in her life tell her, oh, you'll never do anything, and you're dreaming too big, and you shouldn't get your hopes up because, you have to be lucky, and just things like that, right? So for 20 years, she never actually finished that book. So when we started working together, there was a lot to work through. There was overcoming all those challenges. But let me tell you that she went from that 20 years to then we worked together. We worked through the processes I'm going to share with you today. And within less than 6 months, she had written and published her very own bestseller. And as an extra special treat, she got to launch it on her anniversary. That was really cool. But that's a side note. She went on from there to see the impact that a book had on her life and all the people in her life, like the people around her, the impact it had on them. And she actually got to quit her teaching job that she had been wanting to leave, and she stepped full-time into writing. And she invested in her purpose and her mission and in her writing abilities. And she now runs her own writing company where she gets to help other people with copywriting and business writing and all different kinds of writing and help them bring their mission to life and impact other people. How amazing is that? So her book literally duplicated her abundance. So in order for you to step into that place and understand how your story can do that for you, first, you actually have to go through the process of giving yourself that tool. Okay. So I want to encourage you to not think about your book as like this one and done shiny thing you put on your shelf and it becomes a glorified business card. It is that, but it is so much more than that. A book should be this foundational piece of what you're creating, whether it be your mission or your business or even multiple books or whatever that is. It should be this thing that you use as an ongoing tool for growth, right? And opportunities for building your authority, for building your impact, for building your influence, right? Deb earlier talked about how a book is a piece of media. That's a perfect, beautiful illustration of case in point. So I want to talk to you guys about 3 main things that you want to consider, whether you've written your book before or you've thought about it or you haven't thought about it, but you know that you do have something to share. And maybe it's time to say yes and consider the people you could reach through your book that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to reach. So these 3 facets are going to be, number 1, you want to have crystal clear content. Okay. So with crystal clear content, this is going to be where you really know not only where to start, but how to impact your reader and even beyond the book of where you're going. So you're going to see today that everything I talk about is kind of going to centralize on that bigger vision, that mission, that thing that you were created to do, that perfect design purpose that you have, right? Divine purpose. I am flipping over my words today, ladies, forgive me. But you want to have clarity for yourself, right? When you have clarity for yourself, it helps you when you're in that moment where you're in the chair, in your seat, that you're not sitting there staring at a blank screen going, oh my gosh, what am I going to write, right? You know exactly what you're going to write because you have that clarity. So instead of wasting time getting stuck, you know, reading back through and being like, oh my gosh, I should like completely rewrite this whole thing. No, don't do any of that, right? It's about getting that clarity so that when you sit down and write, you're like, okay, I know I'm going to work on this today. I know I'm going to work on this part today. And it doesn't always have to be 100% chronological. It can be where you're feeling inspired, as long as you have that clarity about what you're writing and where you're going, what you want to talk about, and just, you know, really getting into that. The next piece is that you really want to have clarity for your reader. And a lot of people are like, wait, hold on, what? What are you talking about? Okay, clarity for your reader is not just knowing who your reader is, because your book should be conversational, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. Guys, fiction is some of the most powerful form of storytelling. I mean, who here has read a fiction book and it changed your life? Like, let's just be honest here. I know I've read like a million. So it doesn't matter if it's fiction or nonfiction. You should still be in some capacity relating to your reader through that book. Because if it's fiction, you have a character that this reader is identifying with. They're going on the journey with that character. They're experiencing life through the lens of that character, right? And so you're still having this conversation about belief and journey and lessons and all these different things through fiction. So either way, right? You want to have storytelling and you want to have that clarity for your reader. What is it you want your reader to take away? What is it you're wanting to teach your reader? What is it your reader is experiencing through your book, right? So having that clarity of bringing your reader in, right? Inviting them into this space, bringing them on this journey with you, and ultimately taking them to that destination at the end, right? And guys, even if it's outside of a book, this is still really good stuff for storytelling, because if you're a speaker, which a lot of you here are, you should be storytelling, just saying. Okay. And then beyond the writing and the reading, you also do want to have clarity for marketing. Okay. And I don't mean that you should necessarily be focused on marketing in the writing process, but you should, again, have that bigger vision. Where is your book going to take you? How are you going to use it long term for growing your audience, getting on stages, building your reader community, selling more books, you know, that kind of thing. Just have that in mind, because it will help you craft the steps that you're going to take to actually get there. Okay. So I want to shift and talk about, once the writing is done. Okay. So we just talked about marketing a bigger vision. How are you actually going to do that? What are those steps? Right. So whenever you think about books, it's so easy, especially in an event like this, where there's tons of speakers and authors and all the fun things, to see all the accolades and see all the things and be like, I could never do what that person can do. Right? I could never be on that stage. I could never be connected to those people. Let me just tell you a truth that has really impacted my life. We all put our pants on the same way. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, right? I am not some special person who has some magic thing that you don't have. The only difference is stepping out in faith, in obedience to what God's called me to do, and saying yes. And consistently surrendering things to him and asking him, okay, what is it you want me to do? How can I make that happen? Right. And then taking those steps, right? It's just that dedication and commitment. So whenever you think about using your book and actually reaching that vision and beyond just the writing, it comes down to identifying your own personalized publishing pathway. It's going to look a little bit different for each person. There are elements of the process that are always going to be the same, no matter what, right? Like editing and cover design and formatting. Like, you have to make sure your book is set up for success. But beyond that, there's going to be different things that you want to do in the launch process, again, to set yourself up for success and reach toward that bigger goal. So, for example, if you're selling fiction books and you're selling a series, your focus is going to be on, how do I put more books together? How do I grow a reader community? Things like that. So that's a totally different type of goal than, I want to be on stages speaking and use my book at the back of the room and do book signings, right? That's a totally different goal. So you want to make sure you have that idea of where you're going and how is my book going to help me get there? That's going to help you craft the steps through publishing to make sure you reach that goal. And then what I want to talk about is, ultimately, once you have accomplished that vision, you've launched your book, you've published, how do you now use your book toward that abundance, right? Because that's ultimately where we're going, is the book to abundance, right? So I want to step back and share one more story with you guys on a client of mine that came, and, you know, it had been about 10 years for her, not quite as dramatic as the other one, right? But she did come to me, and it had been kind of a similar thing of just feeling stuck and being like, oh my gosh, you know, like I've gone through these different things and I've kind of tried some stuff before and it hasn't worked out for me. And I, you know, I have this book, but I want to kind of just like shift gears here and I want to do better. And you know, like, what can I do? Right. So she and I worked together. We put together these different customized elements and we really kind of built out what does it look like to grow and to really turn this into something beyond just this book that you've created and put on your shelf, right? And through that process of working together, not only were we able to completely redesign and relaunch her book to bestseller, but she not only used that as her foundation, she went on to publish 6 more books that all hit bestseller. And she actually used that as a segue into her health coaching business, where she was able to start bringing in clientele and start multiplying the impact that she had through her books, right? So that's just another example of a different way that you can step into more through your book, right? Inviting people into your business, into what you're creating. So when you think about your book, even if your goal isn't becoming some highly paid author, I do believe that every person should be rewarded for the work that they do. Because behind the scenes, ladies, even if you've only written a chapter in a collection like we have with the 262 project, there's still a lot of work behind the scenes for the publisher and for you if you're publishing. And there's just so much that goes on, right? And so I want you to recognize that it's okay to then go on to receive and build from what you've created and all that work that you've put into it, right? So I want you to view your book through how you can grow your impact and your revenue and your influence, right? So I've talked about like stages and more books and all of those things. So ultimately it comes down to shifting your perspective from, okay, now I have the book and I've accomplished it and it's done. Now what's next? Instead, I want you to shift your perspective to, okay, I have the book. This is my launching pad. Now, how can I use that in what's next? It's a little bit of a difference, but it makes the world of difference whenever you are stepping into that bigger vision. So what I want to kind of backtrack a little bit too, because I've talked about a ton of different things. I've kind of been a fire hose of information in like 10, 15 quick minutes, is I just want to really encourage you that ultimately you are here with a purpose. You have a unique voice and style that only you can share. And that story within you, it deserves to reach the readers that you are meant to impact and change their lives. And I want to invite you into saying yes and taking that next step of faith and just starting to do it one step at a time. Because your book can change a life.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so here's my big takeaway here. All your excuses have been dissolved because like everything we're doing, it's not all about you, baby. You know what? If you got a story, you got a message, you got something, you don't get to play small because you owe it to the rest of us. And I love that how you tied that in. So we've all been recruited. This is a pay it forward group. And I love that. And total confidence on the fact that you're going to run into Caitlin when you have a book you want to do. And you can see she's got this baby wrapped up and she's going to make it happen. So I love it. I love the stories that you shared. Thank you so much. So, oh my gosh, I wrote a full page and I've heard her before. So that's kind of funny. But let's talk, if I can just get to the question, and again, email first and then your name, and the one lucky person's going to get 60 minutes with her, and you want that, right? So she talked about the 3 steps, and I love that you gave us the reasons and really intertwined it, but the steps themselves, the first 2 was get crystal clear on your content, because clarity really is the key, right? And then the second one, she said, you need something for your reader. What was that? I might have just said it, but I'm just going to say, what is it? And she kind of paused and said, what? Why do you need that for the reader? And then she went on to explain that. I mean, so beautiful. Caitlin, just such a great job. Deb, do you want to add? Do you want to, I mean, I know we love her. So what can I say?
I mean, I know I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan. And obviously I believe in book and compilation. I think this is my 9th. And you know, I'm the person that people call. If you've got a book, I'll support it. You know, I'll do my best to support it and be in it. I can't wait to get into Carol's. Thank you for what you do, because a lot of people, again, like kind of like media, there's this whole emotional process to putting words on paper. So I commend you for the work that you do, because you're a full circle person. You're a full circle person. So thank you so much. I have this little sign on my, most people know that if you come to my office, it looks like a Tony Robbins garage sale. But if you come here, it says, books are like good people. They come around when you need them. That's it. That's what I'll say to that. And I know that our next speaker's in the room. I know people are winning prizes. I just want to say that people are like, I'm getting it over here. Like, how do I connect with everybody? How do I connect with everybody? So I know you're going to be talking to someone right now. We have a public Facebook group where you can go, and every Tuesday, turn it up loud and tell people what you're doing. But we are doing a lot of community building there. It's the 262. I'm sure our team will put that in. We also have an Instagram. So go to the Instagram, go to the Facebook group. This is your place to meet and connect, particularly when you think of all the countries that are represented here today. If you want to build your profit, nonprofit, or your friendships. Oh my God, can we just have some biz ships and friendships? If you want to build that, do it there, because it's really super active and it's really super cool. And then you can meet a lot of these superstars that have been with us forever. But thank you, Caitlin. Love you, adore you. And I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So with that, Kathleen, I'll pass it over to you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. You know what? It is friendships, right? It is bishops. And just today, the intertwining and the pulling up is just so much fun. So, I said, somebody invited me. I got to meet somebody met somebody, they invited them here. So one of my very good friends brought a woman that she loves and adores and brought her into the group, and she's here today. So I want to bring her up because we're now besties. We had the absolute best time chatting. Is Dr. Tina? I saw her just a minute. If we can get her up here. Yes, Dr. Tina's coming up. And for everybody who's
here.
You're here. I've seen you now. I mean, I've seen your face. We got to get you up on the screen, and then we'll be a happy. There we go. There she is. I love this woman already, and we've had like one conversation. But when you just meet somebody, they're going to be your bestie. This is her. And what a nice bestie to have. So for everybody that doesn't know who she is a doctor, of course, and she is a doctor of gynecology, right? So I can't tell you how refreshing it is. And we've had several doctors on here, and they're all so open and so sharing, and we're all so grateful. But it's so refreshing to find a doctor who's willing to talk to you about the doctor stuff, but then also not only willing to embrace the holistic medicine piece, but this woman actually is actively working to teach you how to be your own doctor. Right? She's working to put herself out of business, I'm going to say, right? And in the course of that conversation, she made a statement that I thought was pretty phenomenal. And it really kind of stuck. And she said, I spent 30 years bringing life to patients, and now I focus my patients on how to live. That's a mic drop. Tell me what that means to you, Dr. Tina.
So it's a switch, and I think it's because I kind of grew up with some lies, right? I grew up with competition and doing it alone, and my brain is my smartest quality. And what I've learned over the last few years is, no, we connect through the heart, and healing happens in the connection. It doesn't happen from all that I know. It happens with me listening to you. So it's a long story of my evolution of lots of years on this planet. And I hope everyone learns things a lot quicker than I did. But when I take a history now, right, I put your social history on the top, and I put your medical history on the bottom, because invariably about 6 months to a year later, you get a dis-ease in your body. Okay. What is a dis-ease in your body? Your body is always talking to you, and usually it whispers first, but we're so checked out, we don't listen, right? And so when it gets louder and louder and louder, finally we listen. So I now listen to patients much more, and it's a patient-centered model. We grew up our whole society is based in fear and competition. And as women, we were complicit, because we were going to get kicked out of the tribe if we didn't follow the rules, right?
1970s, girlfriends, was when we could have our own checking account and credit cards. Not that long ago, right? And anyway, so we need to be collaborative. We need to upride people. I mean, I'm hearing so much, but so I practiced in a holistic manner. I realized that energy and matter are one and the same. That's Einstein's brilliance. So we think we're human beings, but we're really energy. And energy is your thoughts, your emotions, and your connections to others. So healing happens in the connection. And I finally, literally, I'm all about, my moniker now is trust. And it took me years to truly understand the concept of trust. I didn't grow up that way. T is tune in and listen to your body. R, retell your story for your own personal pleasure. You understand who you really are. You are the entire universe in human form. We are water, air, carbon, and fire. It is the same as the earth. It is the same as a cloud. We freaking are this powerful energy. So we get to live our lives in this human form. S is we can't do life alone. We need a support tribe. Hello, sisterhood. And T, together we can trust mind, body, heart, and spirit, right? And the biggest piece of that is we have these two nervous systems, fight, flight, or freeze, right? Overwhelm, anxiety, or, oh my God, parasympathetic, rest, digest, relax, and reproduce. We are supposed to be sitting like cats and enjoying the sunshine.
I like
But we're
that.
too busy, caged animals in a box, not outside, right? I'm sitting here even now. I don't want to go outside. It's too hot. So one of my personal things was I like literally fell into pleasure research. And so everyone has a unique blueprint for their own personal pleasure. So I invite you in your morning routine, experience pleasure. Don't do a checklist of, oh, I got my work done, I got my meditation done, I got, right? That happened to me this morning and it was yucky. I laugh because of all the things that people said. My new cards, make children your teacher and play. And my biggest trust saying, if I'm alive and I'm breathing, I'm okay. Because that's truly the case. And guess what? When I'm gone and I'm not breathing, I'm not going to fret about it because I'm gone.
It's over.
Right?
That
So it's truly like I have had a meditation where I've been burned at the stake and I literally am like feeling the sensation of the burn. And I'm still alive. So I'm feeling the sensation of the burn. And so one of the big tools that I work with is playing with opposites. Pleasure and pain, same spot in the brain. And when you can merge the opposites, you can always trust, you can always live from pleasure. Pain can become pleasure. So we can always flip from sympathetic to parasympathetic. And that's my, like, you all can do it. The doctor of the future is the patient.
I love that. Oh my gosh, so good. And I know you have more to say. And
Yeah, I know I already took too much time.
know you're perfect. You're absolutely perfect. And we're all gaining every time you're here. So we look forward to having you here more and more. And I know that there's like a topic inside of you and it's pleasure. And hopefully you'll come back and talk to us about that as well, because again, you're just pouring into us and we so appreciate it. Welcome to the 262 movement.
I just want to say to all the people who have spoken before and the smiles on the people's face in the chat, this is a great community. And again, together we rise, right? The rising tide builds all boats. So, and we got to do it from pleasure.
We do.
Fun, support, pleasure, collaboration. So thank you for
100%.
following the breadcrumbs.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you again really super soon. Yeah. Thank you. Now you know why she's my new friend, right? She's amazing. So, hey, Deb, I don't know, before I go on, because our speaker is in the house and I so want to see her. So you good or?
Yeah, we're good. Let's go. We know that her internet is sensitive at best. So let's go. She's here. Let's go.
At the very, very best. So let me bring up for us, and maybe somebody else is doing this. Let me bring up for us Jane, and I'm going to say this right, Ayango. Jane, you are here, right? I'm not seeing Jane. I'm
She
sure.
is here. She is here. Don't worry. She's here.
Okay, she's here. So let me introduce Jane. And again, the threads just keep running through this. And we've talked about, supporting women and being there. And Jane's support is in the room. And this is kind of exciting because that'll be right behind her. But let me tell you what about Jane. Jane calls herself an urban grassroots woman because she is. She's living and working in Kibera, the biggest slum settlement in Nairobi, Kenya. And by choice, we talk about things that we want to help. This is a woman that didn't say, oh, somebody should do something. This is a woman that is doing something. And for over 20 years, she has organized efforts to help bring young girls and women facing all kind of abuse. The stories you hear are true, and manipulation. Her dream of protecting these marginalized women has blossomed out of her efforts into what they call non-governmental organization. I believe here it would be a nonprofit. Today, she's moved on a bit and she's working to amplify the voices of women and girls living in these slum communities. And she's taken it bigger to various platforms nationally, regionally, and globally. She's received many awards for her selfless work, including the prestigious Global Leadership Award in Vital Voices for her collaboration actions. And she received this at the JF Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. And you know what? Her topic, what if we just all worked together, right? What could happen if we did? And I'm hoping to see her because I think that she's here so we can see her. And I'm not seeing her. Jane, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but you can't see me.
I can't see you. Okay, well, darn it. I love the smile. You hear the laugh, and here's somebody doing such hearty work with such a light heart. And we talked about that. That's pretty powerful. So, Jane, tell us. You call yourself the grassroots woman operating globally. Shine some light on that for us. What does that exactly mean?
Yeah, thanks so much, Kathleen, and thanks the wonderful women in the house. This has been a great evening. I've been listening all this time, and I'm so much inspired. So yes, I'm a grassroots woman. I started my life in the slums. Not that I was born in the slums. I was actually born in the rural villages of Kenya. So I was able to fetch firewood. I was able to fetch water. I was able to do all those things that the women in the village do. And then I moved to the slums in my late teen. And that is where I lived for a very, very long time. I'm no longer in the slums because, as we have heard all this time, is that women must grow. We must leave one point to another. So yes, I still work in the slums and with the women and girls in the slums, but I also network a lot globally. And I'm in this space because right now, I work globally. And thanks to a global woman, Catherine Holt, I'm able to be here today. So that's why I am a grassroots woman, but I'm operating globally.
Yeah. So not everybody, some people are born into the slums and some people, one person I know chooses, right? She chooses because that's where her work is. So tell us a little bit more about your background, if you would, Jane, because I think it'll help us all to sort of understand because you have unparalleled passion for this.
Yeah, so I got in the slums in my late teen, and nowadays, because I'm empowered, I see it as if it was, can I say, trafficking? Because I was actually brought from the village to a strange man. I ended up marrying him, and I was really scared of going back home pregnant because by the time I knew how to live, I was already pregnant. So I ended up staying and staying and staying and staying. But I didn't like the life that I got there. Somehow the life in the village is a little open, it's very clean. And this way, the houses are all together. and just everything is together, and the very poor sanitation, very poor infrastructure. So I didn't really like the life in the slums, and I would write a lot about it. I would write the topics of my writings were not my life. So I worked very, very hard to get out or to be where I am today. I did everything. I did a bit of cookery. Anytime I heard of anything, any free course, I would go and try to learn something, because I was very determined to change my life, because I didn't believe in that life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you spent your life dedicated to these girls and women for so long, and now you're at a pass in life where you're really passing the torch, and this is super pivotal. What are you going to do to make sure that your movement, this movement, and the efforts you've already put in stay the course and continue to help these women?
Thanks, Kathleen. What is interesting about my story is that it has never been stagnant. I've always been moving. So when I started mobilizing girls from my neighborhood, it was a case of a young girl who was caught having a sexual affair with a 39-year-old man. And as usual, people went after the perpetrator, but I decided to stay with the girl and understand why she was doing this. And that is how I started bringing other girls on board. So I started with this young girl, but then I brought more girls on board. And when the more girls were coming, then the parents came in, and especially the mothers, to ask me, what are you doing with our kids? And that is how I organized these women together, so that we would start the self-help group, like empowering ourselves as we empower our girls. And then later, I now started working formally with the women during a post-election violence that we had. And I tried as much as possible to rise, just always be on top of things, because if you remain at the same level, like if I remain at the same level, then it means that there is no leadership. So inspiring others to take a direction. So I've always really pushed myself. And what I believe right now is that most of the girls that I've mentored over the years are now very well educated. They are in positions and they are able to lead themselves. I'm no longer a girl. When I started it, I was a young woman, but right now I can work with my peers. It's easier to work with your peers. That is why I'm up this late, because I'm listening to conversations from women who inspire me so much. If I was listening to the girls, maybe I would be tired again and maybe feeling like sleeping. So that is why I feel that the girls should take up. And what we are talking about right now is like, passing the baton. When you're passing the baton, it means that you're still interested in the result. You've just done your part, but you're still part of the conversation. So we can still advise the girls. We can still bring everybody in the room. I know this has been a big conversation here today. But what is there is that, we cannot always be starting. We must learn from somebody else to go to the next level. You can only better what is good. So I believe that I'm going into a better space, but I'm still holding somebody else's hand. I'm learning from powerful women like you guys as I move. I move, but I'm also holding other people's hands so that I'm not in one space. So yes, the girls are taking over, and I'm so proud of them. They are very powerful. You listen to them, you'll be inspired. I'm encouraged every day I listen to them.
Oh my gosh, you're inspiring, because you know what? Like, not only did you jump in and do and saw the need and you answered and you stayed and you worked it, you were strong enough within yourself to say, okay, it's time. I need something else. And yet you didn't just walk away. You didn't leave anybody, like we all sort of have this everybody needs us thing, right? Well, you know what's needed, and you found the right people, you mentored them, you brought them in. And that is just such a beautiful, beautiful story. And I want to thank you from literally everyone in here and everyone all around that are listening. Thank you for the work you've done and for the help that you've done. And, you started a ripple that, we're all going to watch. And really because of you. And so we appreciate that. You have absolutely touched our hearts today. And
Yeah.
I know that there's a lot happening in your villages right now as well. And you shared with me some of the horrific things that are happening. They do need more help. So, we're coming close, but what is it we can do from this side? You've touched us, we're hearing you, but how can we help you? How can this group of women and everybody out there that's listening and will listen, how can we help?
Yeah, thanks, Kathleen. What I can say is that when you're in the civil society world, then mostly you're supporting people, you're working for the welfare of others. But right now, as I move to the next level, I'm looking at social entrepreneurship. I'm looking at myself. I'm looking at taking care of Jane. Because if Jane doesn't take care of herself, then it means that the young girls I've been inspiring will not look up to me. They will not look up to me. So I'm really keen on developing my own social entrepreneur. And I'm looking at also doing a book on myself. I've really been through a lot of, through the storm. I've learned so much, and the hard work that women are doing down here. So I'm really appealing to anyone. People can work together with me. People can hold my hands. People can, just to support our work. I'm really here, and I'm determined to move forward. I'm taking away what was said before. Just set those small goals that you are able to achieve. I want to set the smallest one I'm setting right now is that I'm doing my book, and I want to move forward on this.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
What a great example of saying, Deb talked about the ask party and how we don't know how to do that, and how, and the truth is everybody's on the edge of the seat. They want to help. And so how beautiful of you to just totally display that for us unapologetically, and just so great. So great. Is there also a place that we could donate to, if for anybody that wanted to donate to the people in the villages to help with some of the things that are going on right now?
Yes, I'll put on the chat. We can donate through PayPal. We also have, yes, there is a global giving account for the work that I'm doing with the women and the girls. But for myself, right now, I'm still doing just PayPal as I work towards writing my book and publishing it, and maybe launching it with you guys.
That would be a beautiful thing. That would be a beautiful. Well, how about a book launch in your area? That would be such a beautiful thing. So, you know what? I love you. I appreciate what you're doing. I know it's very late there, and we all are grateful that you took the time and the energy, because it's an effort, and we love that you're here, and we look forward to the next time that you're here with us. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Deb?
Thanks, most appreciated.
Yeah.
I got so much to say. I got so much to
give
say.
us
No,
some
no,
love.
cheers, 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 hearts, hearts, hearts. Come on, jazz hands.
Yep,
First of all, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers that sponsor, and to our sponsors, because by having this sponsored by all the women that you hear speaking today, we can gift this kind of speaking space to someone like Jane, who is a crone and a maven, and get this televised. And so this is also the work that we do. So yay, yay, cheer, cheers. Thank you, everyone. Second, there in the book that we did, people are like, oh, there's some women in there that we don't know. I go, ding, 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 ding. So there's 50 women in here that are on the other side of the tulips. Is that a nice way to put it? Other side of the tulips that did not get recognition because of the era that they were born in. Women couldn't be Nobel Peace Prize earners. There's a mom and daughter that rode a Harley Davidson from California to New York and back, like, a long time ago. It's like, Harley's made that. And so those are stories to be told. And why are they in the book? They're in the book because there's women like Jane who is doing her own book now. Like, do you get it? Like, they carved path. We are making history. Like, we're making history. Like, when you tell someone to love on themselves, you're making history. We know that. And so making path. And now Jane has made path, and she is what I would consider in a Maven Crone stage. And God bless you for asking for help, because when you outpour as part of your dharma or your, servant leadership, sometimes it's hard to gift back. So there's two causes that Jane's representing. And for those of you that can't see what she looks like, I don't know, I'm going to put her picture up on my phone, and I don't know if you can see what she looks like. She's gorgeous, gorgeous. And Kathy, thank you so much for introducing, and that's kind of how this works. So Jane, here's what we're going to do. So we have not made a formal announcement, and it has been conversation over application, because that's kind of how we roll. It's not about how many, it's who. And we have 50 women holding space in this book. And they were placeholders. Why did we do placeholders? One, because you needed to know who they are. But second, as we started to embark on a 5-year book tour, we knew there was going to be women. And by the way, Jane's in the book. There was going to be women that needed to be in here. And now you know exactly what we're talking about. So there are, well, there's actually 48 spots only left out of the 50. That if you wanted to be a part of this book, you can be. And you can have that private conversation. The reason why I'm telling you that is if you feel drawn to be in this book, obviously it's a pay to play. You need to pay a little something to get a little something. But for anyone that decides they want to do that, $500 of which you pay to be in this book is going to go to Jane. Straight up. I just made that. I hope that's okay, Kathleen. I just made that. So if you decide you want to be in the book, we are going to gift her $500 to do whatever her little heart desires. And Jane, when you're ready to market your book, you better give us a call, because that's all going to be comp and gifted here. We're going to help you market that book and help you shine. So if you want to shine and gift at the same time, it's like a donation that keeps on giving. We'll help you shine, and then we will help her shine by just giving the money. Sometimes I just talked about it earlier. I'm like, you know how you help your sister? Pay full price. Pay full price. And so we're just going to give it to you. You do what you need to do with that. So thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy, for introducing Jane. Thank you, speakers, because it allows us to give space and time and voice, because let's face it, we're paying some streaming channels that just don't really cut a deal. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I have to say. I'm super excited, super proud of you.
Is that all? That was
That's all.
beautiful. That was beautiful. That was just like so beautiful. Like, boom, you see what you're a part of. You see what you're a part of. You see what we can all do for each other. And, you know, Kathy's rubbing her eyes down there. I think we might have got to her a little bit, you know, but Kathy brought Jane in, and we all got something from Jane right now, right? I mean, and we get something from Jane every time she talks. And so she didn't quit anything. She is overflowing, and I cannot be more thrilled to be part of her future success. And I know that you're all choked up. I love it. We didn't mean to make y'all cry, but it's a moment. It's a moment. This is what happens when sisters come together and intentionally build a sustainable community. You are officially recruited, folks. This is how the game's played. There's no backing down. Every one of us given a podium would tell us everything that's wrong about the world. Well, guess what? What we're telling you right here and today is you have a place to change that. And Deb just put her money where her mouth is, right? She just put this whole community behind a woman who put her whole life behind a community in literal life and death environments. And what we're talking about here, because none of the rest of us, I dare to say, are in that life and death spot. We're in abundance, whether we realize it or not. And this is how it flows. I'm blown away. Just really, really awesome. Yeah.
Awesome. So let's do some heart and some love for Jane and for Kathy. Thank you so much for being a part of. And if you know of a woman who is doing the same thing, and I noticed that Tabella was also on here a little earlier, but if you have someone who's in a nonprofit position that needs some space and some stage time and support and some love, you can just go to deb@debdrummond.com. Go to Kathleen in the chat. I'm not in the chat, because I'm chatting enough. We can be in touch with them. And if you don't know, we have summits November 7th and 8th, March 7th and 8th, and May 7th and 8th. And we are doing that all time zones. So with that being said, I know that we need to move along, and I got choked up too, Kathy. Kathy, don't cry, make me cry. But Olya is here, and Olya, thank you so much for coming here. You look fantastic today. And Olya, I'm getting a theme today. There is a theme of abundance, of taking care of oneself, and health, and all of that plays into our abundance. And Vancouver's in the house today. Olya is in Vancouver. You will hear when she talks, she's not originally from Vancouver, but we're lucky to have her here in this country. And you know something, a lot about something that I hold really close to dear. Most people don't know that I had a health studio for 27 years, and my specialty and one of my loves was the brain and the lymphatic system. And you have a relationship with the lymphatic system that is incredible. And it really does, it's something that people don't know about, and you're an advocate for sharing. So we've got a few moments here, if you don't mind enlightening women on something that they can do and take care of for their health.
Thank you, Deb, for having me. You always inspire me to speak up and be here for people, as is the big message to share for the world, as we all have lymphatic system. And in fact, lymphatic system is our immunity. It means health, and health is wealth. How can we compromise this? I know we're all busy women, all on a path, on a mission, having full lives, busy, really rocking own world and really creating this amazing impact. At the same time, health is a strong foundation, is your physical energy. And I'm going to share something. All of the women who come to work with me as my clients, they're all very successful, all healthy, healthy in the mindset, in the way they have health routine that they follow. At the same time, they always ask me, how come I follow all of this routine and I still wake up tired and I have certain fatigue during the day, or maybe I feel bloated, but still something is happening. And I have the answers in lymphatic system. It's the area of my expertise. And I also always explain lymphatic system withholds all of the toxins in the body. And yes, you can be doing all of those healthy habits, but let's say stress is the daily norm these days. And specifically for women, our hormone system is a bit different, and we take stress differently. And unfortunately, it's inevitable. It's part of lifestyle, especially once you choose create certain projects or just doing something amazing to this world. It's inevitable. And stress is the toxin. And lymphatic system is going to actually remove it from the body. When it's too much stress, it causes too much inflammation. And lymph nodes, they are across all body. There are mini factory stations that cleanse the body. At the same time, immunity cells are born there. So imagine if there is too much inflammation going in the system and it's not capable to remove it on time, those mini factories that are across all body, they're not capable to produce enough immunity cells. And the result is that fatigue. So the job is to stimulate own lymphatic system in a smart way daily and have this health code in place and really do it as a self-help to yourself, not to really seek the help from around, but to learn specific tools that will keep you going as, hey, energy is our new currency. The more energy you have in your body, the more successful you are. It's vital part. And lymphatic withholds lots of energy. Imagine when there is lots of inflammation and stagnation going there, there is no room for free energy to come. And we have lots of energy from universe coming 24/7. It's available for you. It's how much your body can receive. So create this container in your body for that energy to arrive. And this lymphatic system, those lymph nodes, they sit above, it's the master system on our whole body. Yes, we have nervous system, blood system, and innervation, blood circulation is the key to success. At the same time, lymph nodes, they are above them all. And when they're inflamed, they are squishing everything below. So blood flow won't arrive to organs. Electricity won't get to the organs. Again, nervous system is electricity that innervates the body. So how can the body can perform its duties when in fact there is inflammation going? And how do you know there is inflammation in the body? Even light headache indicates there is inflammation. If you have heavy legs, you have inflammation in lymphatic system. For example, if you have mood roller coaster, you have inflammation in lymphatic system. So if you ask me, give me the list why lymphatic system is important, it's for everything. If you ever notice any minor shifts in your body, in the physical health, rest assured you have inflammation in lymphatic system. Your job is, what do I do? What's the smart way? How do I help myself? So first I thought I'm gonna share some PDF file in the group chat to actually give you the list why lymphatic system is important, but I decided not to because all of your health depends on lymphatic system. And if you ever feel tired, notice like you shouldn't feel tired at all. And it's not about the age. It doesn't matter. You can be super energized when you're 90. It doesn't matter. It depends on your health code in place. So that's the indicator for you. So instead of giving like all of the different symptoms you might have when lymphatic system is inflamed, I'm just gonna say it's everything. Once you're in a good health, once you have the energy flowing, rest assured your lymphatic system is amazing. If you have light changes in your mood, it's not about the weather. It's not because you didn't sleep enough. It's because there is certain stagnation in lymphatic system. It means it's like a watery liquid that became a jello. It means you need to speed up this jello, so it needs to become more liquidy, because again, lymph is water, it's pure water. So it's on you, and I've created this amazing lymphatic course for everyone to learn tools from a method. And I decided to make an amazing gift to all of you, but you need to be an action taker. It's only available today. I'm going to leave the link on this chat with my link tree, and you can connect with me in any convenient way for yourself. And I'm gonna give you 1 week free of my lymphatic course, and I'm gonna give it to you as a prize, but it's only available today, and it's only for action takers, only available today. So go to this link, connect with me, and I will add you to my course. And we have amazing, wonderful Leslie from the 262 Women book, who actually had tremendous results after taking my course after 5 days. And she gave me this incredible video testimonial for women to be inspired even more. I feel I need to even post it in the Facebook group to inspire you to take an action and learn those lymphatic tools and really take your health to your next level. Be energized, be healthy, be wealthy. You're amazing. You're rocking your world. Keep going. You create such a huge difference on this planet, but you need physical health. And this energy you will get through smart lymphatic work. So I'm happy to share this opportunity with you, and posting my contact information right now in the chat.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you so much. Love, love, love. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Jazz hands. I think that was a non-negotiable, moment of cheering people on and acknowledging everything that it takes, both mental, physical, and spiritual. So thank you so much for putting that in there. Oh my gosh, it's just been, there's just so much goodness going on. There's just so much goodness going on. And for those of you that love podcasts, oh yeah, I think you're going to be coming on the podcast, but we do have group podcasts. If anyone wants to go into a podcast, just put your name in the chat, and we have one for health and wellness groups. We have one for people that are authors. If you're a coach or a trainer, what else have we got on there? If you're a momager, there's all sorts of group podcasts that you can do and collectively get the word out. That's the whole idea. If you haven't figured it out by now, we're about getting the word out. So thank you so much. And Kathleen, I will pass it over to you, because I know Miss Looking Good and Blue is in the room.
She is. Thank you, Olya, for all of that. And I felt a little cheated because I don't know about anybody else. I've never been to a doctor's office and have them talk to me about my lymph. And here it is, the one thing I should have been hearing about all along. There's a definite pattern here, folks, but we're going to move on. And I'm going to bring Miss Kathy Holt up because I get to. That's exactly why. Hi, Kathy.
Hello.
No one is a stranger to Kathy, right? Because if you've been hanging out for even 5 minutes in our neighborhood, you know that she's just, I don't know, what do we call you? Like the kingpin? She's been like there from the beginning. She has supported us in such an amazing way. And much like Jane, who she brought into the process, right? She has spent her whole life supporting women and fighting for women and doing women. And I'm gonna just sort of give you an official introduction because you so deserve it. But I'm so happy you're here. Kathy is indeed an elite international speaker. She's been all over the world a couple of times. Just came back from the Olympics, I should throw in there too. So she's everywhere. She is an author that is promoting women as change agents, because that's what we're in, right? For more than 30 years, she has spent her time working on gender equality, center staging women into leadership and decision-making roles. We probably have a lot to thank her for that we don't even know she's done for us, because she's done it in such a big way. She's mentored grassroots women and aspiring women to be change agents throughout the globe, like Jane, awaken their inner leader, take on that extra responsibility so we can help other women. And she speaks their truth and transforms and watches them transform themselves, which is so good. So whether she's speaking in the UN, yes, she speaks in the UN meetings. She teaches courses for women on gender studies, advocating for all kind of women issues in the political arena. We need that for sure. And also connecting with women early on to change things. She shares her passions, her experiences, her skills, and her strategies for navigating what it's like to be a female, either wanting to be a leader or being the leader. And we have so much to thank her for. And I will say that in June, when we had our first book launch, Kathy was one of the recipients of our award, much like Joanne. We gave away 3. TD Bank honored these women. And Kathy, I have to read it. Excellence in commitment to solidarity. I mean, honestly, she brought that to the 262, but she's lived it her whole life. She's lived it her whole life, and we're so grateful and thankful to you for doing that. So what you're going to talk about today? Being a change agent. What else, right? Something you probably don't know about Kathy, and I just found this out. In high school, she played on the men's tennis team. That's very exciting. That's a little bit of a flip and a turn, right? I love it. Demi Lovato is her music of choice these days, and it's confident, right? Nothing's better than confidence, right? So what is she given to us? Well, we got the one-on-one. Listen up, because she's going to spill some good stuff. One-on-one, you're going to get a 90-minute call so you can help identify your leadership superpowers and start charting a course toward the change you want to make, because that's who she is and what she does. And for everybody, she's got the 10 strategies for awakening your inner leader, because it's a reflection guide. But you know what? We're all leaders. We're all leaders to some extent. And she's going to give you 10 ways to awaken that in you. Kathy, thank you for being here. And I'm going to let you take the stage.
Oh, thank you, Kathleen. That was phenomenal. And I actually really need, and I already clicked on the lymph node, because I was diagnosed Monday with a severe sinus infection. So my voice is totally strange, but sorry about that. That's what it is right now today. So we'll work with it. Anyway, yes, I love, my mission in life is to create more women leaders, because women make up about 51% of the world's population, but less than a third of the leadership positions. And only 10% of the Fortune 500 CEOs are women. Yet it's shown that firms, organizations that have more women in senior positions are more socially responsible, provide safer, high quality customer experiences, and actually perform better. So I think we need more leaders. Our contributions are valuable and needed. So first I want to just challenge you. Oh, and this is what the book of 262 leaders. And if you don't have it, you really need to look into it and see the stories, the incredible stories of women who never woke up one morning and say, I'm going to be a leader. That's just who I am. That's what I want to be. They had a mission, they had a passion, and they followed it. And that's what made them leaders. But I want to challenge you just for a minute to put in the chat, what do you think are essential leadership skills? Just anything. Listening, yes, good. People skills, yes. Integrity and yes, communications, integrity, compassion, empathy, honesty, self-awareness, confidence, vulnerability, transparency. These are phenomenal. And these are actually what are considered today's leadership skills. I mean, it's not the old curmudgeon sitting in his office and barking out orders. That they come, you know, the world has come to realize that's not what a leader is. That leadership is more now considered to be more like servant leaders, you know, leaders that care, leaders that will take care of the people that I'm sorry, I'm in New York and there's always street sound, so sorry about that. But it's not about titles. Leadership is not about titles and positions. It's about inspiring others toward a common goal. It's about motivating to achieve something new and better. It's about being able to convince people or group people and get people together that share something and a passion or a concern or want to change things. And that's what we are good at. Women are good at this. We just think of some of the skills. Empathy. Women tend to be pretty empathetic. I know, just hearing Jane's story, and I know Jane from many, many years, it still gets me. I mean, I feel for what she's doing and what she's going through. That we are usually good communicators. I mean, statistics show that women say way more words than men in any day. You've probably read that someplace, because it's very common. So we do communicate, and we also tend to be willing to be vulnerable. That we share, we talk about things that sometimes are not comfortable, but we want to hear from each other. We support each other. And those things are all important. But why do we not step up? That is a question that has haunted me forever, because, I didn't wake up one morning and say, oh, I'm going to be a leader. But I did have a situation where I saw somebody who I didn't feel was, and this was early, probably in college, that I just didn't feel was being treated nicely. And so I just something in me, maybe that empathy or maybe that compassion, I stepped forward and he said, wait a second, that's not very nice, but it made a big difference. And it made me also realize that I had a voice and that I could share that voice and encourage others, because once I spoke up, other people kind of gathered around this. There was a young woman, one of my colleagues in school, and we kind of gathered around her and made a community for her, or brought her into our community. So that is leadership. That's just an everyday example of being a leader. The other thing I think that happens with women is we don't feel like these skills we have make us leaders. Well, why not? Why not? If those are the things we just identified in our chat, and we know we can do them and we have these skills, we just need to acknowledge that we have these skills and develop them and say, okay, yeah, I'll try, I'll use it. It's a little scary. It's a little scary sometimes to speak up, but I think I was scared to speak up because I was in a group, and the peer pressure in school, you don't want to stand out too much. So it was a little scary, but I did it. I did it because I just felt like I had to. And I think it's been said several times throughout this afternoon, is that we are unique. Every one of us is unique. Nobody shares our story. We have lived all exactly different lives, and we are the expert of our life. Nobody else knows our life the way we do. So we have a perspective that's very, very important. That's different. That, it might be a similar topic or, similarities in some ways, but what we have is valuable. And, several speakers in the one, talking about writing your book, you have a perspective that could help somebody else. So that's why it's important to be able to kind of dig in, not be afraid, and lean into your leadership capabilities. But how do you start that journey? Not all of us, some of us on this summit have already made it through parts of our journey, but there might be somebody who's thinking, yeah, but where do I start? First, I think you have to recognize your passion. What is it that you are really feel strongly about? And I'll with a real quick story. Since it is Olympic time, and I was at the Olympics, they did a special on this woman, Mackenzie Long. She is a runner. She is she does like the 100-meter and the 200-meter if you're into those kinds of sports. But when she was trying to qualify for the Olympics, her mom died of a heart attack just before her 46th birthday. And this was in February. And it was just 11 days before a really crucial meet for Olympic coasters. And she had to face her first meet without her biggest supporter, which was her mom. And she said something in an article that I thought was very interesting. When these situations happen, I believe you have one of two choices. You're either going to use it to help you, or it's going to be the end of you. And she decided that her mom would haunt her if she quit. So she kept on going. She did qualify for the Olympics. And she never considered herself a leader. She was a runner. She was a runner who really loved what she was doing. But based on her lived experiences and losing her mom the way she did, she decided that in her future, she's working right now on a master's in public health. She changed from criminal law because she wants to open clinics that address health care inequalities. She didn't start out to be a leader. She was just a runner. She was just doing what she loved. But she also remembered how her mom told her to find her voice. Her mom always encouraged her to find her voice. And through this whole experience, she decided she needed to go to therapy to deal with the grief and her running ambitions and everything that was happening and swirling around her. And she was the oldest and had younger sisters who were having difficulties handling it. So in her clinic, and that will address health care inequities, she also is looking at becoming a vocal, passionate advocate for therapy, because in the Black community, that's not always embraced. She did not start out thinking she was going to be a leader. She kept saying, she says in all her interviews, I'm a runner. But because of her life experiences, she has taken her passion and been willing to step forward and speak about it. And that's leadership in everyday life. It's not, being necessarily the CEO or the CFO. We can all be leadership in what just is happening around us. So identify your passion. Do you see something you want to change? And I think that we all can, this is kind of my mantra, I guess you could say, is lead the change you want to see. If you see something that needs to be changed, step up. You have those qualities. Acknowledge them. Develop them further by practicing with them. And you do have to dig deep. It is part of our nature, at least somebody was talking about the 70s. I was in the 70s, and so I know how women were not supposed to speak up. We're not supposed to be seen. We're not supposed to, rock the boat. But finding the courage to do that with little steps at a time, helping a friend, helping this woman in college that just gave me the confidence, and why I really like that song Confident right now, led me to want to try it out a little bit more, try it out on something else, and eventually, kind of say, to heck with it. I'm just going to be me. And if I think about something, I'll figure out a way, if I think it really needs to be changed, to lead the change if nobody else is willing to step up. So I encourage you. I think the piece that I am giving for a download is actually, it's a bit of a reflective piece, but it does give the 10 different strategies that you can start using to discover what are your superpowers, what are you comfortable with, but it does take a bit of self-reflection. And then it also will give you a 30-minute call if you want to sign up with it. There's a link in the piece to just talk about what you want to talk about your leadership journey, because I think we all have what it takes to be leaders. And that's like I said, that's my mission. My mission is to create more women leaders because we need them. Our perspective is so valuable to our community, to ourselves, to our world. So thank you so much.
Oh, Kathleen, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I hit the button twice. You know, when you hear somebody talk about something that they didn't just practice, but they've lived, you just witness that in like such a huge, huge way. And our paths mirror each other slightly in a different room, right? And what you're talking about when leadership, it so hits home. And it now is the time, right? Because, you know, we're similar in experiences here time-wise. And you weren't always in that space where people valued the fact that those soft, what they termed soft skills, right? Because they were women's skills. So they were soft skills, right? And today it's exactly what's costing organizations and companies their business because they didn't bet on the right horse. They didn't recognize what was needed. So when she says you're a leader, you're 100% a leader and you are needed. Not only needed, guys, it's required. It's required. I'm a big believer in once you figure out how you got somewhere, you own it. You own it. So right now, if you're looking and saying you don't like what's going on, she just told you, speak up. You have that right. It's not enough to see it. It's you have to get involved. We all have to get involved. And I love that you reminded us of that. I just absolutely love it. You said so many things.
Can I just say one thing, Kathleen? I think
Yeah.
it's so important what you just said. These used to be considered soft skills because they were kind of feminine. And now everybody's recognizing that they are the skills that matter. So we rule. We just have to step up and take charge.
And I'm going to say this too, don't expect to get credit for it because if you're here for credit, it's not going to happen. You know, those soft skills, is what kept me going and alive because for me, it's all about the people and having those soft skills is what kept that team of 2,000, 10,000 behind us. And while the guys thought they had all the muscle, and I'm not guy bashing, but it was just, there was a big difference in how we operated. When they needed people, guess whose pond they went to? Because that's the most powerful place to be. And it really doesn't matter what business you're in, what organization, what you're trying to accomplish. If you don't have a people first mentality, it's temporary. And you're seeing giants fall, giant organizations, giant companies. And I have no wish for that, but it's part of what has to happen. And it's such a big opening for those of us that do not only possess those soft skills, but, and I just call them that now, but they're probably the strongest skill you can have. And I love that you brought that out. You're highlighting it. We're going to celebrate it. Do not be ashamed of it. Like you use the word just a lot, and that's a word that tickles my ear a lot. And she thought she was just a runner. You might think you're just an author. You might think you're just a podcaster. You're just whatever. You are just nothing. You are that and so much more. And, take Kathy's gifts, find out what that more is all about. You couldn't find a better person to guide you, to lead you. And honest to gosh, I applaud you just for the fact that you're still willing and able. This is a woman that doesn't have to do this for any of us. She just doesn't, guys. She's done enough and she could just go off and enjoy her life. She's been around the world, like I said, several times. She has the means to do what she likes. And you know what she's doing? She's pouring into us. She's pouring into us and everybody that's willing to jump on and listen. So yeah, I just adore you. And I'm so grateful for what you're doing. So,
Right on.
yeah.
I did want to say not to drive to the book, but if you have read the book and you haven't read the foreword, Kathy actually wrote the foreword to the book. I mean, could we have found a better person to write about the foreword? And there's some really beautiful things in there. And the one thing I want to note is sometimes, people like, why would I go Like, why would I go to a leadership coach? Because you see it as an external outside thing. I'll tell you something from someone who's done a little bit of building businesses, is that a lot of the times you're building your business, you're driving your business, you're working in your business, but sometimes you're not leading yourself in your business. And I want that to land. I get tingles when I say that, because when you work with Kathy, first of all, you get to be real and transparent. And how often does that happen? But many of us struggle leading our business because we're working, we're driving, we're building, and you should do that. But it's hard to self-lead. And then people like, get a VA, hire someone else for your team and whatever. And then you hear people going, I thought she was going to do this. We don't know how to lead our business to that growth level because you've not been taught how to lead other people, because by nature, we just want to make everyone happy, but we're not leading ourselves in our own business. It's easier to go climb out there. So if you are working, driving, building, surviving, striving, all those things, but you don't feel like you got self-leader, like you don't feel like someone's leading your company and you're the only one in it, you probably want to give Kathy a call. There's my, because it's true, because we forget to lead our own company. And with that being said,
We're gonna give away her gift.
Yeah, can you give away her gift? Because everyone's like, okay, I'll take it. So yes, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Kathy.
I think she's convinced us for sure. So super easy question.
Good.
She found out that she was a leader because she was willing to do one very simple thing, and it's 2 words, and it's in our title if you need that help. And it sort of goes along that see something, say something. What did Kathy do very early on in college when she saw something that wasn't right and everything in her could have had her keep quiet? Instead, what did she do? I think we've got a few people. Yep, we've got people already catching on. So my question wasn't too hard. I tend to get a little hard, but yeah, Kathy, again, thank you so very much. So very much. Or how honored are we to have, she could be anywhere and she's here with us. So thank you. Yeah, appreciate you. All right. So speaking of just interesting how the ball keeps rolling, right? And all the synchronicities. And we usually say this at least once in the course of our show. And that is, Deb puts together these people and puts the order together, right? And then it just all comes in the way it's supposed to. And I want to invite one of my friends, somebody that I just dearly love, somebody that exhibits exactly that pass it on, that bring everybody forward, that, I'm going to introduce my friend Shar to you. Shar McCready, thank you for being here. It is kind of like synchronicity here is Kathy just came home from the Olympics, right? Well, our friend Shar was on the very first USA women's rugby team in 1996, right? Right. And I love it. And, I was kind of wondering, so how was I going to say things about Shar? And I'm going to use Kathy's just word, right? And my just word, but I said it means different things, but you never know who you're sitting beside, right? I wandered into a networking event and Shar was the very first woman, or really the very first person that she lit up. Hello. I was in her circle immediately. She got into this and now she's already brought women. There's 2, 3, 4, 5 people that are reaching out because of Shar and saying, how do I get into this? Because she's that person, she's that leader, she's paying it forward. And there's so much more that I just love the relationship because I learn and I learn and I learn. So what do I know about Shar? She has a military background. She was a doctor in the military. She has a very diverse life. And so it's kind of understanding in talking to her, she's moved away like some of the other doctors we've heard and moved more into the holistic healing. Could no longer sort of support what we had out there. I see that transition 100%. I don't know how we got from military doctor, Olympics, teaching holistics to fly far with Shar. It's kind of catchy, right? Shar, what the heck is fly far with Shar? Tell us about that.
Oh, Kathleen and Deb, thank you so much for having me here today. I love the serendipitous connection of everything. I've been on now for the last couple of hours, just listening to all of you incredibly talented and experienced women. I'm going to apologize up front. Our landscapers decided they got to show up today instead of Friday. So if you're hearing, I am so very sorry for that. I have been on quite a journey, just like every single person here, and represent pieces of almost every single talk that we've had so far today, from women's empowerment and speaking up to doing things for the first time. I was part of the very first class of women to the United States Air Force Academy when women were allowed to serve and to go. And I didn't realize until many years later, as Kathleen just shared with us, doing the thing that I felt prompted to do and that God divinely put in my heart was actually breaking barriers and becoming history making. I see a lot of that now, and it's really big. Back then, I was just following the calling that was given to me when I was 6 years old, sitting in my first grade classroom. And the reason that Fly Far with Shar, which is the name of my company, came into being is because, one, I'm a pilot. I was in the Air Force. I practiced medicine. I've been around the world. I've been up, down, around, and through health crises from a clinician standpoint, a patient standpoint. And I believe and have come up with a system that just helps people, women especially, that's my jam, and a few good men, to fully live in the now by putting the system in place. So we might go far around the world, but I also want to help you go far in your journey of the being that you were divinely created to be and put on this earth to impact the world in only the way that you can. And that's what I do.
That is so beautiful. And Sharp, make sure you put your contacts there, because yeah, we want to get in touch with you. And everybody, just a reminder, if you spoke today, put your links in there, grab it. Also, I hope you're part of the Facebook group, and you feel free to put your links, your offers in there also, so that, you know, other people can grab it, because we so appreciate you being here, Char. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to hear more.
Want to hear
Make
more?
sure you send me a private message. I'm not in the chat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So good. So good.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I was like, oh, she stopped talking. I want to hear more. Very good. All right. So we have our speaker in the house. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, everyone that spoke so far. And I think we all know about I get to. We're all past due. I have to. We're all into I get to. And I get to hang out with Miss Kathleen Carlson a lot. And I'm super grateful for that. And that's one of the bonuses for me about this incredible project is, like, look who I get to hang out with. And we know who you hang with, what you read, what you're watching before you go to bed. Thank you, Miss Joanne. I watch comedy. I don't know if it justifies me scrolling, but I like to listen to comedy. And we're going to hear from Kathleen, because you know what? People don't always know everything that we do, right? Not just we, when I say we, but as entrepreneurs, as people that do many things, they see you in one light. And I think it's time to kind of shine a light in another area for you. So are you ready? Are you ready to share?
I am ready to share. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's do this properly, shall we? So Kathleen Carlson is the powerhouse partner in 262 Movement. Oh my goodness, lucky us. She is also a captivating speaker, as you can tell, and an international best-selling author multiple times only. I think we're hearing a lot about that. We're hearing multiple author, such a good brand. But she is also the CEO and founder of Straight Up Executive Coaching, Straight Up. So no surprise that you would be in a company that says stand up, speak up, and show up. Straight up. Who orders their drinks? Straight up. Okay. She draws on her extensive experience from over 3 decades as in executive leadership at a Fortune 50 company, an intuitive guide for female leaders. And we just talked about that. We're not going to say that's a skill. We're going to say that's a skill that is now we are, right? Remember when we couldn't even say that word? Like, woo, you're in leadership. I mean, your crew was like, what, 340 million a year? And oh, here's the intuitive leader. It's probably wasn't said very often. Kathleen is dedicated to empowering women, offering deep expertise and heartfelt guidance to help them live their vision and create a life that aligns with their true desires. So that is the topic today, the insider alignment strategies to transform your business and your life. And something that you do not know about Kathleen is that she's been on the screen for a long time. Her first television debut was when she was 6, and she was one of the Jolly Sisters singing Me and My Man. All right. And the music that she's listening to these days is Step Into Your Power by Argenta Rose. And the gift for one person is going to be spending some incredible private time with Kathleen. You're going to want that is private strategy session. And you are also going to get a copy, an ebook of this whole program or this whole conversation she's going to share with us right now. And everybody gets an insider alignment strategy to transform your business and your life in a PDF format. So my friend Kathleen, please take us away.
Oh, thank you, Deb. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I know you've been hearing from me all day, so I'll just go straight into it. I'm going to probably touch more on the straight up piece of it. We've done a lot of heartfelt work today, and I just hats off to everybody who's poured into us. And then there's that sustainable reality piece. So I'm just going to ask you, if this is you, put a 1 in the chat. If in all reality, your life would be a whole lot better if you could put a little more money into your business. If that's you, put a 1 in there. Also, if you are working really hard, and I know you all are, if you would like some of that time back, put a 2 in the chat, because yeah, it's screaming at you. And then here's a piece we've kind of heard really throughout. If you would like to get back in touch with that creative, fun piece of you, that side that got you into this work that you're doing in the first place, go ahead and put a 3 in the chat. And I'm going to guess that by the time we got through all that, I've hit everybody, right? So let's just imagine being able to really sort of detach from your business, because here's kind of a secret. You're not your business. Wow. You're not really. Tell that to your midnight, burning times, right? No, your business is really a separate entity, and it's an entity that you get to tell what to do. And we all heard the dog wagging the tail and the tail wagging the dog. Well, which is it? Which is it? So imagine really just being able to command your business instead of having it command you and demand you. Imagine being able to stand back and just very clearly see what's going on and make those decisions from that point. And for my coaches out there, we all know that that's a lot easier when it's somebody else's problem, right? We know exactly what to do, but not so much for ourselves. But imagine if you could do those things, and the end result of that would be a steady flow of clients, a steady flow of cash, and a joyous life. Is that something that you'd be interested in? If I could tell you, I could probably get you there. I hope so. I'm going to share my last client, or not my last client, but one of my clients. And I'm going to give her the name Sarah to, maybe protect the guilty, but no. But here's an example of what I'm talking about. And when Joanne was talking and we were reframing busy into abundant, sometimes you just got to get a little bit real about what's really going on. So this client came to me and signed up for 6 months. That's what most do. And they usually come to me when they're in a little bit of a crisis, and that's okay. And so we sat down and we did a half-day intensive. And so the first question I asked was, what do you want? That's usually a stopper, by the way. It's like, what? And it's like, no, what do you want? So she says what she thinks she's supposed to say. And she says, I want to double my highest year. And I've said, okay, now we're talking about cash, right? I said, how much was your highest year? She said, 250,000. I said, okay. So I felt into it. Here comes the intuitive piece. And I said, really? Is that really what you want? And she said, the leadership piece came out and she said, yeah, that's what I want. Kind of like, I'm not going to be pushed around by you. I'm going to get what I want. And I'm like, okay, that's what we're going to do then. So we spent the half day and we did what Deb talks about all the time. And it's always where I start as well, that reverse engineering. Let's start with what we want and let's figure out what it's going to take to get it and what you got to do. And then let's see when you figure out what you got to do if you still really want it. And that's a big moral of the story here. So we did that, had it perfect. I mean, down to who she has to call. I mean, it was done. So next week comes for her appointment. No show. 10 minutes later, oh, sorry, I can't be there today. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. So next week comes And she shows, but there's this blank expression. I said, what's happening? What's going on? And she says, I quit. I said, you quit what? She said, I quit everything. I am moving out of my house. We're going to go live in a 55 plus. And she's a very young 60. We're going to go live in a 55 plus. We're going to pay off the house. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm like, okay, because there was a little piece in the back of my mind saying, oh, she's firing me too, and I thought, okay, well, we got an hour. Let's work through this. Let's reverse engineer those decisions you just made. Let's take a look now what that's going to take, because now our focus went from we want to build this massive business or double this business. She had a great business, and now we're changing the focus of our business. We're going to values. She wants her time back. She wants, on and on and on. So it's like, okay, all right. So I said, give me a week. I come back and I asked her questions. What part are you going to miss the most? What are you? And before we got off the phone, she's like, I hate you. I was so resolute when I got on this call. And now, and I'm like, okay, hate me for a while. We'll see you next week. So we go back and here's the end result, the quick and dirty of it. We took the parts out that she wasn't loving. She was already working 4 days a week out in the field and 1 day a week from home and feeling very choked off, right? And not enjoying some of the work that she was doing. She offered 6 products. She worked in the home and for other people. So we took away, I said, what's the one thing you love the most? At the end of it, I looked at her and I was able to say to her, so here's something I worked on. Tell me if you still want to quit. And she said, okay. I said, all right, you're still going to work 4 days a week and you're still going to have 1 day in your office. But here's the catch. You're only going to do that 3 weeks out of every month. I've just given you a week off. We're going to take those 6 products, some of which are 6 services really, and some of which you hated to do. And we're going to come down to just that one that you absolutely love. And that's all you have to do. That's all you have to do is that one service. And because you're still gonna move into your new neighborhood, perfect. I looked it up. There's all kind of building that's gonna happen. You're gonna work within 5 miles of your home. So how much time are you getting back? And she's like, she's listening. I said, and she's gonna work. She's gonna take 1 full month off a year because she don't want to work on the holidays. I'm like, cool. She deserves not to. She don't want. I said, okay. She said, what's it gonna cost me? I said, what do you mean? What's it gonna cost you? And she said, all this sounds great. Now what? And I said, well, I penciled it out looking at what you could fill in and how much you could make and the time you're saving. I said, you're only going to make 360,000 this year if you follow it. So here she was ready to throw it away. And and I said, first of all, you can throw it away. We'll sell it. Let's don't do that. But now we got it right down to the things that she really liked, she really wanted, and gave her ease. And she's working that plan. And she hasn't hit the 360 yet because she hasn't had the time, but I believe she will. She has no reason not to. So what I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to do it as quickly as I can, and I have notes here because I can tell you this is a 3-hour plus course that I teach, but I'm going to just grab like the most important things. And I know you've been sitting for a while, and the temptation is going to be, especially when I start telling you the formula and all these alignment tools, you're going to go, I've heard this before. And I'm going to tell you, you haven't. And if you have, you're right where you want to be in life. You have all the money you want, all the time you want. And if you don't, then you haven't. And there's a difference between something being common sense and common practice. And my goal today is to invite you to take these things and make them common practice, because there are tons of things you're doing you don't want to be doing anymore. And you can live like Sarah, my friend. So I'm going to tell you common sense things, but if you want to hear these alignments, here they go. I'm going to shock you. They're so new and revolutionary. No, they're not. They're the who, what, where, how, and why of your business. They're the whole core of your business. And so if you've been in business 10 minutes, you've been to some seminar and you've maybe gone to some retreats and they put you in a room and they said, okay, I want you to close your eyes. And I'm not making fun because I've been there too. I want you to close your eyes, imagine your ideal client, imagine them, la, 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 la. And it felt great while you were there and you left there and you went, okay. And you didn't do anything about it. I'm going to tell you, if you don't know your client, if you can't speak to them as well as you can, your best friend, right? You know your best friend, you know what you can say, you know how to get their attention, you know how to make them laugh. If you don't know your client that same way, You didn't get everything you needed out of that workshop. So who are your clients? And it goes way beyond the demographics, right? Who are they? Where do they hang out? How much money do they have? How much education? Okay, great. Those are good starters. But who are your clients? Who do you want to service? Because when you're, if you've ever had to fire a client, some of you are shaking your head. That's not fun. So don't fire a client, get the right client in the first place is what I like to say. But then why? I'm all about why. If you want me to do something, I got to know what's behind it, or I'm not playing all out. I'll say that. So you want to know because why? Because you're going to focus your marketing, right? You're going to focus your product development, your resource allocation. And unless you got more money than sense that you can just keep throwing at it, I'm going to suggest the better you know your client, the better you're going to spend your money, the better your money is going to return to you. So that's that. So we got the who, now what? What problem are you solving? And by the way, the who is not everybody. I met with a brand new financial advisor yesterday, bless his heart. When I said, who do you serve? He says, everybody. I said, okay, everybody equals nobody, right? You've all heard that, right? So get close to them. So what problem are you solving? These guys, you can't make this stuff up. I just dealt with a guy who came to me because he was in trouble. He was in trouble because he spent literally $1 million on a product before he had anybody that wanted to buy it. Very common. And now now we're looking for ways for him to unload that just so he can breathe. Sold his father's land. Dad's probably going to die before this ever, just talk about backwards, right? This goes to what Deb was saying. Get somebody that can help you along the way because the lessons are very expensive. And this was not a kid. So what problem are you solving? What do you want to solve? How do you solve it? You need to know all those things. Yes, you need to understand the pain points, yada, yada, yada. How do you understand it? You ask. You ask. Even if this is a business you've been, I spent 30 years in leadership. I don't pretend that I know everything about leadership, and I don't pretend that everybody's sharing the same pain points. I ask, what's the biggest thing that's holding you back? What's the, and if you want it, I can give you a perfect survey to ask and where you should be asking. So I'm gonna move on to that. But what problem are you solving? And then, where do you find your people? Well, that depends on what you're doing and who. All of it is intertwined. See the alignment? It all goes together, right? And you can't skip any step, or you've skipped all the steps. And so if you've been struggling, you've been stuck, you probably skipped a step. And if you were lost, you wouldn't keep going this way, this way, this way, this way. Eventually you'd make a turn, you'd change something, right? Well, if you're lost, you don't necessarily throw everything out. You just go back and say, what's happening? Why am I stuck? Why is my business not moving forward? So where do you find these people? If you're business to business, it's different. If you're business to consumer, it's different. Okay, so if you're business to consumers, that's all of us. Where are we? We're all over social media. Now that goes back to who is your client. If you're trying to deal with 19-year-olds, you might as well skip Facebook. Don't buy ads. You're wasting your money. They're not there, right? So who's your client? Where are they? If you're doing business to consumer, email is still good, right? Influence marketing is also better. So business to business, they're not on social media. You're trying to sell business to business. Well, I'll take that back. They're not out there surfing. They're on LinkedIn. They're on LinkedIn because, that's where they think they're going to make the best connection. You're trying to gather somebody that's in business. LinkedIn's your choice. Stop spending so much time in Facebook other than to come into our groups. Go purposely where you go. Webinars are great for business to business. And any kind of blogs, whatever, they're again touching on media. Get your word out. Where do you put it? Those are the kind of things that Deb can tell you and bring you right into. If you're a service-based business, you're a little bit of everything, right? Google your business, Yelp your business, because everybody's worried about reviews, right? Networking events are still a very healthy thing if you're offering those kind of services. So that's the where, and I'm touching on this as fast as I can. So, there's definitely deeper places to go. Don't worry about trying to catch it all. I'm going to give you all this and more, all the pages that are here. So how will you deliver your services? Well, our big interruption we had gave us a brand new way, right? So, and I'm grateful for it. Here we are. We can have international businesses because we can be virtual. We can still be both, in person, and you can have a combination. What are you first willing to do? And what is it the customer that you're trying to serve wants? If you're delivering to corporate, pretty good chance they want you to come to their offices, and maybe you can get them to go out on a retreat so you can have a combination. But if you're trying to deliver to corporate and you're trying to get them online, it's probably not going to happen. So again, just keep looking back through. You haven't failed. You just haven't maybe nailed everything into perfect alignment. So I'm going to move on from there. So the last big thing is why. Why are you doing what you're doing? And again, this goes beyond, and I'm not knocking for 1 second, because I hold these things too, that getting in touch with you, because getting in touch with you leads to everything else. But there's a reason why you want to know your why, because you know what? When you know your why, you carry it well. When you know your why, everybody on your team knows your why. When you know your why, your customer says, this person believes what I believe. I'm in the right place. So we always hear about know, like, and trust, and 7 to 20 touches. When you're speaking their language because you've asked them what they want, you regurgitate that right back through all of everything you do. That makes your why just a whole lot easier, right? And more transparent. And people trust you. When you show your values, not your value, but your values, and you intertwine that into everything, you align that into who you work with. Perfect example. Everybody that just taps into us and says, hey, this looks like a great community to be in, it's not an application. It's a conversation. Deb has said that over and over and over again. That's because that's the value. And that's what makes the community so valuable. So if you can translate a thought like that into your business, that's exactly what we're doing. So, if you want to be like Sarah, yeah. And you're not where Sarah is, who, what, when, where, how, why, that's exactly where we are. So if you I'll put a link in there, you can grab this, ebook, and you can have all of that. I also teach this in a 3-week course. If you want to, a 3-hour course it sounds like 3 weeks. If you want to, if you're interested in that course, I'll put my email in there. You can send me your interest and we'll go from there. Yeah, so that's it. It's that simple, but you know what? Simple's not always easy. Simple's almost always good. I don't know how many times I thought I was going to start a new exercise program, and nope, couldn't just go exercise. I had to go buy something, right? I had to go get new shoes. They were going to make me exercise better. They didn't, right? It wasn't the shoes that was going to make me exercise. So you don't need to, sure, there, you know your business, what your next thing is that you need, or hopefully you do. If you don't, we're here to help you through that. But before you go out looking outside, look within. Look in and see if you have all of your who, what, where, when, and why in line. Because I promise you, what'll fall out are the things that are robbing your time. You get your time back, you get your energy back, you get to go sleep. And Joanne's going to teach us how to do that right. And the whole world just gets right. It's a process. I know I blurted it out really quick, but I'm definitely here to help you with that process. So that's it. That's what I got for you today.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. And I see Joanne, who should be well asleep, doing the heart thing. Thank you so much. And I think that, look at the speakers that we've had today. Wow, wow, wow is your words, right? It's not what we do, it's how we do it. And you laying out some of the critical pieces to success. And that's what we've heard by all the speakers. And we still have some incredible speakers coming. I see Betta Baraka in the house. Sarah Smith's going to come on and do some singing. We've got Carol, who's been here since the beginning. She's going to be wrapping us up in a way that feels like wrapping up in a blanket. But Kathleen, thank you so much for getting into the gritty of what it is that makes someone successful. And thank you for giving that to everybody. And Joanne's like, how can I sleep with all this going on? I have a feeling, Kathleen, when we get to Ireland, we're not going to do much sleeping. But look at Kathleen has a great prize to give away. Sorry.
No.
No? Okay. You have a great prize to give away, and let's give it. So look at, she gave an incredible example of how someone changed the formula on how to get to where they were going. And then she had someone who came to them that unfortunately had to learn that a little bit backwards. And how many of us in our businesses have had to learn things differently once we realized it didn't work? And this gentleman kind of took a big hit. So the question that you put your email and the answer to is, this gentleman came to her and he had already spent how much before he was like, before he realized that his product had never really gone to market and he needed support. So put your email address and that amount of what that gentleman had spent and what she's going to help him make back now that he understands what it is that he needs to do for his business and what his avatar is. So just put that number and you're going to win some private time with this incredible woman. And I'm so excited. All right. So I know that I'm gonna be passing it over to you a little bit, and we've got a couple of minutes to have someone come in and share. And then I see that Butta is ready for when we bring her on in a little bit. But I do want to say, we just heard Kathy, you're seeing women that are on this book tour. If you are not in the book, get in the book. But there's two things that are going on. You can come and share live here. And if you want to share live, contact us. We just talked about that. If you want to be a quote author in the book, please, we need 12 words or less as a quote author. So if you want to be a quote author, just put quote author and reach out to us and we'll reach out to you. And come visit us on our incredible book tour. You will see Kathy Holt in Dallas. You'll see Joanne in Ireland, and this party's just getting started. So if you want to be on part of a book tour or you want to follow us online and do it this way, we're here for you. So Kathleen, I'm going to pass it back over to you. And then we're going to have a few words from one of your dear friends, and then we'll get into having a conversation with Ms. Butta Viraka.
All right. Thank you, Deb. And yes, dear friend is right. Soul sister, part of my life. So happy to invite Jen Berkey up to the stage, and I'm looking for you, Jen, to bring you up here. You know, we talked all the way through this, what a melting pot, honestly, the 262 is. And I, you know, from sitting here, and I'm sure a lot of you see it as well, you're starting to see the changes in people. You're starting, sometimes the second time somebody's speaking, they're a little stronger with it. They're a little more willing. More and more women are stepping up. And I just have to say, I am very close to this woman that's sitting here, and I am just, Jen, is it okay if I just say right out loud how much I have absolutely loved watching your confidence grow? Literally, it is such a pleasure and an honor to witness it. And I know what you do. And Jen is an expert in growing her expertise in the elemental rhythm breath work. I personally love breath work and have experienced really great things from it. And I don't want to steal the thunder, so I'm just going to ask you, Jen, what has not only the breath work that you've worked on yourself, but for the other people in your life, what has that done for you in your life?
Oh, wow. Thank you first. Thank you for the beautiful openings. Thank you to Deb for creating this space. And yeah, it's been powerful to come on here the second time and just be able, it's beautifully aligned how you just are hearing who you're supposed to hear when you're supposed to hear it. Just this morning, I was inquiring about a lymphatic therapy. So again, it's such a beautiful space to be in here. And so that's the biggest impact for breath work, is that I can actually have some confidence to be in this space to speak. And it's been truly impactful for my family because we communicate better. We handle our stress better. Not that it doesn't, you know, I'd love to say I'm just sitting in this allowing and not allowing the stress and the chaos of the everyday to take over. But now I have all these amazing tools. And now I just have some peace where I'm not allowing everything to drive me. I'm just sitting back and being present more. So just so many takeaways. And again, I'm so appreciative to each of you.
That's so good, Jen. And it really wears well on you. If somebody wanted to connect with you and have some of those experiences, how do they get a hold of you?
I will drop my information in the chat. You can reach out to me at my email at breathworkwithjen@gmail.com. I'm on Instagram at breathworkwithjen. So yeah, I'll put that in there. Appreciate it. Thanks again.
I love it. Jen, thanks for being here. And Jen's been here through many, many summits, really reaping the reward of the women that are pouring into all of us in a community. So thank you for your support. Thank you for all you do to support us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm so excited to watch this grow. You all inspire me.
Right?
Yeah,
So
it's
Jen, who do you
amazing.
know that should be in here?
So many
Very
people.
well. Yeah.
So many people. Just as Deb mentioned, supporting her last takeaway right after Jane. And immediately I thought back to my friend who walked away. She's a pediatrician. And so many in that field, you see your doctors just switching, becoming functional medicine doctors, really tapping into the body. And I immediately thought of her because she's a pediatrician who sees a huge need and a calling for our children. So like that's super emotional. I want to like get her in here. So yeah.
Well, thank you. I wasn't being really literal, but yeah.
Yeah, I do.
All right, bring your sisters.
Yes,
Yeah.
bring them in. Jen,
Yeah.
thanks for always being a big supporter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. That was amazing. And I've done breath work since my 20s, and it is incredible. It is incredible. And I believe Miss Bada Baraka is in the house, and we are going to talk to her now. If you do not know who she is on the back of our book, smiling as always. And she also has a page in the book, as many of the speakers today. Thank you for gracing our seat. All right, there you go. Someone take a picture. Oh my goodness. And thank you you're just so gracious, and thank you for coming back over and over again. We so appreciate you. You're doing good works in the world. You are doing good works in the world. But let me, let me introduce you, because if not, we're just going to go into that friendship conversation. So let's give credit where credit is due. Miss Bada Baraka is an executive film producer. She is a director, she is an actor, she is a screenwriter and a model. Top charting international recording artist. Her resume is lengthy, but just let me tell you a few names that you might have heard about before. She includes work with international superstars, Grammy winners, and performers like Janet Jackson, TLC, Collective Soul, Zac Brown, and many, many more. Thank you for coming on. Our subject today is Abundance 2.0. Like, let's take it up a notch. The whole organization has taken up a notch, and we've had from South Africa on today to Kenya on today, all through North America. Thank you so much for coming on, and let's talk.
Okay. Thank you for having me. How you doing? Hi, everybody.
We're good. We're good. Look, you've had, we've heard your story. Not everybody's heard your story. I want you to be able to share what it is about that. When I think of you, I think of words like resilience. I also think of creative. There was a woman that talked today that said, when one door closes, climb out the window. And when she said that, I was thinking about your story. So you know what? Share with us, if you want to share with us, how you got to, I just listed off a few accolades that, probably came from climbing out the window. If you want to share a little bit about that resilience, and then I'd love to hear your thoughts on abundance.
Absolutely. So I'm gonna try to sum this up. I've had so many setbacks, it ain't even funny. Back in the day, I had 2 deals on the table with 2 major record labels, and I was literally headed to my attorney's office for the second offers because we had refused the first one. And I got into a car accident, which left me drinking from a straw for 6 months. It took me a year to come back out. When I finally came back out, the first label had revamped, so they didn't know who I was. The second label had just signed a young lady that was younger than me. The third label, which wasn't even in the running, but we went to them afterwards, they literally told me that I was too old. And here I am, 18 years old, now being told that I'm too old for the industry. Because at that moment, they had started signing the Britney Spears, the 12 and 13-year-olds, and I'm 18, how dare you? So that was the first major setback. I went into a crazy depression and started believing what other people were saying. I got into the backgrounds, doing backgrounds for TLC and all of these people. And I was at the studio one day when someone brought in their cassette tape. So y'all know how old I am. They brought in their cassette tape. And when they did, they was a guitar player, and they told the people, I'm also an artist. And he left his cassette tape for them to listen to. And they literally laughed and threw the cassette tape away and said, people need to stay in their lane. And it was in that moment I realized I can't stay here. Not that anything is wrong with doing backgrounds, I enjoyed it very much, but that's not all I had. You know, I felt like I had more to give. And plus I'm supposed to be in the front. So that was one of the setbacks that was major. I started taking control of my own life and had to realize that no one can determine my fate but me. So I put out my first album on my own, and so many doors opened. I started touring literally all over the world, Africa, Spain, just everywhere, like seriously. And things were going good. I left corporate in 2007, and I had been touring full time from 2007 until 2019. When I fell, I was getting ready to go to Qatar. I ended up having a torn meniscus, torn ACL, and dislocated my shoulder while I was in rehearsal. So I never made it to Qatar. And what's so crazy is I still had responsibility. So I still had to go to LA and perform with Les Brown, with Mario Lopez, with all these Wesley Snipes, all these big people. I still did that show. I still went to Vegas for a show. I still went to Chile. By the time I came back from Mexico, it went from it being a 6 weeks partial tear, which was all the recovery I would have had to have, to being a year, a full tear, which meant I had to sit out for an entire year. So naturally, it was absolutely devastating because I have been touring and you don't have a backup plan. This was my A, B, and C plan. Music, music, music. That's what I was good at. That's what I know. And so it was of course, a major setback for me. And I remember the day before, no, it was the day of the surgery. I had just woke up from them because they couldn't tell me until I had the surgery. They couldn't tell from the MRI if it was partial or if it was a full tear. So I woke up to them telling me that it was a full tear, which of course meant that that was going to be a whole year that I was out. I had just previously met Mr. Brown, Les Brown. And so I finally came home the same day and I laid in bed and I was about to listen to Joel Osteen because I was like, okay, I'm going to have to decide how am I going to handle this? I can sit here and get depressed or I can try to get some inspiration. So I cut on Joel Osteen and Les Brown called me. It was his first time calling me on the phone. No, it was the second time. I apologize. Second time calling me on the phone. And when he called me, he said, I know that this looks like a setback, but this is a setup for something greater. And I cried. I didn't understand at all. I didn't understand it, but I was like, okay, you know, I trust the process. It's going to be what it's going to be. And so for a whole year, I ended up having to do physical therapy 3 times a week. For an entire year, for an hour. I had to learn to walk again with a walker for 3 months. With a cane for 2 months, and it was grueling. It was everybody was passing me by, all the tours, you know, they stopped calling me, they're calling other people. And when in this industry, you can get replaced very, very quickly. And so for a whole year, I was out, you know, of commission, and I got released April of 2020. But COVID had happened in March and they shut the industry down. So for the next 2 years, because 2020 and 2021, nobody was hiring artists to perform anywhere. None of the clubs were really open, you know, none of that stuff. So during that time, I'm still not working. And this is the only way I'm making money. So I'm going through my bank account crazy. And so I had to make a decision. What else was I good at? What are my other talents? So I wrote a book, became an Amazon bestseller in 7 hours of releasing it. Now I have 3 books. Well, if you count this one, I now have 4 books. And my boys started their magazine, Defiant Ones Teen Magazine, and it's been published all over the world. And they have a lot of major teenagers and young adults in their magazine, and Netflix and big companies started contacting us for their magazine, for their people to be in it. I had written a play before, but I had never written a film, and I wanted to write a film. So I wrote my first film, Finding the Perfect Guy, where I executive produced, wrote, direct, starred in, and of course I put my own music in it. And my film is now, August makes a year. It's been out for an entire year, and it's on 26 platforms. It's in 11 languages. And since then, I believe you put yourself where you see yourself. So I didn't get the big role. So I put my own self in my own role, that was big. And I wanted to see it on the big screen. So I booked out one of the movie theaters here. I wanted to be next to the Black Panthers and all the other big films. And I had my premiere. Les Brown and all these other people came. It was star-studded. And from there, I decided, well, having that feeling of seeing it on the big screen was amazing. But I know there's a lot of people that don't have that opportunity. So I opened up BBR Indie Films, and I now host short film screenings in Marietta, Georgia at this amazing studio, which is where I premiered. And I bring on various people from the music and film industry that come out and speak. So we have networks, big networks that come out, distribution, major actors and actresses that come out, attorneys and all these different people that come out and help other people, with the know-how of what you need to do to get into this industry. What do you need to have on these contracts? What do you need to submit when you're doing your pitch deck and so forth? So, I'm doing a lot, but that sums it up. But it's a lot of pivoting. I had to learn. You have to let go of things. I could still do music, and I still do music, but now I do it on my own terms, and I do it in a different way. I take those gigs when I want to take those gigs. I put my music in any project that I want to put it in. And it's opened up the door because now other people are contacting me to put my music on their projects and in their films and in their commercials and stuff like that. So it's definitely opened up a lot of doors that had I not injured myself, had I not picked myself back up, had I not said, okay, it's okay to fall, but you got to get back up, I don't know where I would be.
Well, I can see the comments going, and it's hearts and it's jazz hands and it's all of that. And there is a couple of things that you said. First of all, I think that there's still a lot of people at the point where you were 18 years old and they were like, you're not going to sign this music contract because you're too old now. I know that there's people still trying to digest that piece because there's nothing, I think, more, not going to say more damaging. There's lots of things that can be damaging, but when you have someone that you have a lot of respect for, do you know what I mean? It's like when you maybe not give your power away, but when someone is kind of, you're at the mercy a little bit of an industry or a sector or a corporation or something, and they come back with something like that, I can absolutely see why the spiral goes this way, because you don't see your other options yet, right? Because your A, B, C, and D was there. I know that there's still, I know the first time I heard that from you, I was here and you were finished your story. I'm like, I'm still pissed off at them, but anyway, right? But the one thing that you said, but there's two things that you said that I think really need to be highlighted is when you had those experiences and when you were, you had your surgery and they told you the news that you didn't want to hear. One of the things that came to you, I'm sure there's a lot of things that came to you, but what else am I good at? What else am I good at? And that is such a claim. That is such a claim. It's like being expansive. It doesn't mean you're not going to do what it is that you still wanted to do and you still are thinking of doing, but what else are you good at? And then look at what came out of that. And then, girl, I love that. Like, you put yourself where you want to be seen. And so you created the movie and we're the star in the movie. And we are at a time in our world where we can do that. Like, it's not illusionary. I think the fact that you did it, everyone's like, wow, because that takes a lot. That takes a lot. Like, where is that drive natural? Was that like, were you raised within a, like, you go girl kind of, but where does that come from? Like, where does that come from?
My mom always instilled in me that I could do whatever I wanted to do in life. And she used to be my manager. I had that momager back in the day when I was 13 starting out. And she just always made me believe that anything was possible. And I still believe this to this day. And now my both of my boys got that same energy. If we want to do something, we're going to do it. We're going to succeed in it. And what we've learned is, even if you fail, you're failing forward and you're learning from it. So it's really not a failure. You're just learning. And that might not be the thing. That might not be the one, but you learn from it and now you know what to do and what not to do and what's next. That's just where I'm at right now. I believe that anything I can conceive in my mind, if it's a dream that comes to me, then that to me is God speaking to me saying that it's possible. He's giving me a blueprint. Anything you look at in life, you know, the buildings, anything you look at, it was because someone had a thought, and that thought turned into was put to paper and then turned into reality. So, you know, you're basically creating your reality every single day. And I do that every single day.
Oh my goodness. So you must be on the other side of it where you've produced, where you have people coming that have their dream in their hands. Like, tell us a little bit what it, you know, I know where that your show, like how many platforms did you say that it's that you're on? Like your
26.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know, that's probably double what some people's dreams are, right? Let's just say right there. So you get to see these hungry, creative, I hope it happens to me kind of energy going on in your events in Georgia. Tell us a little bit about that. Like people, yeah, just tell us about that. I think you're dream building. That's why I think people are walking in and they're like,
yeah, so when I formed BBR Indie Films, like it really is like a godsend because we're helping a lot of people. I mean, you know, it's scary stepping out there doing your own film. I personally had to put all my money into it. I couldn't get any investors, any of my friends that are millionaires. They got money, but they wouldn't invest because they've never seen me in that field. You've seen me in music, you'll support me in music, but here you are with a whole nother idea and I've never heard of this and I've never seen you do it. No, I love you, but I'm not going to support you. Let me see what you're going to do first, you know? And so it was kind of like one of those situations. And so I had to put my own money up. I had a cast of 32, and I believe you treat people the way you want to be treated. And so I made sure, and because I've been on sets, I'm always big on what worked, what didn't work. So I'm going to make sure that when you come to any of my projects, whether it's my BBR indie films, any of my shows, my film set, any of that type of stuff, I'm going to treat you with the highest of respect. I'm going to show you, you know, the royal, I'm going to give you the royal treatment and everything. And so with BBR indie films, we average getting 120 to 165 submissions every other month. We premiere. I have major friends in the industry that come out and help everybody and give up their time to pour into us indie filmmakers. And I make sure from the time they enter the theater, I mean, we have the media roll where we have all of the media there, the red carpet. I mean, they are treated like kings and queens that they are, and their projects are appreciated. They see their names on the marquee and they see their film on the marquee. Then you go into the theater and you see your film on the big screen. Then we interview them, and then we have our panelists. I don't ask my panelists what you think about the film because that's subjective. Anybody, you know, that's your own opinion. That really doesn't matter. I get the panelists that if you're a network and you are a major network and I'm trying to get on a network, I'm going to ask you questions to what do I need to get on, what I need to do to get on your network. You know, I'm going to ask you questions that's really going to benefit us. And so they tend to leave, not tend, they leave very knowledgeable. They leave feeling feeling excited because they are literally able to touch the person that we brought there. There's no egos because I'm not an ego person. So, you know, I think that even if they initially was going to come in there, oh, I'm high and mighty, by the time you meet me greeted with the smile and my team, you know, your defenses are down and you're like, okay, this is family. We're about to have a good time. It's gotten to the point, it ends at 10:30. People don't leave till 12:30. I had to leave. It was 12:45. I left. I had to leave. I was like, look, and that's from our panelists to our to all of our guests. They're staying afterwards and they're talking and communicate because we always establish who's in the room, who's who, you know, because there's so many departments of film. There's hair, makeup, there's location scoutings, there's directors, there's videographers, there's people that do music. I mean, there's so many aspects, right? So you need to know who's in the room, And then we also acknowledge who's hiring, because that's the biggest thing. I need work. So anybody that's hiring within the next 6 months for casting or for crew, we're going to find out who it is. So by the time we get to the mixer, which is at the end, that's why people are there till 12:30.
There's something that you've done, and I've heard you share your story, and I've read and I've watched the movie and I've done the clips, and there's something that you just said that I think is really important for all self-funding entrepreneurs, running nonprofits, doing whatever it is you're doing. You were talking about, who's in the room. And I think one of the things that you do that's really brilliant is you're creating the room. Because you did not wait to be invited to the room. You did not wait. You put yourself in the room, and you put yourself in the room, and you put yourself in the room. And I know that many times when people are to go to the room, they don't feel ready, or they're nervous, or I'm not, fill in the blank and put the word enough on the end. Is this room that you have, is it available to everyone?
It is available to everyone. Everyone can submit their stuff. We've done 5 of them. We're on our 6th one. All 5, we haven't charged them a single dime to submit. But, like I said, we get over between 120 and 165 submissions. We have to review all of those submissions and everything, but we review all of the submissions, and that trickles down to only 6 or 7 people. So when you come in, you're literally going to see the cream of the crop.
Wow. So look, I know we're kind of wrapping up a little bit here, and there's so much in what you said, and the topic is abundance 2.0. And I have to ask you, there's, people going for their dreams, being in the right room, braving up and getting in the right room, people hearing. I remember when you first put the calling out, like, we're taking submissions, and my phone went crazy. Did she just say, like, are we allowed to, like, did she? I'm like, yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Right. Giving people permission. If you were to give someone advice, either coming into this or starting their own multiplex business, where do you get it from? I know you got some from your mom, and you've got this natural ability to be gumptuous. I mean, it just oozes out of you. But if you were to say to somebody, if they're starting or they've hit the wall a couple of times and they're struggling.
One of the things I would say is get in the room with the right people. Because even if you don't know how to do, someone or someone that knows what to do. So you don't have to have all of the answers. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest misconception that a lot of people have, and it stops people in their tracks. Oh, I can't do this book. I had never written a book in my life. And I self-did it. It took me a long time. I had to keep uploading it to Amazon because I had it wrong. I mean, you just got to keep trying. You got to read. You can use YouTube University, or you can do like a lot of major people do. They hire someone. They get those mentors. They get those people that are experts that have done what you want to do. So get in the room with people that have done what you want to do and learn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Where can we find more out about you? Like, where can people go? I know you're going to put some things in the chat, but guide us to where, because look, you've got a podcast, you've got this going on. Where can we hear? Where can we know? You've got multiple books. Do you have a house where we can all go? Can we go to your house? Where's your house?
You can go to my house.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go to my house, butterbyrocka.com. That literally tells you about everything. It's so crazy though, because I have so many different businesses, and I didn't even talk about the doggone podcast. My podcast got picked up. I started doing COVID. It got picked up on 6 syndicated stations overseas in London, Italy, Japan, South Africa, Nigeria, Canada. I'm now on iHeartRadio, Roku. I didn't even expect that. That just came out of nowhere. So but yeah, everything is housed under Butterby Rocka. And then now I, of course, because I have so many different businesses, I have to create separate emails and websites. So it takes a lot of time, but the hub is Butterby Rocka. But if you want more information about BBR Indie Films, you can go directly to our website, and I will put my information in the box.
In the chat.
In that chat. I couldn't think of the word.
In that
It said
chat.
the box.
I think that one of the things that I take away when you share, not only is your enthusiasm, and is that it's just that creative piece that you have, and the not only creating it for yourself and then you open the door, and then you go and create something else and then you open the door. It's like you're not afraid to be first, and then you open that door. And when you say things like, I didn't even know, and it got syndicated, and now I'm on, now it's on Roku. I think that's what happens. Really good unforeseen and unforetold things rise to the surface when
Yeah.
you keep going. And sometimes that might not even be your intention, is to try something new, or your rescue plan becomes the gold.
It's so crazy because like literally, had I not injured myself, I would still only be doing music. I wouldn't have tried anything else. I didn't see anything else in my future. I mean, it was music, music, music. And then, I'm a writer and I'm a creative I'm creative. I really am. I'm always thinking of things. What can I do? How can I make something? Let me do a flyer. Let me do something creative. So, it doesn't shock me that I created all these things, but you talking about somebody scared, don't know if it's gonna work. I mean, I jump out there on faith all the time. I have battles in my mind, often like, Lord, here you go again. Why are you jumping? Why are you jumping in this? You don't know if it's gonna work. And it's just something in my spirit. It's like, you gotta try. Like what I'm definitely going to leave with, no one can ever say she didn't go for it. Like anything I can conceive is a blueprint from God. That's how I believe. So I'm going for it.
Oh my goodness, I love that. And put yourself where you want to be seen. That's a definite takeaway for today. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you for gracing us. Thank you for being in the book. Thank you for doing all that you're doing. I'm super excited. I can't wait to come down and be at Georgia, right? It's in Atlanta.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Come down there. So ladies, you know where to find Betta. Thank you for sharing some words. Kathleen, any last words?
Oh, but I just love you so much. I can't even tell you. I'm sitting here bawling because you are incredibly beautiful, and you're beautiful to look at, yes, but I'm really talking about that heart, that soul. And what I take away every time you talk is you had every reason in the world to just quit, and you just couldn't, and you just wouldn't. And you are such a stellar example. And here you are, you're all that in a bag of rice, and you're right here with us kids. And that's what this project brings. And it's because of the sisterhood. And I know why you're so successful. And it is because of that heart, right? What you keyed in on kind of went along with what Kathy Holt talked about, and a little bit of what I shared. No matter who's in that room, they're important. And you not made them feel that way. It wasn't a game. We could tell it wasn't a game, right? There's people that teach that. There's people that teach, yeah. But that comes from your heart. And the very fact that you'll sit here and you'll give us your number and you'll give us your email and you're open to this, God has blessed you, and he has blessed us to have you here. So I love that.
Thank you.
I really love that. I believe God puts these desires in us, and you showed us what permission to embrace those looks like. And that's pretty big. That's really big. You're amazing.
I appreciate you saying that. I feel like, I mean, we've been at this journey now. It seems like we've been working together for like a year. Feel like it, but we've been on this journey for a minute now. We're practically family. So, anytime y'all call, I am here. I'm here to help. I'm here to share. Any of that. So y'all I'm very approachable. You can hit me up. I got you.
That's what I'm talking about. Right there. Right there.
All right. Thank you so much. Some hearts and some jazz hands. And
thank you. Amazing. I'm gonna go off screen. I'm gonna check messages and respond
you do
to
that.
people. And then I have to get to another meeting at 5:30. So talk to you guys later.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow. It has been an incredible day, and it just keeps getting better. And what I love is the variety of how people we're all living our life, and the variety of how it shows up for people, how we're gifting, how we're giving, how we're sharing, how we're receiving, how we're going, how we're doing, how we're overcoming, right? It's just so incredible. So I just wanted to take this moment before I see that Sarah is here and she's getting all ready. I wanted to invite you, as you know, you are all invited on this incredible, for those that haven't turned on your phone, because honestly, it's all over the world. We are very excited to go from, Joanne is hosting us in Ireland, and I am leaving Friday, and Kathleen's joining. And then from there, we go to California. And when Buddha Baraka was talking about unforeseen, you don't know things that are happening, is that who knew when we started this movement that all of a sudden someone was going to put me in touch with someone that was like, hey, we're part of this Emmys thing. You might have heard about us, and we really would like your book gifted to the celebrities. And we didn't want you to just do swag bag. Will you please come down and stand around the pool? I'm like, well, I'm a little pale and pasty, but absolutely, let's do it. And really, it's not about being at the Emmys and hand gifting this book. It's about being at the Emmys and hand gifting this book and sharing it with people that have some platforms to be able to get the word out, and having the media having conversations with women that are in the book and getting the word out. And really, what is the word? The word's about solidarity. The word's about International Women's Day. The word's about you being wherever you are in whatever country you're in. And as we do this movement, a movement is supposed to do what? Make something move. And so as we're singing, talking, listening, reading, and doing something, whatever country you're in, because we've had about 8 of them on today, that there is a country where a woman can't even say International Women's Day. Not allowed yet. But with us building this much energy and momentum in the movement, somehow she's saying yes to something she would have said no to, and she's saying no to something she'd say yes to, and she doesn't understand where it's coming from, and it's because we're waving on her back. She knows we're here somewhere, somehow. That, I believe, is the beauty of energy, and I think that's why this is doing what it is, and at the impact level that it's doing at. I'm super excited about introducing our next speaker singer, Miss Sarah Smith, and who you have heard before. And I don't know if we had, my phone blew up. I was super excited because, of course, I love Janis Joplin. And when I got to hear her sing for the first time in this tiny little cafe in Vancouver, she belted out Janis Joplin. And I was like, I was like a kid recording it with my phone. But let me introduce her properly. This is Miss Sarah Smith and her puppy. She is a rocker from London, Ontario, Canada. Canada has been in the house a lot today. She's been honored with over 25 Canadian industry awards for her work. She's been on stage with some of the most respected musicians of all time, like Carol Pope, Sass Jordan, Joel Plaskett, Biff Naked, Melissa Etheridge, and Nancy Wilson. If you have seen her on stage, you know she is a force of nature. She is also a force of nature of something that's really important to her, and that she is an active activist for mental health and well-being. And she has just come off the road. We're so happy. I think 5 months of being on the road. And for those of you that know Gordon Lightfoot, she's going to enlighten us because she just came off, I guess you could call it the Sarah Smith Gordon Lightfoot tour. But welcome to the Stand Up, Speak Up, Show Up show. You and Puppy are very welcome onto the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Carolina, and she just had some puppies. So I'm home taking care of 4 little puppies right now, and they're sitting right beside me, and they're pretty cute. Let me tell you that much. Oh my goodness. So I'm actually just super stoked to be here. Buddha Baraka was amazing. What an inspiration. Thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to join a little earlier and catch her speak. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and yeah, I've been sort of off and on the road now for 5 months. I came home, I crashed pretty hard. Deb was trying to get a hold of me a few times, and I was like, Deb, I don't know. I'm just like crashed out, needing some time off, and here I am. Dust has been, it's coming off me, and I feel pretty good. I feel alive. Got to go for a nice walk down to the ocean this morning, and life is good. So yeah, I did something out of the ordinary for me. I did a musical theater show where I played and performed the music of Gordon Lightfoot, and it was incredibly amazing. And a lot of people know Gordon Lightfoot. You've heard of his name. He's a legend. But do you know his music? Does anybody know his music?
Absolutely, but not everybody. So do
No.
share.
Okay. So does anybody have favorites of his songs? Like he you know, the name of the show was Rainy Day People. And Gordon just had this way, he's passed, he's a Canadian legend. He just had this way of writing songs about feelings and writing them in a very poetic, beautiful way. And a lot of people, you know, they don't go there. They don't go to the vulnerable place that Gordon Lightfoot allowed himself to go to. And I think he's been an inspiration for so many artists in Canada. And I got to really dive into his music. He does that song, you know, if you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old time movie. Butterby Rocco, you know the movie industry of a ghost in a wishing well. Like he's got this beautiful, beautiful way of writing music. So I'm just really stoked that I got to perform his music, and I'm stoked to be back off that crazy train.
Well, I know when we talked, it was like, it's kind of like when we were finishing, you know, 22 summits in 15 months. And it was like, it takes a while to feel human again. And I remember us talking and I was like, I was grocery shopping and I'm like, oh, this is what people do. This is what people do. You know what I mean? I talked earlier about how just having my girlfriend drop off some oranges at my front desk. And it's like coming back to yourself because you're producing, you're in passion, you're on project, you're on point, you know? And literally, my girlfriend's like, what can I do for you? I'll go, can you please drop some oranges? I have no food in my fridge. And as you start to thaw, I just call it thawing and getting back to yourself, it was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Oh, yeah, going for walks. And it's not a bad thing or a good thing. It's just a producer project based, giving it all for a short period of time. So
Yeah, like that focus for me, I was the leading lady in a musical theater show. Every single night was sold out, 400 plus seat theater, and it was a lot of pressure. I had to like learn who this guy was, learn his songs, be off book, and perform and do things like act a little bit, something I'm not really familiar with doing. And it was a lot of stress, and I found ways to deal with it, which was focus, just be on my own, a lot of mental you know, picturing and manifesting and just like visualizing my day, how it's going to go, visualizing myself on that stage and visualizing myself being confidently amazing. So there were moments where I wasn't confident, and that visualization helped me actually live that confidence. So it worked.
well, I have no doubt because I've seen you on stage and I have no doubt that you were inspiring but moving. You know, people call you a rocker because, you know, truly you're a rocker. But if people didn't know who you were and they saw what you do, no one's not moving in the audience. Like you just have this way to create a visceral effect. Do you know what I mean?
That's awesome. Thank you.
I think you're going to sing. Are you
Yeah.
going to sing? Would you
Yeah,
like to sing? Would you like to hear her sing? Carol's face just dropped. She's like, yeah, I want to hear her sing. Carol knows who Gordon Lightfoot is. She's like, absolutely.
It's kind of like, it's kind of music for, you know, it was music for an older generation. And I think that a lot of people have learned how to love and respect Gordon Lightfoot because he, you know, we're starting to love him because, of course, he passed and now he's a legend and everybody wants to know who he is. So this here song is the title track of the actual musical theater show I was in. It was called Rainy Day People. And I'm going to do that song just because it's not really that sad. It's just a good song. All right?
Yeah.
Rainy day people always seem to know when it's time to call. Rainy day people don't talk, they just listen till they've heard it all. Rainy day lovers don't lie when they tell ya they've been down like you. Rainy day people don't mind if you cry on a tear or two. If you get lonely, all
all you really need is a rainy day love. Rainy day people all know there's no sorrow they can't rise above. Rainy day lovers don't love any others, that would not be kind. Rainy day people all know how it hangs on a peace of mind. All right, here we go. Rainy day lovers don't lie when they tell ya they've been down there too. Rainy day people don't mind if you cry a tear or two. Rainy day people always seem to know when you're feeling blue. High-stepping strutters who land in the gutters sometimes need one too. Take it or leave it, or try to believe it if you've been down too long. Rainy day lovers don't hide love inside, they just pass it on. Oh no, rainy day lovers don't hide love inside, they just pass it on. Thank
I'm sure
you.
we have everybody muted, or well, you would have had some people singing with you because I saw them singing, and that's so good, right? So good. I saw Kathy Bushnell, and if you don't know Kathy Bushnell, her and her partner were the first women to be a rock and roll duo in Europe. And so
I have your book, right, Kathy?
that's awesome. That's awesome. I was like, I know you know who he is. My gosh, thank you so much. Look, I know that you've got something coming on, Best of Vinyl. You've got, what is it? A release
I have,
coming up soon?
you know, I've been doing this, music business thing for a long time now. I'm 46.
How long? Come on.
And I started when I was 20. I
Yeah.
quit the military to be in a band, and here I am, 26 years later, still able to have a career in music. I'm not like famous on most stages. I'm pretty, unknown, but I somehow have made this beautiful life for myself, all from music and the help of other people. And so I'm really grateful for that, but throughout my career, I've of course written a ton of songs. And this coming August 24th will be the release of my best of Shine Bright vinyl and CD package. So pretty excited about that.
That is exciting. And I think you're more famous than you think. I think you're more famous than you think. Are you going to sing a song for us from that?
Sure. I did like a call out to my fans, and we did a voting thing. What is your favorite Sarah Smith song? I said, type your top 3 favorites. And out of hundreds of votes, the song that came at the very top is called Angels and Anchors. And this song is a song about, just being there for one another. We have these special energies that are here watching over us. We feel them watching from the heavens, but some of these special energies are still here on this earth as well, And I think that a lot of you ladies are those special energies for people, and you help them, you hold their hand through the tough times, and that's what this song is about. Hanging on or letting go. Fear is crippling from my head into my soul.
the sky, I see wings falling down. Hold on tight, 'cause I don't wanna drown. Let the waves hit the shores. Take me, I'm yours. Be the hope, be the light. I can't give up this time, 'cause I have angels and they have anchors, so they can't leave me tonight. I'm on a balance of letting go, moving on. Pain is crumbling from my head into my bones. I look to the sky, I see wings falling down. Hold on tight, 'cause I don't wanna drown. Let the waves hit the shores. Take me, I'm yours. Be the hope, be the light. I can't give up this time, 'cause I have angels and they have anchors, so they can't leave me tonight. Look to the sky, I see wings falling down. Hold on tight, 'cause I don't wanna drown. Let the waves hit the shores. Take me, I'm yours. Be the hope, be the light. I can't give up this time. Let the waves hit the shores. Take me, I'm yours. Be the hope, be the light. I can't give up this time, 'cause I have angels and they have anchors, so they can't leave me tonight. I have angels and they have anchors. Soon they'll let me fly.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Oh my gosh, you just have such a view. I mean, your voice is just so echoing. As you were talking, I was like, it fills you up. Like, I mean, this is, the theme is abundance 2.0. And I mean, for me, that's what music does. It just it fills the gaps. It fills the gaps. Oh my goodness.
You know how I want to know like how everybody feels that they, how do you get abundance in your life? Like, what is your secret? What is your inspiration? What is it that gives you abundance in your life? I want to know, because for me, I think it's connectedness. I think it's human and nature and live animals, puppies and beautiful little puppies, and all the things, you know, our connected hearts. That's what I feel is, you know, giving me abundance. That's what fills my heart and my soul. What gives you abundance? Thank you so much for your beautiful comments. Oh my goodness. Being of service and helping others, like that, totally. That is, I think, what we're here for, you know.
Absolutely.
I really do.
Lots of really amazing messages coming in the chat. And I think that for me, when, you know, with music, you know, what was that, 2 minutes or something? It transports you. I think that when you talk about connectedness and abundance, I think it's just about being full in the moment. And that's just one of the magical things about music, but it's also the magical things about captivating, whether you're having a conversation with somebody and you are connected. It embodies you. 30 seconds, 1 minute, what have you, it kind of makes it feel like it's all worth it.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
abundance is a worth word, right? It just makes it feels like things are worth it, because things can be kind of funky out there, you know?
That's a nice way to put it. I love that feeling when, you know, as us busy people, us people that are, you know, striving for things and following our dreams and having businesses, we're all busy and we're all distracted and we can do 1,000 things at once, right? 1,000 things at once. Who's knitting under here? I'm sure you're knitting. Somebody's knitting. All right. Okay. So I get it. But I love when there's just like 100% focus with somebody, just even if it's for a 5-second smile or a little wink at the grocery store or something, you know, just that few seconds of connectedness to me is like, oh, that just means the world to me. It fills my soul.
Yeah, right. And they say never underestimate the smile. For me, I'm always like, put a smile on someone's mailbox, right? I mean, I still am a believer of handwritten cards, not because I'm ancient, but because it's the surprise moment in the little things that build to the big things. We need the big things too. We need those big magical moments that we hold on to. But I know that you have lots to say around recovery and mental health and mental wealth, and that's a place for you. Do you want to use our platform a little bit to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's the funny thing. Like, everywhere I go, I seem to either be, you know, the sober person amongst people that aren't, you know, or I am the person that people reach out to that are newly sober. It seems to be a part of my life, because I think that when I finally reached my own personal bottom and I realized that, you know, the substances were taking over my soul and I had enough of it, and I decided to give it up. I had reached my own soul bottom. And it wasn't like I had lost my cars or my house or my partners or my, you know, I hadn't lost anything, but I had lost everything inside myself. And so this whole like rebirth of, you know, dropping the substance and being just 100% open to universe, open to feelings, open to emotions, open to connectedness, all the things that I just like, you know, I'm here, I'm open, please use me in the best way possible. And that is what I feel is connecting me with all these people in my life. And I have this beautiful family around me from my music. Right now, they are helping a fan of my music, one of the biggest fans of my music. The person is struggling, they're not well, and I have a family of friends that have gone to help clean up their house for them, so that when they get back out of the hospital, their house is going to be all clean and ready for a new start. That is all through like connectedness and music, and I just feel like beautiful hearts, they all find each other, and so here we are.
Wow. Again, it's the not the big things sometimes. It's the coming home to a clean house. It's the oranges at the concierge. It's the card in the, you know, it's taking time. It's like being really crazy busy and someone phones and you look and you're like, yeah, I got time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got time. Okay, so you got to talk to me while I'm getting dressed or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, I got time.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
Wow.
And I think that if anybody that can say they've gone through like a life-changing rebirth can say that they want to offer what they found to another human being, to give them that beautiful peace, right? So, you know, here we are. once
Well,
again.
and lucky us that your soul knocked loud enough. And I think those of us that have had those soul moments or those aha moments, I always say my next book is hashtag God, please pick on somebody else. I'm adding the please in there now. But I think when we've met ourselves, some people call it the dark night of the soul, some people call it, but when we've had that moment where you know better, like like the soul calling is called, that congratulations for taking it. But that itself is yet another brave journey. That itself is another brave journey.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow.
I want to say just a huge thank you to everybody that tuned in today, that came on, and thank you, Deb, and everybody that's involved, because I think what you're doing is offering so much to so many people. I know that I have some friends online right now, and I just want to say thank you guys. Look at that. Many greetings from Germany. Danny Smile is here from Germany, and I know a lot of other people are here listening. And thank you guys for being a part of my life and for joining in and supporting this event. Beautiful.
Awesome. I want to say that if you have your book, go ahead and look it up, because Sarah is in there, along with some other really cool, incredible women in music. So we're going to wrap up. We just said that you were releasing. Where can people, and please go, and where can they find your music? And go subscribe. That's what we want to see happen. And 2, where can we get our hands on this album? It's called Best of Vinyl.
Yeah, it's called Sarah Smith Shine Bright, a Decade of Sarah Smith. That's what it's called.
And so we're just putting that into Google, or is there a sarahsmith.com?
Oh yes, there's a Sarah. Yeah, there's a sarahsmithmusic.com, Sarah Smith Music on Instagram, Sarah Smith Music on Facebook, Sarah Smith Music on YouTube, Sarah Smith Music on X, Sarah Smith Music.
Sarah Smith Music. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for not only just sharing yourself, but singing again. I know that you're in recovery, and we so appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you're doing. You're just lovely. You're absolutely lovely.
You too. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to stick around for a little bit here as well. Thank you so much.
Absolutely do that. Kathleen, a couple of words before we talk to somebody about something. Oh, we can't hear you, but we're getting good at mouth reading. I'm an expert at it now. Not because of her, but because of doing summits.
I'm busy here moving all my buttons around. Oh my gosh, Sarah, thank you so much. That was just, I mean, like chilling. And I was just watching everybody. The faces kept disappearing, and we wanted to see you, but it was like, I am watching everybody go through this. And I have this weird thing where I've always thought about, what driving home when I used to work 70 hours a week. And at the end of the week, I'd say, I just won the lottery. What am I doing? And I lost that. I got away from it. And lately I've been thinking about it, and it's like, okay, so what would my life look like if I won the lottery? Folks, we just won the lottery, right? Because it's not the things you can go out and pick and the things you can go and buy. It's that space where, everybody was prepped so beautifully and so wide open, and you took us to that space, to that connectivity. And you alluded this in your music, in your words, the connection to you allows you to connect to everyone else. And you do that so beautifully. Just such an amazing demonstration. And thank you, because I'm cashing in my lottery and I love it. Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
So thank you, Hearts and Hearts. Join. I mean, clearly, if you didn't figure it out, it's Sarah Smith at everything. So that's awesome. I see someone in the room that has inspired me, and she's amazing. And Kim, I see you there, beautifully dressed in red. Awesome. And I just wanted Kim to pop on, because for me, she embodies, not done yet. She embodies the moments, and I'm going to let her tell her story a little bit, but I just wanted her to be on. I just wanted her to share, because I don't think the creativity stops. I think we know that, but sometimes you're like, well, I've done that. No. What are you not doing yet? And I would, hook my wagon up to this woman's train any day. I love your book. I got it from my daughter, but I love what inspired you to what's next for you. Can you share what inspired you to become an author?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you, honey.
Oh, okay, I wasn't quite sure. Thank you so much, Deborah. It's a real honor to be here today. My business is Happy Nana, and the story behind my book that I just recently published was 2 years ago. For both of my sons, I put all of the recipes together from the time they were little until now and gave it to them both for Christmas presents. They grew up with everything made from scratch, living in a small town, and their positive response made me start thinking about maybe publishing my own cookbook. But it was this past Christmas that my 8-year-old granddaughter mentioned both her dad's and her uncle's favorite cookies, because I guess she read the whole book. And this was the icing on the cake that made me decide to proceed and publish my very first cookbook, From the Heart, Mom's Favorite Recipes. And I would like to gift each and every one of you, all the listeners, all the participants, my favorite recipe from my book, and that is Mom's Best Barbecue Ribs with her secret sauce. Now, I've made that recipe for 30 years, and this is the first time ever that I'm going to be sharing with everyone. So I'll put my email and everything in the contact information in the chat, and I'm hoping to hear from you guys soon. And thank you, Deborah, for allowing me to put a little piece of myself into this wonderful project and amazing, amazing platform. I love you all, and be good to yourself always. Love and light. Mwah.
Oh my gosh. I just adore it. Can you see why I just adore her? And here's the beautiful thing. She came out June 6th. Again, Vancouver's in the house today. Vancouver's in the house today. But what I love when Kim shares is that it's not always the big, like the grand, I was sitting in the middle of a field and it came to me. It was like through the voice of a babe. Do you know what I mean? Like she's sitting there, she made a cookbook, she passed on, she was doing the generational thing. And all of a sudden she realized that her 8-year-old granddaughter read everything enough to know that her son's favorite and her uncle's, and then it came to her. And then she didn't say, I'm done yet. She didn't just leave it with, well, of course that's their favorite. She's like, okay, I'm going to put it into a book. And I know the process of making a book. If you've not made a book, go buy a book because you want to support that. It's not easy. First of all, it's not easy to put your words on paper. It's not easy to compile. It's not, I mean, Betta Baraka talked about it. She, struggled herself through the first book, but, and then to share yourself. Like people don't think about it. Even if it's a recipe, even if it's like, this thing's permanent. Like what you say, I know it goes through your mind, what you put there, how you say it, how you do it. And I know, having to reopen a book and do all the things that you had to do with your pictures and what have you. For me, it's just inspiring that it's never over. You can be inspired at any time and you can do what you want, when you want, how you want it. You just got to say yes. And so thank you so much. And talking about yes, let's talk to Mrs. Carol Patrizzi, because this woman is all about yes. When I was first introduced to her, someone said, oh, she's like the next step girl. You know what I mean? She's just like, sure, yeah, let's do it. Sure, yeah, let's do it. And when we met, it was like, we all know that when those conversations happen and you don't know what's going to happen, and a lot has happened, right? Let me tell you a little bit about this incredible woman. So, I mean, you are wrapping up. Like, did Abundance 2.0 deliver? I mean, we are full, and I couldn't think of anyone better to wrap us up. Okay, you guys are in for a treat. So Carol, let me do this properly. Carol is the host of Conversations with Carol show. She is an international keynote speaker, and she is an expert hat curator. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, not only does she love hats, but she's going to talk to you today about how many hats do you wear? How many hats do you wear? Now look at here's something that you may not know about her, and that her favorite ice cream is world-class chocolate. World-class chocolate. And the music that she's gigging on right now is Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. All right. She has an incredible podcast. She also is a media maven, and she is making waves in the media world. She has a gift for one of you that is going to answer the question that we are going to come up with as she's speaking. And it is a podcast spot on her Conversations with Carol show. Incredible. And everybody. So this is an abundant theme. She's going to give everybody a mini private hat session. And so we got to bring it to the stage. Say hello. And what are you talking about? Tell us about this. How many hats do we wear? Miss Carol Patrizzi, who's been here since the beginning with your camera off. Like you have been here the whole day. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
First of all, I think I'm going to cry. This has been so amazing. I want to say thank you to Deb and Kathleen. And what I'm going to be listening to, mark my words, Stevie Ray, as great as he is in heaven above, is Sarah Smith. And I'm going to be looking up myself some Butta B and everything else. This is really and truly, you know, I hope we've all, and I think Deb mentioned this, I hope we are all at that place that when we wake up, the question is, what do I get to do today? It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean we're not going to be exhausted, but we get to do it. And I want to read something to you all because many people have mentioned this, but I do believe we all have the exact earthly purpose. Doesn't matter where we're from, what walk of life, nothing matters. And there's a scripture about it. Thessalonians 5:11. Therefore, encourage one another and build each other up, just in fact as you are doing. And there is not a person here that is not doing that. Again, I had no idea I was going to cry. Sorry about that, Deb. But it's so important as this beautiful mission of stand up, show up, and speak up in this amazing book that's right behind me. This mission is so important. Everyone has touched on it. People are here listening because they are brave enough to say they need help with something. People are here today because they have decided that it is an obligation to show up and stand up and speak up, because as it has been touched on many times today, what we have learned, many of you have learned from so many beautiful things that you were pursuing and it wasn't working out. And you've asked your question, well, what else can I do? What can I do? A lot of my messages, a lot of what I have learned have come from and just flat out mistakes. I admit it, somebody has to make them. I happen to be on that group. And it is incredible. And Deb says that I'm a curator of hats. I am a lover of hats. But let's think about this. I have this hat on right this minute. And my hat that I'm wearing, and it happens to be a gift, I am very present in this one hat. I'm a mother, and I'm a writer, and I'm a construction owner, and and the hats stack up. In order for us to share our common goal and mission, which is to grow and to learn, but to share and encourage others, we must be careful not to just stack the hats on all day long. Okay, well, now I'm going to do this. Now I'm going to do this. Well, all of a sudden I'm all scattered. Focus, change the hat, wear them all, love them all, embrace them all. But just as we were talking about, When we're in the grocery store, smile at somebody and just look. I mean, just think they too need encouragement. They might not have anybody else smile at them all day long. We don't know that. They are carrying something in their heart that is painful for them or painful for someone that they love. Let's take a breath. Let's sit and focus. You know, we were given this gift today, this beautiful gift of hearing this music, and we knew it. And we all stopped what we were doing. I certainly hope. And we enjoyed this beautiful sharing. I mean, again, thank you, Sarah. And as Deb said, there is something transformational. There is something grounding, and this solidarity and this uniting. We need it so desperately. And earlier we spoke from that beautiful lady, Jane, who has this incredible mission that now, because of Deb and Kathleen's generosity, we all get to be a part of that. Our hats, we want to use them and we want to wear them all. Cowboy, I mean, I have so many hats downstairs. I'll send y'all a picture. It's quite, let's just say, I have too many probably. And oftentimes I wear too many at once. If we will stay present, we will be very focused on one hat at a time. Another thing, I think Sarah said this, somebody surely, knitting underneath at their desk. I'm terrible at knitting, so it wasn't me. However, somebody was knitting. Somebody's we're checking our phones. We're looking at the computer screen. We're signing up for stuff. We're taking real live phone calls from people that we need to talk to. I am suggesting that we love all of our hats, but let's focus on one hat at a time. And I suggest that the first thing we do in the morning is to keep the main thing. Choose very wisely which hat to put on first. As a next step person, it could be that your right next step after your morning routine that we learned about today, move around, clear on the lymph system. We have a lot of things to do, right? So we need to focus and be intentional. Our next step, we each might have a different next step. It could be put on the hat that you're responsible for because of the decisions you've made in your life. You don't want to wear it, put it on, embrace it, share it. If you need help with it, reach out and ask for help. And then celebrate yourself that you have done that. I can promise you, if you have not learned this yet, you will learn this. What you do for yourself, what I do for myself, is a gift to other people. What? You think about this for just a minute. Yes. And what I do for other people and what you do for other people, it's a gift to yourself. So in the spirit of being servant leaders, ask for help. Look at all these people just today, and there's a whole nother day tomorrow of offerings of people that are there for each of us to reach out to. And what's cool about this particular community is that this is a community of people that I think, I feel 98% sure that if you were to reach out, I can only speak for myself, and I don't think your next step is speaking with me. We're in a community of people that there is somebody that can help you with your next step. Media, or let's all just call Deb. It is what it is, right? And then she leads, it's this connectedness, which we have talked about. It is this common good for all. if we are doing things that are not for the highest and greatest good for others, we've got on the wrong hat. When we help ourselves is when we help other people. When we help ourselves, it's a gift to them. So reach out, get help. And I'm going to read something to you. It's one of my favorite quotes in the entire world from a beautiful movie called, here we go, So Emotional with You Beautiful Women. Okay. We are the sum of all the people we have ever met. You, yes, you, change the tribe, and the tribe changes you. We're in an incredible tribe right here. This is loving, giving, awesome, knowledgeable, incredible people, always getting better and better and better. By the way, that's Dirk Wittenborn said that, and the movie is Fierce People. It's a great movie. So what I'd like to say is thank you. If there is anything I can help any of you with, you know, they've given us a platform on Facebook and Instagram. Let's go in there. Let's talk, reach out. I want you to be careful. You have a lot of important hats. There are only 4 here. I mean, without thinking about it, there are really 12 every day that I choose from. And I am, with all my heart, so happy that I chose this hat today with you amazing people. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm going to cry again.
Okay, you're gonna get us crying. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow, I'm moved. What a beautiful way to encapsulate this day. Like Carol said, there is another whole day tomorrow. Don't go away because we have a gift to give from Carol. But it has been a gifting day. It has been an abundant day. And I hope that you've been self-consumed. Like, I hope that you've taken for self today, right? It's like, this is the place where you get to refuel. That's why we did this. You can see and hear about incredible people doing incredible things, making incredible impact. But you get to have a holiday when you're here, right? This is your place to take, and it's fair because you're giving in other areas, just like those multiple hats. And I know that, Carol, you talk to people individually, you coach people with that. She has summits, and she has podcasts, and she has all sorts of things that are helping men and women do the exact same thing. And I love the whole thing around hats. And you are a master at clarity. So thank you so much for your words. That was incredibly kind. And I have a question. So if you don't know how this works and how you can win the prizes, there's always a prize that every speaker gives to everybody. So you walk away plenty. It doesn't even need to be called an abundant, right? It's everyone that we do. But Carol has a beautiful gift, being able to go onto her show. And so put your email address and this answer, and it's a variety answer. Because when Carol talked earlier, she said that she has multiple hats. Just list one of the hats. What does one of the hat represent? It was a certain kind of company and a this and a that. So put one of her hats and your email address, and you get to win that. We would love to see you tomorrow. We would love to see you always. This is, by the way, our 23rd summit that we've done in a very short period of time. And this is a platform for women and those that support women. And in my opinion, that's everybody, right? If you have something to say, if there's something on your heart, if you have a passion, if you have a story to tell, if you have a message that you want us to hear and you want people to hear, please tell us, contact us. We have spots in the book. If you want to put in as a quote author, if you want to come onto stage, if you're nervous about speaking on stage and you want to go in between speakers, we can help you break through that barrier today like Carol did. And we can have the world see you. So we're super excited about that. Come see us on our tour. Soon enough, you can go to debdrummond.com and watch us, for those that know who Santa is, and you can watch us go around the world just like you can watch Santa for the next 5 years. We are super excited. We're super grateful. If you have purchased a book, we thank you. If you haven't, we thank you because you're going to, and get that book signed by every cool woman that you meet. I'm going to kind of wrap up that way and pass it over to Kathleen, who's been sharing the stage with me today. I'm sure there's things that I've missed. Tell them about September, what's going on in September, stomping some grapes. September 25th, we have another event like this. It's beautiful. It's the Top Performance Planner launch. And then we are back in November. We are back in March 2025, and we're back in May, and we want to see you on the stage. Kathleen, I'll pass it to you.
And we are not done. I'm telling you, we are just creating, because like this whole theme has been, you think you're doing things purposely, and more opens and opens and opens. So I want to encourage everybody, get in touch with us, stay in touch. We have Facebook groups, the 262 Facebook group, get on there. Everybody that presented today, bring all your gifts in, share that with everybody. If you're on Instagram, we're on Instagram. Don't miss things, you don't wait to be tapped on, because stuff is happening furiously and fast. Deb ran through everything that we're doing, and who knows what else we're doing. But where we go, you go. You're in our hearts, you're in the book, the energy's coming to you. So just the way it's happening for the group and for the movement, expect and know that it's happening for you too. And I don't know, guys, how do we do with 2.0? If this is just the beginning, I cannot even tell you how excited I am to see. Honestly, I think next year, this time when we're talking about this, it's going to be, you cannot even believe it. I don't know if you can feel that, but I can feel that. I can totally feel that, because this is 1 year of literally starting, taking step by step, letting it come as it goes. And now we're on purpose, baby. Like I say, this train is moving, and jump on and bring your friends. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep, thank you. Great day.
Great day. So we invite you back tomorrow. We're starting a little later because we're going on down to Down Under. So please welcome back. The beautiful thing is your ticket entitles you to both days, so you don't need to re-register. And send it out to people. If you enjoyed your day today, send that invitation out. And if you need it again, contact us. It's free for those that need it to be free, and there's a suggested donation of $8 and up, which allows us to offer it to free. It also allows us to have nonprofit organizations come and be heard, and all the things that we do. We talked about the Facebook group. You don't have to be part of 262 to be part of that Facebook group to talk about what it is that you do and how you're changing the world. And please say hello to the people that spoke today. Get in on that chat or go to that Facebook page and contact them. At the very least, say thank you. If they said something, they probably said something for a reason. It's a conversation, and explore, make friends here, make business friends here. And we just welcome you to our community. So thank you. With that, we are going to wrap up. Thank you so much. We will see you back here tomorrow. For all of you speakers, we so appreciate you. For all who came in attendance, we hope that you feel full, and we appreciate you as well. So it's good night. It's time for you to say good night. We are going to say good night, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. We're going to hang on a little bit till most of you leave, and then all of a sudden we'll all be gone until we meet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great day.